Forbidden Knowledge, Koven Chronicles Book 5 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2018 Andrea Pearson. Dedication to Adriel Wiggins and Roger and Judith Cohen. 1. I sat on the grass next to Abel, handing him his slushie before taking a sip of mine. We were at the Pioneer Day celebrations at Thanksgiving Point in North Lehigh. I was there as a fire impeder, to make sure nothing bad happened and to be on hand in case anything did, and Abel was there because we rarely left each other's side these days. The band exited the stage, and the audience cheered, the sound of their whoops overcoming the sound of the rushing waterfalls behind the stage. Even though I knew the waterfalls were man-made, they were still beautiful and peaceful, and this was one of my most recent favorite places. The sun had set 20 minutes earlier, and the fireworks show was about to start, the reason I was there. Abel took my hand, stroking the back of it with his thumb. He sent me a smile, which I returned, before leaning over and placing a kiss on my cheek and whispering, "I love you," in my ear. I shivered, enjoying the physical reaction his touch and whisper created. Ever since Abel had told me he loved me, and had finally kissed me for the first time, he'd showered me with affection. I couldn't believe this was the same man I'd met several years earlier. He was still austere, yes, but the gruffness had given way to a soft and squishy side he showed me regularly. He pulled away, directing his attention to the DJ on the stage, his thumb going back to circling on my hand. A faraway expression crossed his face, and pain and despair clouded his eyes. I knew without asking what he was thinking, and I vowed yet again to help him find his mom as soon as I could. The first of the fireworks exploded in the sky, and I set aside my concerns and focused on reaching out magically, monitoring the fireworks and the surrounding crowds. It was unlikely this event would turn into a shooter situation. I was there in case it did, but I expected that if there were any problems, they would happen because of the fireworks. And of course they did. Right before the finale, a large firework fired incorrectly, heading straight into the closest residential development. I knew the organizers had all sorts of gadgets and systems in place to prevent this sort of thing from occurring, but even so, accidents still happened. I jumped to my feet and scrambled up the hill, knowing I'd get a call at any moment. Abel and I were in his car already, heading out of the parking lot when the Lehigh fire chief called. I hadn't seen where the firework had gone, but I definitely felt the resulting flames and was prepared to guide Abel in that direction. "Miss Ashton, in case you weren't already aware, a firework landed in a residential neighborhood," the chief said. "Only one house is on fire and we're working on getting it contained, but we're worried the flames will spread." He relayed the address, and Abel and I arrived soon after. Apparently, as a firefighter informed me, the firework had burst through a front window on the first floor of the house before going off, spraying the place with bright colors. The owners weren't at home. That was a good thing, since it meant no one had been hurt. Firefighters had arrived only moments before me, and were struggling with the flames that had already spread to the second story. I glanced around the neighborhood. This community had been built with barely a couple of feet between each house. I knew it was great for starter families. Less property meant easier to manage prices, but it was awful for those of us who worked to keep them safe. I immediately reached out with my magic, grasping at the sparks and commanding them to die. As usual, it was grueling, exhausting work. The closer we got to the house, the farther the fire spread toward the back. I couldn't risk going between houses to stop it from behind. It was too hot and dangerous. The house was up against a ravine that fire trucks couldn't access, and the risk of the flames spreading there were high. I pushed as hard as I could, willing my magic to last long enough for me to help stop the fire and protect the neighboring homes. We almost had the fire under control, and good thing too, since my magic was nearly gone, when an old man tapped me on the shoulder. I barely glanced at him, noting the nice-looking suit and cane, before turning my focus back to the fire. "Just give me a minute," I said. Couldn't he see I was busy? He grabbed my arm, heedless of my situation, pulling me to face him. He held a small globe in his hand, which he tried to get me to take. Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton, this device is hereby loaned to thee for 11 days. Return it by the deadline, or the 10 plagues of Egypt shall befall thee and the countryside surrounding thee. That got my attention. I pulled my hand away, refusing to accept the globe, and stared at him. Wait. Did he mean the country I currently was in, or the countryside that would surround me, regardless of where I was? Who's going to be affected by this? You and the countryside surrounding thee. He only repeated what he'd said, but I think I understood. How many miles are we talking about? Like unto the size of Egypt. Wait a second. Hold on. Only 11 days? That's nowhere near long enough. Give me more time than that. This device would help me find the stupid hounds, and I knew there was no way, not with what was going on, I'd get things done in only 11 days. Nay, 11 days be all I can give thee. Are you serious? 11? That's ridiculous. At least give me 12. Nay. Please? Pretty please? He shook his head. I cannot. Oh, come on. The man growled. Fine. 12 days, but that is all. Thank you. Relief rushed over me. I hadn't actually expected him to bend, but miracles apparently still happened. Where do I return it? To the Akashic record at Mount Koven. I shall pick it up there when thou art done with it. Only hesitating a moment longer, wondering if there were other questions I should ask but unable to think of any, I finally opened my hand and accepted the globe, tucking it into my pocket. I needed it, after all, to complete my task. The man turned and walked away, leaning on his cane as he did so, the silk of his nicely tailored suit gleaming in the light from the fire. Oh crap! The fire! I blinked, realizing the houses and people surrounding me had disappeared while the man was there. They came rushing back the moment the man was out of view, and I gasped when I realized Abel and a firefighter were yelling at me. The firefighter was shaking my arm, and Abel held my face in his hands, urgently calling my name, a panicked expression on his face. I jumped, stepping away from him. Sorry. What's going on? I brushed past them, reaching out magically to figure out what had happened while I'd been talking to the man. To my surprise, the fire had spread to both neighboring houses. How long had I been out of it? It had felt like only a couple of seconds. I was also surprised to find that my magical reserves had been replenished somehow. Had the man done that? Or had it been long enough for me to have regained them on my own? That couldn't be it. It usually took me an hour, sometimes two, to gain my powers back once I'd spent them. The flames hadn't burned unattended that long. If they had, the firefighters would have gotten them out on their own already. With my powers regenerated, I attacked with gusto. The volunteers around me also fought with renewed vigor once they realized I was helping again. Finally, we got the fires under control. I slumped to the grass in front of the first house, again exhausted from my efforts. Abel joined me. What happened? He asked. What did you see? You went into a trance. We couldn't get your attention, regardless of what we did. I pulled the globe from my pocket, showing it to Abel briefly before tucking it away again. I didn't want it to draw attention from the others around us. Did you see a man? Wearing a suit and using a cane? He gave it to me while I was working. Abel shook his head, then chuckled mirthlessly. He picked the perfect time to interrupt. I nodded. Let's get back to my house. We've got work to do. The presence of the globe was reassuring, and I couldn't wait to get started. A groan rumbled in my chest as I realized something. Before I could get to work on anything, I needed to hire an assistant. If someone had been with me fighting those fires, that magical visit wouldn't have derailed the job, and other houses wouldn't have been affected. I couldn't believe it. Yet again, my special calling had messed up my duties. Eleonora and Chief O'Hare were right. This was unacceptable. 2. On the way home from the fireworks, my phone rang. It wasn't a number I had saved, but that wasn't uncommon. Oh, thank goodness, Lizzie. I'm so glad you answered. My name is Stacy Hawkins. We lived down the street from you for a few years. I don't expect you to remember me. No, I do. At least, my mom has talked about you enough over the years for me to recognize your name. Oh, good. Well, we've got an emergency here. I've tried to get help from the new fire impeder in New Mexico, but he's had his hands really full and recommended I talk to you, since you're the next closest one. Something told me he didn't have his hands nearly as full as I did, even as a new impeder, but that was beside the point. What's up? Has your mom said anything? Oh gosh, Lizzie, it's been horrible. I don't want to talk about it on the phone, but we feel like our lives are in danger. We're on the verge of losing our position as lighthouse keepers because we can't keep the stupid light lit. She must have covered the phone for a bit because her voice became muffled. It sounded like she was talking to someone else. Her voice came back strong again. Joshua just told me to go ahead and let you know. She trailed off. Let me know what? We think we might be getting attacked by something supernatural. One of those demons who came a few years ago. There have been fires all over the place and other things, and it's just been awful. I frowned. Have either of you been injured? Only minorly, burns and a few bruises. But this is our livelihood, and we've kept the position much longer than the previous lighthouse keepers. We don't want to be let go. What can I do to help? I chewed the inside of my cheek. I had a huge deadline looming and a world to save and hounds to destroy. But something told me I needed to help these people. Would you please consider coming and taking a look? Letting us know what you think? I know you've got abilities and ways to protect yourself that we don't have, above and beyond your fire impeder training. What was she hinting at? Did she know about the amulet? Mrs. Hawkins continued. We'll pay your travel, room and board, of course. I need to fly to California really soon. How about I swing by Texas before heading out west? Oh, that would be so wonderful. By that point, Abel and I had reached my house. I'd let us in and was already sitting at my computer, ready to get tickets. Abel was watching me with his eyebrow raised and arms folded, obviously displeased with where this conversation had gone. I ignored him and made arrangements with Mrs. Hawkins for flight and travel. We ended the call, and I turned and looked at Abel. I leave first thing in the morning, I said. So I heard. I rolled my eyes. Do I need to get approval from you for everything I do? He shook his head. You've already got so much on your plate, Lizzie. You're not a charity. It's not your job to make sure everything everywhere is perfect. I sighed, rubbing my tired neck. I know. I took a deep breath. I feel like I need to be there and soon. Call it intuition, call it my need to protect those I know, but I can't let this one slip through the cracks. I hope you don't regret it. Me too. I brought the globe with me when I headed to Texas. Abel and I had messed around with it the night before, but nothing happened. I didn't know how to use it. I also didn't know if I'd dropped the number of hounds to 50 or less. It was possible the globe wouldn't work at all, until that happened. Mrs. Hawkins and her husband picked me up from the Corpus Christi airport, and we headed out to the lighthouse after grabbing a quick bite. One look at them in the airport, and I realized things were much worse than Mrs. Hawkins had relayed over the phone. They were haggard, their hair thin and their bodies frail. How long have you been having problems? I asked from the back seat of the car. The two glanced at each other. Mrs. Hawkins had volunteered to sit in the back, but I'd refused to let her. Instead, I leaned forward to catch the conversation. Pretty much since we got the job, Mr. Hawkins said. So going on 8 years now. I frowned. Had any of the other lightkeepers reported issues? Not that we know of, he said. But none of them lasted longer than a few months. They told us it was a tough job. I shook my head. I had no idea. You know, My parents applied for the position but were rejected. They both nodded, and Mr. Hawkins said, "The owners have been pretty strict about not allowing children near the place." Mrs. Hawkins turned and looked at me. "We're wondering if something happened in the past, something tragic, and they don't allow kids there anymore because of it." I frowned. "Don't they do tours though?" "Oh yes. Tourists haven't ever been in danger. Just us." I leaned back in the seat and looked out the window. Her comments brought up so many questions. This went above and beyond visits from demons. At least, I didn't think this was due to demons. The supernatural visits to Earth had started around the time Nicole had fought demons during our freshman year. That had been around 8 years ago. Maybe 9. But if the lighthouse had been having issues for as long as the Hawkins believed it had, this preceded demon visits. "Tell me about the attacks," I said. "They're horrific," Mr. Hawkins said. "Fires, so many fires. Explosions like bombs, except there's no explosives. And broken glass in our food. The attacks have gotten to the point where they almost never cease. We have to be on the watch constantly for something new to happen. We're not sleeping much, and we rarely have time to eat or relax. I don't know if you guys believe in this sort of thing, but could this possibly be due to poltergeists?" Mrs. Hawkins turned around in her chair again. "I'm glad you brought it up first. Everyone has said we're crazy for even thinking it, but what else could be happening?" I frowned, thinking through what they'd said. "And you've completely ruled out a neighbor or something like that?" "In the beginning, no," she said. "But we installed cameras everywhere, and there's never been any evidence of breaking and entering. Plus, the attacks come so randomly and frequently now, we just don't believe a regular person would have the energy to maintain them." "Is there someone in the lighthouse's history who might hold a grudge for whatever reason?" The answer came quickly from both of them. "Yes." "Go ahead, dear," Mrs. Hawkins said. "A previous lightkeeper from over 100 years ago," he said. "Perry Humphreys. He was keeper for around 16 years. Apparently, he was awful to work with, refused to pay debts, was drunk all the time, basically unfit to take care of the lighthouse. He had to be forced from the position. By that point, he was 74 years old and an angry old man." "And you think Humphreys might be behind all this?" Neither responded for a minute, then Mrs. Hawkins said, "In the beginning, we would have laughed just as much as anyone else. But now, given what we've told you, we're willing to think it could be him." I nodded, gazing out the window. By that time, we were just pulling into the yard of the lighthouse, and I stared at it, admiring the ancient brickwork, all red, and the well-maintained yard. "It looks like you've taken good care of it," I said. Mrs. Hawkins sighed. "Yes, we've done our best. It hasn't been easy, especially lately." "If you don't mind," I started, "I'd like you to show me around. Let me know where attacks have been, etc." And so they did. I could definitely see evidence of fire damage now that they were taking me closer to the buildings. Finally, it was time to enter the lighthouse. I paused, staring at it. I felt someone watching us, and I was tempted to look around for that person, but decided not to bring attention to the fact that I knew someone was out there. More likely than not, it was a ghost. Given the information I'd received, that was the most reasonable possibility. Mr. Hawkins led the way into the lighthouse, and we started up the stairs. The farther we got, the more I felt that presence. And boy, was it an angry one. The amulet started warming at my sternum, and I knew we were in danger. 3. I stopped halfway up the staircase. "You two need to head back down," I said. "Something is definitely here, and you're not safe." "Neither are you," the amulet said. I gripped it. "I know. But at least I have some defense against whatever is here." "Don't go far though," I said, stepping aside for Mr. Hawkins. "I don't want you to be followed where I can't see you." I watched as the Hawkins continued down the stairs, their faces pale. And then I straightened back against the wall and said, "As owner of the amulet, I command you to show yourself." Laughter drifted down to me, and I looked up. An elderly man with a shock of bright red hair slowly descended the stairs. I would have shown myself to you regardless. You didn't need to command me. Who are you? I only asked out of politeness. Judging by what he wore and how he looked, I already knew who he was. Mr. Perry W. Humphreys, at your service. He came to a stop several feet above me. I hated craning my neck to look at him, but I was grateful he hadn't come closer. Regardless of how much control the amulet gave me over ghosts, it still didn't seem smart to invite more danger. Why are you torturing these people? I asked. He sneered. They don't deserve to be in my lighthouse. What have they done to achieve such recognition? The fact that they've stayed around so long tells me they want to die. I raised an eyebrow, trying to ignore the feeling that there were more ghosts present, watching us. Are you willing to murder to get what you want? He laughed. Of course I am. I've done it before. I motioned around, not looking away from him. I'm assuming these are your former victims? And they won't be the last. What do you want? What can I do to get you to stop? The man took a step down. I know who you are, Miss Ashton. Every ghost does by now. We know the power you possess and the callings bestowed upon you. His eyes narrowed. You must watch your step. Those who wish to betray you will do so. And those who are close might turn against you. I glared at him. I don't need warnings from you. This isn't about me, it's about Mr. and Mrs. Hawkins. The only thing they want is to make sure the lighthouse is well cared for. Isn't that what you want too? Of course. But not by them. By me. And how are you supposed to do that, seeing as how you're dead? He growled. I took better care of it alive than anyone. That didn't answer my question. He continued. I didn't need to leave. I didn't deserve to be removed from the one position that brought me more joy than any other. Humphreys took another step closer. I have more advice for you, you know. Oh, really? I can't wait. The globe won't function until you activate it with the amulet. Huh. That actually was good to know. What are you saying? How do you know anything about the globe? Ghost talk, my dear. You don't need to be one of the shades in Koven to know things. That had never occurred to me before. Are you saying I can ask any ghost anywhere, and they'll know the answers to my questions? He scoffed. Of course not. There are those of us who listen more, who pay better attention than others. Okay, genius, how do I get the amulet to activate the globe? The same way you get the amulet to do anything. You command it. He tilted his head, obviously thinking. It still won't function until you drop the number of hounds to 50. But it definitely won't function at all without being activated. Why didn't the man who gave it to me tell me this? Because he's the owner of the globe, not the creator. He doesn't always know what the purpose of the globe will be to the one who seeks it. He doesn't know that the globe isn't able to do all tasks, not without help from something more powerful. Like your amulet. Why are you telling me this? I asked. You're trying to kill friends of mine. I don't see any reason to help me out. I'm not an evil person, Miss Ashton. Just because I hate them doesn't mean I hate everyone. And your mission supersedes my own. If you don't win, my beloved lighthouse will fall. Maybe not immediately, but it will fall. You know it was partially destroyed several times during the Civil War? It's a vantage point over hundreds of miles. Another war to this land will bring its complete destruction. How can I convince you to leave them alone? He rolled his eyes. I can't believe you even have to ask. No, I'm not going to tell you that, Miss Ashton. You'll have to figure out on your own. I frowned at him. Well, at least you've been helpful in one way. I guess it would be too much to ask anything else. He only grinned in response, and I could tell my predicament delighted him. But why? Why was he acting so smug, so superior? Was the answer right in front of me? Would you like to see the globe? I asked. He glanced at my pocket where the round object showed through my jeans. Not really. But why don't you go ahead and activate it now? Good idea. I swear, if you try to damage it or me, I'll destroy you. Oh, sure. I won't do anything. He grinned again. Of course, my word is nothing. Your request lacks power. Oh, right. As owner of the amulet, I command you not to try to cause damage to me or the globe while I activate it. Well done, he said. The weird smile had returned to his face. I decided to ignore it. I noticed by that point that the Hawkins had started up the stairs. Unfortunately, Mr. Humphreys had noticed too. He stared at them hungrily, probably planning another accident for them. And as owner of the amulet, I command you to leave them alone. My eyes widened as something occurred to me. Judging by Humphrey's expression of annoyance, I'd hit on the answer to the problem. In fact, as owner of the amulet, I command you to leave them and the lighthouse in peace. I command you to stop your attacks, cease trying to endanger or harm anyone who lives here, and cease trying to destroy the lighthouse. I gave him a pointed look. Because that is what you are doing. By trying to scare them away, you run the risk of having new keepers who are worse, who will slack off and let the lighthouse fall apart. If I feel like my friends are in danger, I'll definitely lose focus on my task. You've already told me what would happen in that case. And if you hadn't already heard, Lord Kenan devours ghosts. If I fail, you can bet he'll do his best to destroy you. He had frozen on the step, and was staring at me. I could tell I'd finally hit the right chord with him. Very well. His voice was quiet, calm. Now, if you don't mind, I said, I'm going to activate the globe. I pulled it from my pocket, holding it with one hand and the amulet with the other. I wasn't sure if I needed to be touching the amulet, but I didn't think it would hurt. Are you there? Yes. How do I do it? Just as he insinuated. Command me to activate it. Okay. Amulet, activate the globe. Give it power to function properly in helping me hunt, find, and destroy each and every hound on this planet. I will. The amulet warmed at my neck and in my hand, and the globe started glowing briefly. Words appeared at the top of it, faint, almost illegible. Too many hounds. Reduce numbers. It faded before I'd fully internalized what it had said. I felt a little disappointed. It hadn't revealed anything earth-shattering. But still, at least now it would work once I dropped the number of hounds to 50. Thank goodness. I glanced up at Mr. Humphreys. He was still upset with me, his arms folded, a pout on his face. You can't be mad at me forever, I said. Don't you have loved ones you'd rather spend time with? I know you were married. He sighed. Of course. And you're right, she's tired of my leaving all the time. That wasn't so bad, was it? I wasn't brave enough to actually say it out loud, though. I didn't want to make him mad. Something occurred to me. Don't start haunting me now, okay? A wicked glint appeared in his eyes. It had occurred to me. Before he could say anything else, I said, as owner of the amulet, I command you not to haunt anyone else. Including me. You're no fun. There are other things you can do that are more fun. Like spying on hounds and letting me know what they're up to. It was a long shot, but I couldn't help mention it. I'd rather not. And with that, he disappeared. I actually sensed it when he disappeared. The darkness and danger that filled the lighthouse melted away, peace replacing it. I put the globe back in my pocket and glanced down at the Hawkins. Things should be much better now, I said. Mrs. Hawkins put a hand over her mouth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Hawkins nodded, and the three of us headed back down the stairs. Relief poured over me like maple syrup on pancakes. That could have gone much worse. Not only had I helped some friends, but I'd also learned something very valuable. I couldn't wait to give Abel a call and report my success. "So," Mr. Hawkins said, "you can communicate with ghosts." "There's no way she could have had that entire conversation alone," Mrs. Hawkins said. "My head is spinning. I couldn't keep up." She took a deep breath, then turned to me, putting a hand on my arm. "We're very grateful for your help." Mr. Hawkins nodded. "Definitely." They felt silent, and I had them take me straight back to the airport. They offered me all sorts of things, cookies in the mail every week, money, Christmas cards, etc., as thanks for what I'd done. "No money," I said. "I wouldn't turn down the occasional cookie, though, and Christmas cards are definitely welcome." I gave them both hugs at the drop-off zone. "Go back to your lighthouse. Get things in order. You're going to be a lot better now." "Thank you so much," Mrs. Hawkins said, her eyes teary again. It felt nice to help good people. Not everything I did was destructive. I needed to be reminded of that occasionally. 4. I hopped on a plane to Vegas, and from there, I took a military helicopter to Fort Irwin in California instead of driving. Yes, I had friends in high places down there. I couldn't have gotten a helicopter on my own. Fort Irwin was the Army's main training center. It was also the largest of the 4 fire impeder training facilities in the world. The Fire Impeder Center didn't follow a regular college schedule. Training started every 2 or 3 months as new students were brought in. There were only 3 instructors, and they constantly had 8 to 10 fire artes training in different phases at any given time. It was a lot like an elongated boot camp. The first 2 months were grueling physically. The next 2 were grueling mentally. Instructors made sure students were comfortable with fire, as the natural human reaction is to shy away from it. Fire impeders couldn't do that. They'd have to be able to confront it, and even risk getting burned. Magical flames, of course, didn't hurt us, but real flames did. After the first 4 months of physical and mental training, instructors then branched the fire impeder trainees into the subspecialties. Sparks, including engines, wildfires, guns, bombs, etc. It was while I'd been focusing on bombs that I'd met Blake. Blake Cummings had been everything I'd always wanted in a boyfriend and future husband. His darkish hair had only been tinted red when he'd turned 18, giving him the opportunity to pursue fire or earth. He decided to pursue making and stopping bombs. That brought him to Fort Irwin, where we met when our groups worked together. Blake was a natural at anything fire or earth related. He was the only Arte I'd ever met who had equal abilities in both elements. And being the dedicated flirt I used to be, it didn't take me long to get attention from him. There was, after all, only one other girl in my group. Our courtship was intense and short. We started dating and were engaged a couple of months later. I knew what I wanted, and so did he. To be certain we weren't acting rashly, though, we decided on a 6-month engagement. We were engaged only 2.5 months. Blake and I were assigned a difficult lab experiment, along with 2 other students. He was required to create a bomb, and I was required to stop it, while the others monitored and made notes. I didn't blame myself anymore for what happened. I knew it wasn't my fault. Memories from the experience still caused my heart to ache, though, and even on the helicopter ride to Fort Irwin almost 4 years later, my mind filled with what-ifs. Even worse than the time when an accident had been my fault, when 2 people had died and the right side of my body had been burned. Blake dying was worse because I hadn't tried to save him. I didn't have the opportunity, even standing 10 feet away. By the time he was dead, my ears were still ringing and my brain scrambled from the sudden explosion. He was setting up the bomb when he made a miscalculation. Several seconds before I was supposed to take over, the bomb exploded. He was killed instantly. The 2 other students and I sustained only minor injuries. We hadn't yet stepped out from behind the protective fireproof wall that separated us from him. Nothing softened the guilt or the blow of losing Blake. I was lucky I hadn't seen the actual explosion. My PTSD was nowhere near what it would have been had I witnessed it with my eyes. I was grateful for that. Major Alvin Lee, just Alvin to me, had been overseeing the experiment for our instructors. He rushed in and removed me from the room before I could even step out from behind the screen, before I could fully comprehend what had happened. Alvin made sure I never saw Blake's body or any of its parts. I fought him. I fought him hard. And I was bitter about what he'd done. But now I'm grateful for it. Yes, I struggled from not getting closure. From not being able to say a proper goodbye. But it wasn't nearly as bad as it would have been if I'd turned the corner of that wall and had seen Blake's body in pieces. With Alvin's help, I focused on counseling and healing and moving on. It still took me years before I was able to open up to another man, Abel. Thank goodness for him and his patience and understanding. My heartaches paled in comparison to what he'd experienced, and yet his soul was still a balm to my own. Alvin and I had kept in contact over the years, and he would be meeting me at Fort Irwin when my helicopter landed. I hadn't been back since graduating several years ago. Memories flooded me as the familiar arid landscape filled the windows of the cockpit. Mountains rose to the west, and a gentle slope surrounded nearly the rest of the fort. I both hated and loved that scenery. While I'd been there, I'd stayed in a house with several other fire impeders. The Army had allotted 44 family dwellings for the fire impeder training program. My roommate and I had shared one of them with 4 other women. I smiled fondly at my memories of Sandra, of our late-night ice cream dashes to the commissary, then dragging ourselves out of bed the next morning to get in a good jog at the track. The helicopter touched down and I hopped out, not surprised to see Alvin there already. What did surprise me, though, was that he wore the uniform of a general now. Forgetting propriety, I hadn't been in the army after all. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. "It's been so long," I said. Alvin returned my hug, seemingly oblivious to the wide eyes of his officers surrounding us. I stepped back, putting my hands on his shoulders and surveying his uniform. "You didn't tell me you were a general," I accused teasingly, dropping my hands and falling into step next to him as we headed to the fort's main building. He shrugged, smiling. "It happened in 2015. "How's the base?" I asked. "Excellent. Trainings are going forward better than ever." "That's fantastic. You were always good at organizing people and getting them to do exactly what you wanted." Alvin raised an eyebrow at me. "I seem to remember things with you differently." I chuckled, knowing he was referring to my frequent snide comments. One thing I loved about him, even though he'd been a major and I was a lowly citizen, he never acted as if his rank was more important than my position as fire impeder in training. It was something that carried over into other aspects of his life. The men and women who served under him did so out of respect. Unlike many officers working around him at Fort Irwin, he hadn't been the loud, in-your-face type. It made total sense that he was now a general. "How's it going being a fire impeder?" he asked. It was my turn to shrug. "Stressful. But not as stressful in Utah as it was in Washington, D.C. At least, not on the fire impeder side of things. You'll have to explain more about this outside job you've picked up. You've been pretty vague about it." I nodded. "Out of necessity, I promise. It's a long story that involves supernatural demons that I've been wrangled into fighting. It must be a good position. It brought you back after all, even if only to find an assistant." I sighed. I needed one anyway. Things just happened to come together at the right time. I'll say. Our most recent batch of fire impeders graduated just a couple of days ago. I'll let you go through their files and see which ones fit your specifications best. I glanced sidelong at him. "That's not illegal?" He shook his head. "They've already consented." All were quite thrilled with the idea. It's difficult to find internships these days. "Tell me about it." It had been very difficult when I'd graduated. If a person was interested, they could travel the country, campaigning and trying to gain attention from public officials in the different big cities, trying to persuade them to allocate funds for a fire impeder. If they were successful, they could start out fresh in a brand new neighborhood. Most graduates didn't have the experience necessary for city governments to feel comfortable with that sort of commitment. Instead, many had to practically beg for an internship with an experienced fire impeder. As can be expected, it took a special person to be okay with training and helping someone learn the ropes. The biggest problem I'd run into was fire impeders who had only been at the job for 10 to 15 years and were worried that a new impeder would oust them from their position. Which would explain why Tom, the impeder who trained me in Washington, D.C., had made all trainees and interns sign a waiver stating they would leave D.C. at the end of their time with him. It had definitely come as a surprise that Tom was interested in having me there in the first place. Several of my classmates were also vying for the position, classmates who'd been more powerful arites than I before training. The position was a high-ranking one, especially since Tom watched over so many politicians. But something about my background and unique experiences had caught his attention, and he'd hired me fairly quickly. I would forever be grateful for that. The things I learned there had prepared me better than anything else for full-time duty. We headed for the fire impeder office, both in our own thoughts. Alvin glanced at me, a serious expression on his face. "Do you think about Blake much?" My heart stuttered at the unexpected topic change. Alvin was probably the only one still on base who remembered what happened. I knew Blake's death had affected him too. I nodded. "Regularly." "How are things going?" Alvin asked softly. "Better," I said, then cleared my throat, pushing back the emotions that mentions of Blake always brought. "I'm dating someone." "That's wonderful news. How did you meet him?" Grateful for the shift in topic from Blake to Abel, I told him how Abel and I had met years earlier, long before I'd decided to become a fire impeder, and how he'd come back into my life. By the time we reached the office, Alvin seemed lighter, happier, as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It occurred to me that he'd felt as responsible for Blake's death and my subsequent depression as I had. The poor man. If I'd realized how much guilt he carried, I would have done or said something a long time ago. Thank goodness Abel had come back into my life, if only to help a good friend feel better. We exchanged quick hugs and promises to stay in touch, then Alvin headed off to do whatever generals do, and I entered the office. 5. I spent an hour reading everything, and I was very impressed. Of the most recent graduates, all but one would be perfect. Two, however, really caught my attention. A Kyle Bassett and a Mindy Jackson. Kyle had excellent marks, and notes from the three instructors were all glowing. What perhaps drew me to him the most, though, was the fact that he'd spent 15 years of his childhood in Texas. I miss Texas. Mindy was from back east, but her strengths covered areas where I had weaknesses. I was outgoing, extroverted, and gregarious, while she was introverted and quiet. Tom had been that way, and I'd learned quickly that both personality types had a definite place in the field. Mindy and I would make a great pair. I knew that regardless of who I chose, they would need to have an extra dose of fortitude, since they'd basically hold the place together while I was gone. From their files, Mindy or Kyle would be just fine. But how to choose? I leaned toward Kyle again, until I decided to take Texas completely out of the equation. That was the fairest, after all. As I looked at their pictures and read their bios, I realized I needed Mindy more than Kyle. Thinking through my list of supporters, I realized I mostly lacked a woman's opinion. I had Cole, Abel, Alexander, Omar, and Chief O'Hare, who regularly offered opinions and advice. Alice, Chief's wife, rarely got involved in anything. True, I had Nicole in Montana, but she wasn't as involved as those who lived locally. Apart from Nicole, I only had Eleonora. Of course, there were the Russells. I knew definitely not to discredit them, especially after what I'd learned about them, but they effectively canceled each other out. Mindy it was. I wouldn't have time to meet any of them before choosing, so I really hoped she would work out. Decision made, I gave her a call, realizing there was still a chance that she'd reject my offer. She answered on the first ring. Mindy? Yes? My name is Lizzie Ashton. I'm Utah's fire impeder, and I'm looking for an assistant. Major Cook said you might be contacting me. Major Cook? I didn't know him. Alvin must have had one of his officers get permission for me to go through the files. What can I do for you? Mindy asked. I heard the breathlessness in her voice and knew she wouldn't say no. I explained the position to her, making sure she knew it was temporary, possibly just a couple of months. She ecstatically agreed to come out as soon as possible, and relief rushed over me. That had been much easier than I'd hoped. General Lee was unable to accompany me back to the helicopter, and I made sure the officer who escorted me gave him my thanks. The ride to Vegas went quickly as I pondered the coming days. I pulled the globe out of my pocket, inspecting it again. It was dark blue and golden. Occasionally, words flowed across the top or bottom of it. I never quite got what they said, though, after that initial time. They appeared to be English, but didn't make any sense. I hoped that would change once the number of hounds dropped. On the bottom was a set of numbers counting down to my deadline. I hated looking at those. They reminded me of just how much work I had to do in a very short period of time. While on the short flight from Vegas to Salt Lake City, I contemplated the situation at hand and what I would need to do to feel my way through it. I slowly formulated a plan, trying to examine it from every angle. Abel was at my house when I got there. As I discovered earlier, he hadn't been happy about me leaving, but I'd given him plenty to do in the meantime. While eating a quick snack, I told him the plan I'd come up with, expecting him to disagree with several aspects of it. I didn't know which aspects, but still, I expected disagreement. He surprised me by accepting readily. The plan was this: we would hop in the car and drive toward Evanston, Wyoming. Omar had let it slip that there was a little town somewhere after Evanston where evil hounds gathered when they were wounded. The hounds owned 2 trailer homes there. Using the amulet, we would find said trailers, and Abel would attack one and I the other. Yes, I realized this was probably a foolish idea, especially the splitting up part, but Abel was okay with it, and I hoped we would catch the hounds off guard. They would most likely sense our coming if we thought about them, so we would do everything in our power to keep our minds on other topics. As soon as we finished eating, Abel and I left. Conversation was slow and relaxing for the first while. There wasn't a whole lot to discuss that we hadn't already covered, and I found myself enjoying the companionable silence, my fingers threaded through Abel's right hand as he drove with his left. Omar hadn't mentioned the name of the town. Hopefully, it would be close enough to the highway that the amulet would be able to guide us when we got near. We stopped and grabbed a bite to eat at a drive-thru in Park City, then I took my turn at the wheel. Abel dozed, and I had a hard time keeping my eyes on the road instead of on him. I loved watching him sleep. Every stress, every worry, every frustration melted away while he was sleeping. It was as if he became a completely different person. I hoped he would be able to reach that point of contentment in his waking hours as well. We passed through Evanston, and Abel insisted that I pull over and let him drive. It hadn't been a long drive from Park City, just over an hour, but I consented, realizing it would be easier for me to concentrate on the amulet if I wasn't behind the wheel. About 45 minutes past Evanston and around 8 in the evening, as we were nearing a little city called Purple Sage, I think it was more of an unincorporated town than anything, the amulet suddenly warmed at my sternum, making me jump. "Distraction time," I said, knowing Abel would catch on immediately. I turned on an audiobook while Abel sang "The Star-Spangled Banner" at the top of his lungs. I listened closely to the audiobook, my thoughts turning to Abel's singing every so often, only interrupting occasionally to give him directions. The amulet seemed to know what we were doing because it didn't speak to me in between directions, as it usually did. I appreciated that. We exited the highway and followed the amulet's directions to a little trailer park. Abel drove through the neighborhood, and the amulet clued me in to which ones were the hounds. They were next to each other, thank goodness. We parked about a block away. Still doing our best to distract ourselves, we exited the car and approached the trailers on foot. As we neared them, Abel pointed to the one he wanted to take on himself. It was the bigger of the two, and much more run down. I didn't know if that meant the hounds that lived inside would be harder to handle, or that there were more of them, but I was grateful for him. Abel was always looking out for me. Knowing the element of surprise would be on our side if we both attacked at once, Abel and I approached the front doors at the same time. They faced each other, giving us the advantage of being able to watch the other when we opened the doors. It didn't shock me to find mine unlocked. I commanded the amulet to hide me, feeling my body tingle as it did so. And then I stepped inside. 6. The amulet warmed at my throat, alerting me to the presence of multiple hounds. And it didn't take long for them to recognize my presence, even with the amulet hiding me. I pressed myself against the wall when 3 of them, 2 men and a woman, jumped up from watching TV, excitement on their faces. "She's here," one of them said. The woman swore. "How'd she find us?" "I dunno. Shift or get your gun." The woman grabbed a rifle, and the 2 men shifted into hounds. Rather than trying to figure out where I was, the woman started shooting randomly. Her second bullet almost hit me. I ducked to the floor, doing my best to remain as quiet as possible, and reached out magically, stopping the rest of the bullets from firing. The woman swore again, tossing the rifle to the side, and one of the men flipped a couple of switches with a big paw, flooding the room with light and revealing my position. I shrieked, lunging for the woman. She pulled out a handgun. This lady was definitely prepared. I knocked the gun away with a well-aimed kick, the amulet guiding my dancing moves, before spinning around her, yanking her back and wrapping my arm around her neck. "Come with me and I'll let you live," I said, keeping my eyes on the hounds, making sure they weren't trying to get behind me. "I have a few questions for you." The woman growled, kicking backward as hard as she could. She barely missed. "Not on your life." "Fine," I said. I reached out magically, sensing her flame. "Kill? Kill." The woman collapsed, falling to the ground. I turned to the 2 hounds. They were frozen near the door to what I assumed was a bedroom, staring at me. "You heard me. Come, answer some questions or die. Permanently." One of the hounds bared his teeth before charging me, and I realized I was going to have to destroy them. There was no way I could dispatch them the way Abel did. Good thing he'd come along. He could only kill temporarily, which would be perfect for our needs. The hound pounced on top of me, knocking me against the counter before pushing me to the floor. My head throbbed where it had hit the solid counter edge, but he'd put himself in a bad position. "Kill? Kill." The hound slumped on top of me. With help from the amulet, I rolled out from under him and lunged across the room, where the last hound was about to escape through a cloud of smoke in the corner. I snuffed his flame too. 3 dead hounds. Maybe it was enough. I pulled the globe from my pocket, but it still did nothing. Stupid thing. How many more hounds did I need to kill before it worked? I explored the rest of the trailer, stepping and turning knobs quietly. The bedrooms that led from the living room were empty, so I headed back toward the kitchen and the door that led off of it. The amulet started throbbing at my neck, alerting me to the presence of another hound. Making as little noise as possible, then chuckling inwardly at myself, anyone there already knew I'd arrived, I carefully opened the door, pulling out my CZ. I wished I'd thought of the gun earlier. Sheesh. You'd think I was new at all this. I stepped into the darker interior. The room was illuminated only by a dim lamp and the digital numbers on an alarm clock next to the lamp. A man huddled on the other side of the bed, glaring at me. I recognized him immediately. Alexander? He snarled in response. What are you doing here? His voice was deep gruff. He backed away from me, nearly knocking the lamp from the end table. Without even seeing the hatred on his face, I knew I was dealing with the darker side of him. The fact that he was here, rather than in the safe house for good hounds, told me as much. Doing what you asked me to do. Eradicating the world of the evil varmints that call themselves hounds. He snarled. Don't flatter yourself. You're not smart enough to catch all of us. I raised an eyebrow, keeping my gun trained on him. I'm here, aren't I? Doesn't that mean I've already reached you? You're an idiot for thinking I'm trapped. I always have a plan. I didn't doubt it. Alexander really was one of the more intelligent hounds. I can kill you if I want to. But you won't, he said. And you won't kill me either. He laughed. Stupid girl. I bristled, doing my best to hide it. It had been a long time since someone had called me a girl. Though to Alexander, who was thousands of years older than me, that was exactly what I was. He continued. I have every reason to devour you right now. You respect me too much. Even while evil. Alexander stared at me, making no reply. I returned his gaze, not entirely sure what I was supposed to do at that point. He was right, I wouldn't kill him. I knew the good Alexander far too well to be willing to do something like that, regardless of how evil he was at the current moment. Besides, if this was the extent of his evilness, it was definitely palatable compared to Connor's evil side. From his lack of action, he felt the same. He really wasn't going to destroy me. I decided to take charge of the situation. Tell your good side I need his help when he's available. Alexander laughed. Why would I do that? I shrugged. Something tells me you won't have a choice. He'll probably know anyway. You owe me. For not killing you right now. Keeping my eyes on the hound, I backed out of the room and shut the door. I was almost to the front door when Abel tore through, a panicked expression on his face. Abel. I'd almost forgotten about him while dealing with the hounds. Are you okay? I scanned his body, looking for injuries, while he did the same with me. He glanced around the room and whistled appreciatively. 3 on your own? 4, actually. Alexander is in the back room. Did you kill him? Do you think I could? He half smiled. No, actually. I don't. And I don't blame you. How did you do? I've got 4 in the car. They're temporarily dead. They were completely unwilling to help us out. I laughed. That's why these had to die, they didn't want to answer questions. With one more glance at the door that hid Alexander, making sure he hadn't crept out after me, I followed Abel from the trailer and down the street to the car. I marveled at how quickly my boyfriend had dispatched 4 hounds, getting them into the car before I'd even finished my conversation with Alexander. The man was impressive. The trip back to Lehigh was interesting. After the first time Abel pulled his gun on one of the hounds as it was coming alive, I kept my hands near my ears, ready to plug them at any moment. I felt so bad for his car. It would have so many bullet holes and bloodstains in the upholstery by the time we got back. But shooting was easier than having him break their necks. The bodies were crammed into every nook and cranny, and Abel had somehow managed to keep them below the line of the window ledge. I didn't know how. His car wasn't exactly huge, but with how dark it was and how mashed all together they were, people weren't likely to notice them. We pulled up at my house a little after midnight, and I finally voiced a worry I'd had for pretty much the whole drive back from Wyoming. 7. What do we do with them now? I asked. Abel glanced at me. We didn't quite flesh out this part of our plan, did we? I shook my head. No, we didn't. I mean, we could just kill them permanently right now, but I'd still like to get information from them first. How do we hold them in place, though? We'll have to construct something. A room that has no corners. The door will have to be well armored, with a lot of locking mechanisms on it. Yes, I said. And we need more than just one of those rooms. It would be best if we kept the hounds separated from each other. Don't want them conspiring against us. Abel nodded. Agreed. He glanced at me again. So what now? My thoughts had already gone there. We use the Russells' basement. My house doesn't have one, and theirs would be perfect. The windows are small, and no one on the outside would know what was going on inside. We'll need some Arettes to come help us build, though. Thinking about Nicole and Austin? I nodded. We can hire a construction crew, but I'd feel much more comfortable having help from people I trust. We may have to hire a construction crew either way. I realized that, but didn't want to think about it right then. We'll tackle that later. In the meantime, we needed to talk to the Russells, Nicole, and Austin. I knew our plan would probably work, but I felt stupid for not thinking of it much earlier. It would have been good for my friends to have advance notice. The Russells were on board with everything, as we'd expected. Once we had their permission, Abel and I discussed how to get the materials we'd need to the house. After that, we talked to Nicole and Austin. My best friend and her husband immediately scheduled a private jet to bring them down. Oh, the lives of the wealthy. Abel and I met outside by his car, where the hounds were still dead. You go pick up the supplies, Abel said, and I'll watch the prisoners. We'll tie them up and put them in the Russells' basement. I'll shoot them as soon as they're alive again. I shook my head. Even if I had help at Home Depot, I still wouldn't know what I'd need. Cement? Wood? What all does this entail? I can't tackle that on my own, not unless I have several hours, maybe even a day, to figure it out. Besides, they're closed right now. By the time they open, it would still be better if both of us went. Abel frowned, then relaxed and nodded. All right. I worked in construction for 6 months, when I was trying not to murder people for a living. I smiled, leaning against him. I hope I've been paying you enough. It hadn't been much, just a couple $100 a week. He was worth so much more. Abel's face warmed as he smiled down on me. Money is inconsequential when you're in the picture. You're more than payment enough. I laughed. I try not to think of myself as money. You know what I mean? He pulled me away from the car, bringing me against his broad chest. I love you, Lizzie. I love you too. Abel placed a hand on my cheek, his dark blue eyes content as he studied my face before his lips met mine. The kiss was perfect, as warm as his eyes, full of every ounce of love he felt toward me. I sighed, relaxing in his arms when it ended. This man was so good to me. We'd had a long day, a long week, and I knew Abel had to be as exhausted as I was. We both desperately needed sleep. I rested my face against his chest again. How about you and I take turns guarding the prisoners until the hardware store opens, and when one of them wakes up, we keep the gun trained on them and try questioning them? He agreed, and with help from the Russells, who never seemed to sleep lately, we dragged the bodies into their basement. It was awkward and disgusting. There was a lot of blood and the hounds stank. It was apparent they hadn't showered in a while. We had to be careful that none of the neighbors saw. We hadn't come up with a good excuse yet for what we were doing. Luckily, my street was usually very quiet at night, and tonight was no exception. No one saw us pulling dead bodies into the Russells' basement. The Russells surprised us by volunteering to take the first watch, so Abel and I could get cleaned up and sleep for a bit. Abel made sure that both Mr. and Mrs. Russell had guns and knew how to use them. Shoot at the first sign of life, he said. They heal incredibly fast. If you wait until they're conscious enough to talk, they'll attack or escape. Mrs. Russell nodded. She and her husband took everything in stride. It didn't surprise me. They weren't your average elderly couple. Abel and I went to my house, and I let him take the first shower, knowing I would need more time to wash my hair. He was out only 5 minutes later and gave me a quick kiss as he passed me in the hallway. My whole body tingled as the hot water cascaded over me. I'd so been needing this. 10 minutes later, I pulled my hair into a high ponytail, braiding it so it wouldn't frizz, then made sure Abel had what he needed before we both turned in for a couple of hours. I groaned when my alarm went off. Instead of rolling over again, I forced myself out of bed and gathered up a bunch of pillows and blankets. Abel met me in the living room. He nodded at me to go first, not saying anything. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair mussed up. The Russells were relieved to see us when we got back. "All of them woke up while you were gone," Mr. Russell said. Abel nodded grimly. I could tell he'd expected that. And really, it made sense. The hounds had nearly the entire trip home to heel, and we'd only had to kill them once in the car. It had been about time for them to wake up again. Abel took the first watch, and I prepared to sleep on the cement floor next to him, cushioned by lots of blankets and pillows. I could have slept in my bed, but I honestly wouldn't have slept at all, worrying I wouldn't hear my phone when Abel called or texted to let me know it was my turn. And there was no way I'd let him stand guard the whole night, which had been my next worry. At least, there in the basement, I'd know as soon as it was my turn. I kissed him, longing to have his arms around me, but he didn't even look. "No distractions," he said. "This is life or death." I sighed, grateful I could count on him in situations like this, but also a little wistful. It had been a long time since I'd had a boyfriend, and I missed being able to kiss whenever I felt like it. Gunshots rang through the air what felt like only moments later, and I lurched to a sitting position, my ears ringing. Too bad we hadn't thought about earplugs. "Sorry about that," Abel said. "I shot all of them. Figured it would be best if we started over every time one of them moved. I suspect none of us will be getting a whole lot of rest tonight." The Russells didn't come downstairs, but I knew the noise must have awakened them. There's no way a gun going off in their house wouldn't. It was my turn to take watch, and Abel curled up next to me, falling asleep faster than I thought possible. He shut his eyes, and I'm not even joking. 10 seconds later, his breathing dropped to a deep pattern, signifying he'd drifted off. I shook my head, envious at how easy it had been for him. I guess it was just another testament to the life he'd been living. I had zero problems staying awake. Maybe it was something about the gunshots that had woken me up, or maybe it was because the people I guarded were dangerous and wouldn't hesitate to kill me, Abel, or the Russells. At almost 8 in the morning, one of the hounds started stirring. 8. I shot him, then like Abel, shot the other 3 for good measure. The magazine was now empty. I refilled it while Abel rolled over and continued sleeping. How on earth had that not ripped him awake? I prodded him, not sure exactly what would wake him fully when a gun going off hadn't. Just my touch was enough to get him out of his slumber, though. Apparently, noises didn't scare him, but being touched did. Weird. While waiting for him to rub the sleep out of his eyes, I checked Home Depot's hours. They were open now. We needed to get those supplies as soon as possible. My time was ticking away. I felt it in the back of my mind, reminding me I didn't have long before the device had to be returned. Instead of having the Russells stand guard over the hounds with the gun, Abel dug a bunch of rope from his trunk. Wish I'd thought of this last night. It's a lot cheaper than shooting them. I shrieked when I saw what he planned to do. After doing a bunch of grotesque and disturbing things, like breaking necks and tying ropes around their heads and feet, he strung the hounds across the room in such a way where their necks wouldn't heal. It was horrendous and awful, and I knew I'd probably get nightmares from it. He gave the Russells guns just in case, but said the hounds most likely wouldn't regenerate while we were gone. And then we left. The Russells had offered us breakfast, which we appreciated, but I couldn't stomach anything after what I'd seen, and Abel wasn't hungry either. Since Abel's car wasn't in good shape, we took mine and headed to the hardware store. Abel did most of the thinking and planning while we were there. I was grateful for that. And he thought of everything. I'd been planning on buying a wheelbarrow and mixing the cement in that, but he arranged for us to rent an actual cement mixer. I shook my head, glad he was there. He also arranged for a ton of stuff to be delivered to the Russells' house, including the cement and all the lumber and nails we'd need. Our shopping spree took 3 hours. The delivery truck showed up at the Russells soon after we got back. Nicole and Austin were already there, chatting with them. I gave Nicole a quick hug, shook Austin's hand, and then we got to work. It was fascinating, watching a construction site that was managed by Arates. I wasn't sure who was doing what, but the nails would lift and slam into the sheetrock with the right amount of force. I couldn't tell if they were doing it using air or earth. Either would work, though I suspected earth was the most practical and would require the least amount of effort. It surprised me that this sort of thing didn't happen more often, but maybe it shouldn't have. Arates who were this powerful were rare, and I was positive the Arates who worked in construction used their powers wherever they could. Who wouldn't? But a full-blown silver was very unlikely to be employed as a construction worker. Austin and Nicole worked together to create walls and doors. Everything was rounded, no corners anywhere. Magical pulses filled the whole basement, and after half an hour, it started giving me a headache. I hadn't been around that much magic in a long time. Austin had to take occasional breaks, but Nicole, not having a threshold, was a complete powerhouse. I could tell it brought her a lot of joy and satisfaction to use her abilities like this. She probably hadn't had a lot of opportunity to do so recently. Soon, the Russells' basement had been renovated completely. In the middle was a small observation area, surrounded by 6 interrogation rooms. A narrow hallway between 2 interrogation rooms led to the stairs. The observation area was full of 2-way mirrors Abel somehow arranged for us to buy, allowing anyone to watch the hounds in the 6 surrounding rooms. Those rooms were tiny, only enough space for the hound and 2 other people to sit. Once everything was finished, and we double-checked again to be sure there were no corners, we separated the hounds, putting them in their own rooms. We were just finishing up when we got a visit from Omar. He stepped around, looking at everything, tapping his chin thoughtfully with a finger. "It's perfect. Absolutely perfect." He glanced at me. "How much torturing are you planning to do?" I blanched. "Hopefully not much." That hadn't even occurred to me. I was more of a shoot first, ask questions later person. Painful interrogations weren't my thing. He smiled. "Leave it to Abel. Something tells me he'll handle it just fine." I tried not to bristle. Abel had been through a lot, and now that I'd gotten to know him much better, I knew he hated having to hurt anyone, even evil people. It seriously upset him. He simply hid it well from the casual observer. "Alexander has a message for you," Omar said, not seeming to notice my irritation. "He is glad things went as well as they did with your run-in with him." I told him not to be surprised by this, but he's stronger than he thought he would be. He won't be coming back for a while, however. Now that his evil side has met you, it'll be harder for him to resist again. "Thank you. Tell Alexander I'm glad things went how they did too." I rubbed my face, trying not to let my exhaustion distract me. "Any updates on Lord Kenan?" "Still regenerating. I didn't realize it would take so long. Perhaps his little prison is slowing things down. In fact, I think I told you it was. I forget what I have and haven't relayed already." I thanked him again, and when he left, I turned to help set things up in our observation area. With the hounds now in place, unceremoniously dumped in their little rooms, we were ready to begin the moment one of them awakened. Mr. and Mrs. Russell's eyes were bloodshot. I knew they weren't technically elderly people, but the bodies they inhabited were, and they had to be bone-tired. Austin and Nicole were still full of energy, despite their red-eye flight from Montana. Abel held his exhaustion at bay admirably. The only way I knew he was tired was because I'd spent so much time with him over the past few weeks and could read his body language. And me? I was ready to take a long soak in a tub and move back to Texas. I obviously wouldn't. This job and the safety of those I loved were way more important, but it was still tempting. I kept promising myself this all would be over soon. We'd get our army together, destroy the hounds, and stop Lord Kenan before he even had a chance to leave his graveyard. That was the plan, anyway. 9. After the excitement wore off, we decided to take turns watching from the observation room. The Russells again volunteered to go first, since they hadn't been as involved during the construction process. Abel and I and the others had skipped right through lunch entirely. I felt bad. Nicole was putting in so much work when she was pregnant, and I couldn't imagine how uncomfortable she had to be. When I voiced my concerns, she waved them away. Being an arete is hardly demanding, physically. Besides, even if I'd hit my threshold, which I don't have anymore, it would have removed any pain I felt from overdoing it. I rolled my eyes. How's that supposed to make me feel better? She shrugged. I guess what I'm saying is to stop worrying about me. Sitting around, telling my magic what to do isn't exactly exhausting. Not even mentally, after everything I've had to do in the past. Fair point. How are things going in Montana? I asked. I knew she and Austin had taken over a bunch of his parents' rental units, and they'd struggled to find good tenants. Better. We got a property manager I actually like. That's good. It makes a difference. Once everyone had finished eating and relaxing, and the hounds started waking up, it was time for the interrogations to begin. Abel and I were heading over when I got a call, though. I glanced at the caller ID. It was the superintendent for the Utah Highway Patrol. Wow. He hadn't called me in a couple of years. Gotta take this one, I said, accepting the call and stepping away. Ashton, he said. Got a situation that could use your assistance. Go ahead. An officer is on his way, pending your approval. Send the car, I'm available. Interrogating the hounds would have to take place without me. I had a full-time job to do. What's going on? Fill me in while I'm waiting for the cop to arrive. High-speed car chase. Started in Vegas after a woman robbed a department store. She thought she got away, but officers caught up to her as she was filling up her tank at a gas station. When they tried to arrest her, she pulled a gun, firing at them before hopping in her car and speeding away on the freeway. They tried to stop her with a barricade in St. George, but it didn't work. She's now almost to Utah County, and we need to stop her before she reaches usual traffic and causes more accidents than she already has. I heard all he was saying. This woman was psycho, robbed a store, had a gun, had caused accidents, and didn't care who got injured in her selfish quest. Back tires are shot out, he continued, but her car is front-wheel drive and it hasn't stopped her yet. He took a breath, releasing it in frustration. That's not all. The car she's driving is a hybrid. How much gas does she still have? I asked. I honestly didn't know a lot about hybrid cars, other than the fact that they sometimes used gas and sometimes used electricity. I assumed the gas took over when the battery died, but I could have been wrong about that. We don't know, but probably enough to go another couple 100 miles, maybe even more. If we don't stop her soon, she might be able to reach Idaho before running out. Wow. Okay, that was insane. I don't know a lot about hybrid cars, but is the car using more electricity than gas while on the highway? I wouldn't be as capable with electricity. One of the downfalls of working with sparks. If the spark plugs weren't active, my magic wouldn't be effective. No, it's on full gas right now. It's how hybrid cars work. The electric side is only used when the car is starting up and driving slowly. Okay, good, I said as an unmarked car pulled up at the curb. I ended the call with the superintendent, said goodbye to Abel, and hopped inside, doing up my seatbelt as the officer sped away from my house. He glanced at me. Miss Ashton, it's a pleasure to work with you. I'm Sergeant Pratt. It's nice to meet you, I said. About where will we be catching up with her? Hopefully Santaquin, if we can get there fast enough. He had his lights flashing already, but turned on his siren when we reached Lehigh, Maine. It was amazing how much faster we reached the freeway when everyone was pulling over to get out of the way. And boy, I hadn't ever driven the highway as quickly as the sergeant was. I resisted the impulse to grip the seat, trying to ignore the pounding of my heart. The high speeds were more exhilarating than they probably should have been. Going well over 100 miles an hour, we reached Santaquin in no time. The sergeant pulled onto the left shoulder of the highway, then, using one of those authorized vehicles-only pass-throughs, drove across the median and turned onto the northbound side of the freeway. He didn't accelerate, though. "She'll be coming along any minute," he said, turning off his sirens and lights. And sure enough, his radio started going wild. I turned in my seat to see what was behind us. A single small blue car with a long line of cop cars with flashing lights was coming at us very quickly. Sergeant Pratt stepped on the gas and we zipped forward. I couldn't believe how fast this car went from 0 to 60. Much faster than my little tin can. In half a minute, we were going over 100 miles per hour again, and still, the woman caught up to us and passed us, making me feel like we were barely going 20. "What do you need?" Sergeant Pratt asked. "Match her speed. Once that happens, get as close to her as possible." I glanced at him. When I stop her engine, I might lose consciousness. And she might lose control of her car. Ignore me, I've got my seatbelt on. Get her taken care of. And don't get in an accident. I knew I didn't need to say that, he was already thinking it. Sergeant Pratt nodded, and we continued accelerating. The woman was going at least 140 miles per hour. I glanced at Sergeant Pratt's speedometer. We were going 150. Slowly, we inched up on her. I wondered why the other cops weren't going as fast anymore. They probably didn't want a direct confrontation with her when a fire impeder was on the way and could fix things in a relatively safer method. I closed my eyes and reached out with my magic, knowing I'd be more effective if I wasn't paying attention to the other cars on the road, including the civilians. I couldn't worry about them. Sergeant Pratt would be doing that enough for both of us. The sparks in our car distracted me for a moment. They were going so fast. So incredibly fast. I'd never sensed that speed before, and it made me lightheaded to think about what I'd need to do. Pushing those thoughts away, I pressed my magic farther, opening my eyes for a brief moment to make sure I wasn't targeting the wrong car. Sergeant Pratt pulled up alongside the woman. Props to him, he didn't look at her, didn't even act like he was a cop. Of course, our ridiculous speed would tell her everything she needed to know. The crazy woman didn't even glance our way. She had a grim expression on her face, determination. Well, she was about to get undetermined. Again closing my eyes, I reached to where I knew the correct spark plugs would be found. "Help me if you can," I said to the amulet. "I'll do my best." I waited several moments, sensing the speed of the sparks and the movement of the pistons. And then I killed her engine. It wasn't as easy as all that. I had to kill the sparks over and over again, faster than my conscious mind could even grasp. Like way faster. As before, the moment I commanded my magic to do it, it did. And I didn't need to even think about stopping each individual spark. The magic sucked out of me faster than it had ever before. So fast that I saw stars. So fast that it felt like the breath and blood were being ripped from my body. And then I blacked out. 10. Something touched my face. I couldn't tell what it was, alive, inanimate. It could have been water, for all I knew. "Miss Ashton," Sergeant Pratt said. "Are you okay?" I tried to open my eyes, but they didn't want to obey. "I think so. Give me a minute." "Will you be fine if I leave for a moment?" I nodded, unable to gather the strength to respond with actual words. The car door opened and closed and a puff of something, probably air, fluffed across my face. And then I was surrounded by silence. I felt like I'd been put in a coffin of gel. Nothing pressed against me, and everything was touching me. I couldn't tell if I was naked or clothed, if I was lying down or standing up. It was the most isolated and freaky feeling I'd ever experienced. I almost began panicking until I remembered all I needed was to open my eyes and I'd be able to get my bearings. But opening them was so hard. All I wanted was to sleep. Rest. Take a break for a very, very long time. Still, my need for knowledge won out over my need for comfort, and I gradually forced my eyes open, letting them slowly adjust to the bright sunlight streaming through the car windows. I was alive. We hadn't gotten in an accident. The car appeared to be whole. From what I could tell, we were somewhere near Payson. The freeway was completely empty. And I mean completely. I'd never seen this freeway so bare. It took a moment, but I lifted my head and turned to look behind me. There, at least a quarter-mile back, was a huge jumble of cars. Oh no, I murmured when I realized I couldn't see the woman's car. Had I gotten the wrong car? Had I stopped more than one? Was that even possible? Dropping my purse to the floor, I opened the door. Yes, it was hard to open. Yes, I had to look even to know I was touching the handle. I tried to get out, but something stopped me. I couldn't move, not even an inch. Panic made me nearly pass out again before I remembered my seatbelt. With a shaky laugh, I unbuckled myself and then exited the car. It took several moments before I felt like I could walk properly. The ground was down. I still had my sense of direction, though I didn't know if that was related to losing the sense of touch or not, but I could have been walking on stilts or with animal legs for all I knew. Every message being delivered to my brain confused the heck out of me. No one even noticed me approaching. I glanced beyond the accident, seeing where they'd closed the freeway just after the first Payson exit. Several cop cars blocked each lane, their lights flashing. I breathed in deeply before looking at the accident again. And finally, I spotted the woman's car. Or what was left of it, anyway. Oh my gosh, I whispered, hand fluttering to my mouth. Bits and pieces of the hybrid were strewn across the road. I didn't even recognize any part of it, not upholstery, not windows, not engine. It was literally in pieces. I turned away when I saw blood. And mess. And gore. My stomach lurched. I almost passed out. But no, this was part of the job. I needed to find out what had happened, how many people had been killed. If I'd done what I was supposed to. Sergeant Pratt turned and saw me. His face was grim, his mouth in a tight line. What happened? I asked. After I passed out. I couldn't finish my question. Had I screwed up royally by stopping more than just her car, or had I been successful? I should have kept my eyes open. I should have verified that my magic was going just to her car, and not to all the spark plugs around me. Logically, though, if my powers had been going to all the spark plugs, that would have included Sergeant Pratt's car. He shook his head. You did fine. She obviously wasn't expecting to lose power. She lost control, and well, you can see what happened. How many? I asked. How many people were involved? Mostly cop cars. 5 civilian cars were also struck. I tried to control the urge to whimper. Needed to be professional. Fatalities? He closed his eyes. 7 so far. 3 more are in critical condition, 2 have already been life-flighted out. 1 is waiting for another helicopter. 5 are in serious condition, but are able to wait for ambulances. How many cars total? 12. We're extremely lucky you were able to stop her when you did. Traffic was building up ahead of us. Even just 2 minutes later, and the woman would have passed several semi-trucks. If they'd been involved, who knows what would have happened? No kidding. I'm sorry so many died. I wish I could control what happens with the cars when their engines die. He put a hand on my shoulder. Don't worry about it. If it weren't for you, we would still be chasing her through Salt Lake City traffic. It would have been much, much worse. I nodded, trying to let his words seep in and soothe my soul. He was right. Things would have been so much worse had I not been around. Or if I'd fallen unconscious before being able to kill her engine. Oh, that hadn't even occurred to me as a possibility. And it really should have, especially with how fast the woman's car had been going. The fastest I'd ever stopped a car before was around 80. 140 was way above that. How long was I out? I asked. About 10 minutes. Maybe 15. I didn't leave until I was sure you were actually going to wake up again. Wow. Good thing I did. He gave me a half smile, noting my slight joke. Yes, good thing. I didn't want to look at the cars anymore, so I excused myself to go sit in Sergeant Pratt's. He was busy filling out reports and helping where he could. I wished I could join in, but knew better than to try. Not in my current condition, when I wouldn't even be able to hold a pen. I could only pray I shook it off soon. Or at all. Thoughts of Eleonora filled my mind. Something told me that even though she loved company, she wouldn't like it so much if I joined her in the magicless department. 11. Sergeant Pratt eventually made his way back to me, and we headed toward my house. My senses still hadn't returned, but I didn't expect them to. Sometimes it took a couple hours for me to go back to normal. He thanked me, accepted my invoice, and dropped me off. I acted like I was heading home, but the moment he pulled from view, I paused, staring at my house. Life was fragile. People were stupid sometimes. And courageous and brave. I would continue helping and serving where I could. I finally decided to go into the Russells' house instead of mine. It was time to interrogate hounds. Mrs. Russell made sure the hounds had food. We didn't actually want to be cruel, and Abel and I decided we would do the interviews together. Especially since my senses hadn't returned yet. We'd start with one hound and move on to the next, doing our best to glean as much information as possible. Without torture. Hopefully. What would we be looking for? Hideouts. For bad and good hounds. Our goal was to ambush them and permanently kill the ones who resisted, bringing back those who didn't. We hoped enough of them would rat each other out until we had a good amount of info to drop their numbers below 50. That way, I would be able to keep track of and find the extras using the device. The hound we most worried about was Connor. He was the worst, but I knew there were others like him. Governor Boggs, for instance. I had no idea how we'd take them down. We'd just have to jump that hurdle when we got to it. When I got inside, Abel took one look at me, then jumped up, putting his hands on my upper arms. Are you okay? I will be, lost all my senses on that one. He placed a kiss on my forehead, then released me, knowing it only disoriented me to be touched when I'd reached my magical threshold. Tell me about it later, he murmured. I nodded. I would. We've already gone through the hounds once. They're starting to wake again. I'm hoping having you here will change things. Abel and I took the only chairs in the first interrogation room, me with a notepad and pen in hand. Even if I couldn't really use them, I wanted to at least look like I would be writing things down. I made myself comfortable, pulling my legs up under me, examining the bedraggled woman in front of us. Her sandy blonde hair was greasy and matted to her skin. She had traces of makeup on her face, smudged and running into the creases of her eyes and cheeks. It made her look like a clown. I suppose being killed multiple times would do that to someone. Her clothes were tattered and worn, and did a poor job of covering her slight and willowy figure. I waited, wondering if Abel would say something, but he didn't. His blue eyes remained locked on the woman, not a muscle in his body twitching or moving. Man, this guy was good. I didn't have that sort of skill. I fidgeted, feeling as the woman's eyes continually were drawn to me and my movements. Regardless of how long it took, I decided to let Abel lead. He had the most experience, and I wanted the hounds to be intimidated by him, even though I was the one who had the power to destroy them permanently. The woman, finally tired of the silence, threw her hands in the air. What do you want? Her accent was slightly Spanish sounding. Abel didn't respond. He merely continued staring at her, and eventually, her eyes drifted over and met mine again. The corner of her lip rose in a snarl, and she glared at me. I know you want me dead. I shrugged, bored of the silence. Pretty much. I'm willing to keep you alive, for a little while though. If you give us the information we need. Abel nodded curtly. Had he been waiting for me then? Sheesh. We should have discussed this beforehand. I want the locations of every hound hideout. And I want them now. The woman laughed. Why would I give them to you? Her entire purpose of existing is to destroy me. She's going to kill me anyway, even if I do give you what you want. So why should I give you anything? I glanced at Abel. The woman had a point. We couldn't exactly hold her death over her head. She would have to be destroyed eventually, regardless of what information she did or didn't give. Abel didn't respond. He simply pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot her. I jumped, trying not to watch as the woman slumped over, blood puddling out of the wound in her chest. I hadn't expected him to do that. Why'd you kill her? Abel reholstered his gun, not looking at me. We do not tolerate attitude or insolence. If we do, they'll push us around. He sent me a grim smile. The great thing about these hounds is they're immortal. I can kill them as many times as I want, without any backlash at all. Let's just see how much they enjoy going through that over and over again. I shook my head. You're really evil sometimes. And scary. Abel bent and kissed me on the cheek. I'm willing to do almost anything to make your life easier. Even repeatedly killing immortal hounds. I was glad he'd added that almost. I didn't ask him what his boundaries were, but I was glad to know he still had them. That thought made me feel shame immediately. When was I going to stop thinking of him as an evil villain? I knew just how much pain his actions had caused him. And I also knew he'd been forced to do things he didn't want to after watching his family get tortured and brutally murdered. He'd lasted longer than I would have. The death of just a single loved one would have sent me running to the first person I needed to assassinate. We left the room, locking it behind us, and sat and compared notes, with me clumsily writing everything down. I insisted on doing it. It made me feel useful. The observation room was mostly empty. Only Austin was still there. She made an excellent point, I said. What are we going to do about that? It's not like we can promise we'll give them their lives if they rat out their friends. Abel rubbed the back of his neck. I know. We've got to find something else we can use as manipulation. You mean motivation? Yeah. Whatever. Done with our notes, we entered the next interrogation room. That hound behaved similarly, as did the next two. Abel shot all of them when they refused to help. At this rate, we would need to make a daily trip to the local gun store for bullets. After the first room, I insisted we use earplugs. Right when Abel realized the hounds needed to die, we'd take a moment to put them in. The hounds didn't seem to appreciate that. We took a break once we got through all of them. The first one hadn't come to yet, and Abel and I decided to go back to my house to relax before starting the interview process over again. If this was how the interrogations were going to go, it would take us forever to learn anything. My deadline loomed ever present at the back of my mind, like a ticking bomb. What were we doing? Were we wasting our time? I knew we weren't, but it was still hard not to feel that way. What if killing those 4 hounds dropped the number to 50? I presented my question to Abel after we'd both showered and were cuddling on the couch. My senses were finally starting to come back. Thank goodness. I hadn't ruined my ability to use magic. You have a good point, he said. We could do another round of interrogations and see if we could whittle the group down to just one. Maybe the threat of being destroyed permanently knowing the others have been already, will be enough. I bit my lower lip. That was what we were already doing, and it hadn't worked so far. They knew I was going to destroy them eventually. It didn't give us enough leverage. A knock came at the door and I got up to answer it, glancing through the drapes first. It was Omar again. 12. I opened the door and invited him in. It was nice to have a hound visit by knocking, rather than traveling through the corners of my house. "You've captured 4 hounds, correct?" he asked. "Yes. We've been interrogating them." Omar leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands. His gaze was intent as he stared at me. "I need you to realize something, Lizzie," he said. "If it weren't for the influence of good hounds, I would have chosen evil a long time ago. The 25% of me that is good would never have existed." "What are you saying?" I asked. "Basically, all of these hounds do have some good in them." I nodded. I knew that. It wasn't exactly a balm for my guilt over killing them. Is there a way to trigger the good or bad sides? He shook his head. No. And it's about as easy to predict as an earthquake. Sometimes there are little signs leading up to it, but more often than not, it's a complete surprise, catching everyone off guard. "Do you know where their hangouts are?" Abel asked. "For the evil hounds?" Omar shook his head. "My bad side hides that from me. He accidentally let slip about the trailers, but we can't expect him to leak anything else. It's been years since I learned of those. I can only tell you where the others are when I'm evil." His eyes widened. "Please don't torture me, though." I smiled, trying not to chuckle. "We won't. You've been very helpful. I know your good side always comes around, and you'll return with excellent information." Omar nodded. "Thank you. I appreciate that." He fell silent for a moment, obviously thinking. "I can tell you where the good hound hideouts are, though. There aren't many, only 1 or 2. We tend to mingle with people and keep an eye on you when we're not evil." I hated hearing things like that. It was bad enough that everyone knew where I lived and who I was. Having any hounds, good or bad, watch me definitely didn't make me feel safe. Omar then relayed that Alexander was still struggling, that he was experiencing a lot of guilt over his interaction with me while he'd been evil. I told Omar I didn't care, that Alexander hadn't caused permanent damage and hadn't harmed me in any way. He shrugged. "I've told him all this before. He's a stubborn man. When he's ready, he'll come back again. He's embarrassed now, though." I could understand that, but I had my own things to worry about. How was I going to resolve this issue with hounds sometimes being good? It wasn't like I wanted to kill them. No, I'd already had quite a bit of an internal struggle over destroying people at all, good or evil. Would more of them have helped me the way Omar had, if they'd known it was an option? Okay, this line of thinking wasn't helpful. My position as hound destroyer was precarious, yes, but I knew that even the good hounds would have to be killed eventually. I really hated that. Omar left, but I couldn't stop thinking about his visit, even while we held the next round of interrogations. Which of course resulted in all 4 hounds being killed. We decided to give them one last chance, before I began destroying them permanently. My thoughts returned to my question. What could I do about the good hounds? I really didn't want to have to destroy them permanently, and something in the back of my mind nagged at me, telling me there was another option. But how could that be possible? After interrogating the prisoners again and realizing that killing them off really wouldn't do anything, they'd probably died hundreds of times during the many thousands of years they'd been alive, I decided to head home to give the situation some extra thought. I knew I had the key to our problems somewhere in my brain. I just didn't know exactly what it was. I do my best thinking in the shower, so even though I'd already taken 2 in the last 12 hours, I hopped in again. And I wasn't in there long. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it earlier. Abel and I had taken a plane ride a few weeks earlier. We'd sat next to a friendly old woman who'd turned very cryptic at the end of our conversation. She'd mentioned having a lot of knowledge, access to all of it, and giving it up for a better life. Her expressions and familiarity of me had told me she'd known more than she let on. Had she been a hound? I was nearly positive she had been. If so, how could I find that information? Something told me it wouldn't be readily available in Mount Koven. The good hounds had access to the Akashic record, and it had never come up in conversation before. Barely remembering to rinse the soap from my body, I jumped out of the shower, dried off as quickly as I could, and dressed, pulling my hair up again. Nicole had teased me about my recent hairdo. It was the way she'd done her hair almost all through high school and college. I'd usually let my hair do its own thing, curly and down. It wasn't until I got this job as Hound Destroyer that I'd realized how inconvenient my usual hairdo was. A ponytail was just so much easier. I rushed into the living room where Abel was snoozing on the couch, his mouth slightly open, and I bounced onto the couch next to him, startling him awake. "What's going on?" he asked. "Are you okay?" "I think I've got the answer. I need to go the Akashic record to see if my idea is right. I'm sure they won't have the knowledge I need, but they should be able to point me in the right direction." I quickly explained my theory about the lady on the plane. "What do you need from me?" Abel asked when I'd finished. "Nothing for now. It doesn't take long to get my questions answered. I'll be back soon as I can." "No, you are absolutely not going alone. That wasn't what I was asking. I'll stand outside the door as usual. Do you need anything else from me?" "We'll find out after I leave Koven." It didn't take long to find a ghost. Lehi isn't very old, only around 175 years, but Indians had lived in the valley for eons before the area had been settled by Mormon pioneers. All I had to do was roam the streets. An elderly ghost found me and insisted on escorting me directly to the door of Mount Koven, his hand on mine where he'd placed it at the crook of his elbow. I tried not to cringe when I looked at him. I didn't know how he died, but it must have been painful, if the bumps and holes on his face had anything to do with it. Once inside, I wandered the Akashic record, brushing shoulders with ghosts from hundreds of different eras and countries, searching for the answer to my question. But no one approached me. I even stopped a couple to ask if they knew what I needed. "A way for hounds to give up their knowledge and become mortal?" the first lady I stopped asked. "It's not possible. And if it is, that knowledge doesn't exist here." I frowned. I thought all knowledge was here. The woman gave me a smile. "Yes, it is. Except for that piece of knowledge. If it exists." She turned away, obviously wanting to get back to her boring existence that mainly consisted of roaming the huge room. I continued searching, finally realizing the woman was correct. No one there had the knowledge I sought. Several people again told me that if it existed, they didn't have it, and no one in the room would. So I changed my question. Instead of seeking the knowledge the woman had, I sought information on the woman herself. It didn't take long for a ghost to approach me, a smile on his face. He was attractive, about my age, with dimples. Dang, I'm such a sucker for dimples. "The woman you seek resides in Idaho Falls. Her name is Betsy Strange. You'll find her on Hit Road in a white shuttered house not far from Highway 26. 13. I thanked the man and hurried from the room. Abel was waiting for me outside the door, unscathed. He leaned up against the tunnel wall, staring out at the beautiful little ghost town of Petersville that the entrance to Mount Koven was near. I took his hand, smiling up at him before leading him out of the tunnel. The moment we stepped through, we were back on the streets of Lehi again. It baffled me how sometimes the door was the only thing I saw when I found a link, and other times the tunnel itself was there as well. I didn't know which was better, and decided it didn't really matter. Either way, I was able to gain the information I sought. Even if only in a roundabout way, like today. What did you learn? Only where the woman lives. What we need wasn't available there. Abel stared at me. Are you serious? He knew how big a deal it was that no one in Koven held that knowledge. It meant that either the information truly didn't exist, or that it was being kept from the guardians. I really hoped it was the latter. There had to be an alternative to killing good people. Yes, I'm serious. And I need to get to Idaho Falls. As fast as possible. Abel nodded. We walked back to my house, and I looked for airline tickets on my phone along the way. The next flight to Idaho Falls didn't leave until 4 p.m., and Abel and I decided it would be faster to drive. I pulled up in front of the house the ghost had told me about, resting my hands on the wheel and staring at the quaint country cottage. It was beautiful. Trees surrounded it, and vines grew up a trellis on the front porch. Ready? Abel asked. I nodded, and we hopped out and approached the house, linking hands. The woman from the plane answered the door almost immediately after we knocked. She didn't seem surprised to see us on her porch. I wondered how she even remembered. She stepped back, inviting us into a cozy living room. She motioned for us to have a seat on a new couch. Once she made sure we didn't need drinks or snacks, I asked, "You're not shocked we're here?" Betsy Strange shrugged. I knew who you were when I saw you on the plane. I frowned. How? If you are what I think you are, you gave up all knowledge, including anything about me. I did that quite a long time ago, sweetheart. Betsy raised her hand as if to stop me from asking more questions. All information was lost, yes, but some of the bigger points have slowly returned. I think that knowledge about you would never have come back if I had chosen to become a human at a later age than 15. I've had many years to reflect and to try to piece together everything I lost. You were 15? Why would a hound choose to become human at the age of 15? I'd hated being that old. Yes. I always hoped I'd find a way to become mortal, and if I did, I wanted as much time on Earth afterward as possible. So you knew it was possible. Giving up your knowledge, that is. She nodded. It's likely why I'm the only one who learned it. What happened after you gave it up? I was put into foster care. The family who adopted me has several children. She glanced at me, seeming to want to explain that random tidbit. I knew, after our plane ride together, that you'd eventually ask how I had an Arate sister. I'd actually forgotten about that, but I didn't tell her. She continued, not needing any prompting from me. When I made the switch, I had no idea who or where I was. It was total and complete amnesia. I wandered the streets of Idaho Falls, the town I was in when everything happened, until someone found me and took me to child services. I was placed that day. Luckily for me, the first family who took me in ended up adopting me, and I slowly regained my ability to talk, read, and write. I blinked. You mean you actually lost all knowledge? Betsy nodded. I spoke many languages before. The spell doesn't pick and choose, it erases everything. So it was a spell. I leaned forward, eager to know more about this woman and what she'd gone through. But how did you learn so well again? I've read stories of people who didn't learn how to speak until they were teenagers. It makes a huge difference in their ability to communicate as adults. She held up a finger. But that's the key. I'd already learned everything. It was printed on my brain somewhere. I just had to bring it back. I suppose if I'd known I had the ability, I could have learned pretty much all of the languages I spoke previously. But it took me almost 20 years even to remember that I'd been immortal before I'd had amnesia. This woman was completely fascinating. I wanted to ask more about her and how she'd grown up and figured everything out, but I didn't. Mainly because there was so much else to learn and do, and I had a deadline for when I could get it done. Betsy, if you're okay with it, once all of this is over, I would love to return and get to know you better. You've given me something to hold on to, something I didn't even know existed. I'll be forever grateful for that. She nodded. I would love to have you back. I get lonely, even with my adopted siblings living nearby. You probably know why we're here, I said, trying not to fidget with excitement. I want to know how you did it. And if it's possible for it to be done for other hounds too. A sad expression crossed her face. I knew what you sought when you came. Unfortunately, I don't have the knowledge you need. Disappointment hit me deep in the chest, making me lean back against the couch and blink rapidly. Holy cow, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. Abel gave my hand a squeeze. She rushed to continue, obviously sensing my discouragement. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Remember, I lost all knowledge. Even the information on how I gave up being an immortal being. There is no way I would have retained it. But, she continued, one thing I do know is who you can get it from. 14. I straightened. Please tell me. She nodded. There is a shaman you need to visit. She lives in the town nearest Machu Picchu in Peru. She's the one who has the knowledge you seek. Do you mind writing down her name or anything else you remember about her? I already knew that asking at Koven would be fruitless. That disappointed me, but also intrigued me. What other bits of knowledge were hidden from the world's most accurate information base? Of course. Betsy got to her feet, grabbed a notepad, and quickly scribbled information on it before ripping out the paper and handing it to me. I glanced at the note. It said exactly what she'd just voiced. I wished there was more, but tucked away any trace of disappointment. I'd learned something very important. I didn't have to kill everyone. Just to be safe, Abel and I both took pictures of her note in case anything happened to the paper, which I tucked into my back pocket. Betsy remained on her feet, not sitting down, and Abel and I both stood. I know you're working under a very tight deadline, she said. I feel like it's rude of me not to invite you to stay for dinner, but my biggest desire is that you'll help other hounds. It will totally and completely bless and change their lives. Thank you again, I said before reiterating my promise to return again and get to know her as best I could. Betsy gave us quick hugs and walked us to the door, shutting it softly behind us. As Abel drove back toward Utah, I researched the name of the village closest to Machu Picchu. It was called Aguas Calientes. I arranged for travel there, including plane tickets, noting it would take 2 days out of my desperately small deadline. 2 precious days. How was I supposed to get everything done? As if sensing my discouragement, Abel reached over and took my hand, threading his fingers through mine. He sent me a smile. It's going to be fine. I don't see how. I'm supposed to be gathering an army to attack Lord Kenan, on top of all this. How am I supposed to do that, and get this information on the hounds, and get the hounds taken care of and train my new assistant, all before my deadline? I pulled my hand away from his and leaned forward, rubbing my face. It's just too much. I couldn't handle it. If something didn't give soon, I would break. Abel didn't respond immediately, but I knew he was considering my concerns. Finally, he said, "We need help. More manpower. We're so close to our goal, but Lord Kenan is close to his too. We need to stop hesitating and get as many helpers as we can, and as soon as we can." I agreed. But where? And who? You already have me. And the Ifrits and fire vampires. I'm positive Omar and Alexander will help. Not to mention Nicole, Austin, and Eleonora. We both shook our heads at the same time. Nicole's pregnant, I said. And Eleonora doesn't have powers anymore, Abel responded. He paused for a moment, then said, but she still has connections. I'm positive she's using those now, sending out word, looking for magical creatures and people to help us. I knew he was right. I just allowed a moment of discouragement to flood over me. I hadn't been doing a great job of communicating with anyone on my team lately, and that needed to change. But it wasn't like I could actually send a text to any of the Ifrits, or the fire vampires. The vampires randomly showed up whenever they wanted to give me a message, but the Ifrits? I had to seek them out and arrange future meetings and connections on the spot. I wished we'd had a chance to figure out how to get in touch with each other last time I'd seen them. Though the attack on Crimson Hollow had been far too chaotic for any sort of information exchange to happen. Speaking of Crimson Hollow, the vampires had been forced to move. They didn't tell me where they'd gone, and I was fine with that. I tried to sleep on the drive from Idaho Falls. I hadn't been getting a whole lot of rest recently, and I knew it was affecting my stress levels. Abel hummed along with the radio, periodically brushing my arm with his fingers or playing with my hair. I didn't ask if he needed a break. I was too discouraged to take over driving. Besides, he was like a locomotive engine, almost never needing to rest for anything when he was on a job. The guy probably slept 14 hours straight every night when he wasn't working. Rather than going home, Abel and I stopped by Walmart, where I grabbed an overnight bag and filled it with essentials. Food, cosmetics, hygiene items, and a couple changes of clothes. I had no idea what I'd be running into while in Peru, and I didn't want my more familiar clothes to get ruined. Then Abel took me to the airport to await my flight to Peru. I'd long since fallen into the habit of carrying my passport with me everywhere I went. Leaving the country quickly had been happening too frequently lately. I smiled to myself, leaning back against the chair in the terminal, realizing that if anyone was paying attention, they'd think I was constantly in trouble with the law. The plane and cab rides to get me to Aguas Calientes were long and boring. I spent the time reading, dozing, eating, and messing around with the device, which still wasn't telling me anything. Stupid, worthless thing. If I'd known it would take this long to get down to 50 hounds, I wouldn't have agreed to accept the device when I had. It might have been my only chance, though. Once I got to the little village, it was hard not to despair. I had no idea how to find the shaman. At least, not until I remembered I had the shade amulet. I'd just find a ghost to help me. If one existed, who knew of the woman? Just in case, I found a little bed and breakfast that had a vacancy. I tried not to react when I saw how much it would cost to stay the night there. Once I deposited my things in the room, I made sure I had my phone and passport with me, then headed out to find a ghost. Aguas Calientes couldn't be a young town, especially not with Machu Picchu so close by. I looked up longingly toward where I knew the ruins were, desperately wishing I had the luxury of time on my side to visit. That would have to wait, though. Until this whole mess with Lord Kenan and the hounds was done, I couldn't afford to go sightseeing. It took 10 minutes of wandering the streets to find help. When I saw ghosts, they'd disappear as soon as we made eye contact. Why? I didn't want to have to force anyone to help, but if it came down to it, I would. Finally, a little old man approached. He was stooped over and wore an old straw hat. His beautiful, weathered face reminded me of a picture from a National Geographic magazine I'd seen years earlier. "I know who you seek," he said. "I will lead you to her." I followed the man down the hill, away from the ruins. The village wasn't very big, and it didn't take long for us to reach the end of it. Still, the man didn't stop. After a couple of moments, my guide led me into the vegetation to the left of the road. We hiked through ferns and bushes and over fallen logs for a while until we reached a small clearing with a little hut in the middle of it. My guide motioned to it with a slight smile on his face. "Here you are. Take care." "Is she dangerous?" He tilted his head, considering my question. "Probably not to you. But she has dangerous knowledge. Forbidden knowledge." The man disappeared, I was left alone, and the little hairs on the back of my neck rose as I stared at the hut. 15. I hadn't felt something like this in a very long time, not since I'd been near Lake Crescent in Washington during college, and found an old whistle. I continued forward, stepping across the matted grass and dodging a few small bushes. The door opened, as if the woman expected me, and she stepped out onto the porch. Her face was as lined and weathered as the old man's had been, but she held herself straight and her gaze was direct and commanding. "Elizabeth Ashton," she said. I raised my eyebrows. That was the first time someone official had ever dropped off the Dorothy. This woman already seemed to be pretty awesome. Yes? I don't know why I formed it as a question. The woman wasn't asking, she was merely stating. She stepped to the side, motioning into her hut, inviting me to enter. I did so, ignoring the prickles that went up my spine when she was behind me. She wasn't an enemy. She wasn't. At least, I didn't think so. But still, something about this location gave me the heebie-jeebies. Maybe it was the fact that the ghost had warned me about the forbidden knowledge. I hoped that was all there was to it. "Please have a seat." I did as she instructed, sitting on an old 1970s couch made of green and burnt orange plaid. A cloud of dust wafted up, assailing my nose with the smell of old furniture and elderly people. It wasn't all bad. While waiting for her to say something, I looked around and admired the simplicity of her home. It was clean and the furniture wasn't exotic, though most of it was regular stuff you'd find back home. A couple of bookshelves, an old rocking chair, and a small table with 2 chairs. A bed was tucked in the corner. The woman sat in the rocking chair and watched me for several moments before breaking the silence. "The knowledge you seek comes with a curse." I opened my mouth, then shut it before opening again to ask, "What sort of curse?" "The person who gains it must lose everything. This is the only way they may become mortal and forget their past." "But I'm not immortal. I won't be doing the spell on myself, I'll be helping others do it to themselves." The old woman nodded once. Her expression was grave. "I'm aware of this. I do not know what will happen if I share my knowledge with you. I hope it will be similar to what happened to me." "What was that?" "I died. For an hour." I blanched. Why did she hope that happened to me? I hesitated for a moment, then decided to voice my question. Because permanent death would be much worse. Okay, I could give her that. I couldn't help it. I had to ask the first question that popped into my mind. "I already mentioned I don't really have a filter, yes? Did you see anything cool while you were dead?" The woman tilted her head. "Temperature doesn't have a lot to do with this topic, I'm afraid." I blinked. Oh. She'd taken me literally. Of course she would. I mean, I swallowed, not caring if she answered my question anymore. "Never mind. Are you willing to accept the risk of death in exchange for my knowledge?" I nodded. I had to be. The risk if I didn't accept her knowledge was just as real. My time with the device was almost half over, and I couldn't forget the upcoming battle with Lord Kenan. I needed to get this situation with the hounds figured out now. Very well. The old woman got up and grabbed an old recipe book from the shelf behind me. Like the couch, it was from the 70s. She opened it and started slowly turning pages. On the pages of the book that faced me, I saw recipes that would have come from a small-town neighborhood: Ma's chicken and dumplings, corn and butter spread, homemade white gravy. That last one made my mouth water, and I realized I hadn't eaten a real meal since, well, I wasn't sure when I'd had my last real meal. Maybe after I got back from Fort Irwin? It wasn't just sleep I was lacking. The woman stopped, and her finger rested on one side of the page. She glanced at me, her expression still serious. I wondered if she remembered how to smile. "You may write this down. Record it with your phone if you wish. But you must not allow anyone but yourself to see the entire recipe. And once you are finished, you must destroy all evidence that it ever existed." She knew what a phone was but didn't know the meaning of the word, cool? Okay. I agreed to her terms immediately and pulled out my phone, stepping to her side. The moment I glanced at the recipe, I felt the pupils in my eyes dilate. Dust from the page swirled upward at me, flowing directly into my eyes and brain, clouding my thoughts and making me cough. Regardless of what I did, I couldn't shut my eyes or look away. I doubted I'd be able to forget this recipe, even if I wanted to. The dust flowed from my brain down my spine, then into every limb, joint, finger, and toe. I felt grit all over inside me, but I was helpless to do anything about it. Moments later, the dusty sensation stopped, and I was finally able to study the recipe. It required heavy walls made of stone, straw, and a poultice of herbs. The herbs included basil and other common ingredients. I frowned, glancing at the woman. Basil? These herbs grant protection. They prohibit any information from leaking through the walls. They are a necessary part of the spell. Otherwise, it won't function properly. I glanced at the book again, seeing that a room needed to be built of these ingredients. Once the walls had dried, I'd need to put the hounds in that room one at a time. I'd then ask them to repeat the words of the spell. It was simple. My rights, my status, I give in exchange for mortality. This I do willingly. I opened the camera application on my phone and snapped a couple of pictures, verifying that at least one of them hadn't been blurry. The woman's hand snaked out and grabbed my wrist, surprising me. I repeat, I do not know what the knowledge of this spell will do to you. I am not an arete. I was not called to perform a special feat, as you have been. My only experience with magical people was with the man who passed this knowledge to me several hundred years ago. I understand. I hesitated before asking, why did he pass it to you if you had never interacted with magical people before? While the hounds exist, there must always be one person on earth who knows this spell. The moment the knowledge passed from him to me, he was free and able to die. He told me it took him 100 years to find someone to take over for him. The woman slumped in her rocking chair, looking up at the ceiling, tears trickling from the corners of her eyes. It has been so much longer than that for me, she whispered. Once you leave my hut, I will no longer be guardian. I will be free to leave this mortal plane and join my family. Her voice cracked. I haven't seen them for hundreds of years. My children have all passed on. And their children's children. And so on. The joy and happiness on her face brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't imagine how lonely she'd been. I didn't know how many hounds had sought her out over the years, wanting the knowledge she held, but I expected not many had. Loneliness had been almost a constant companion for me since moving to Lehigh, but my sadness didn't touch on what this woman had experienced on a day-to-day basis for hundreds of years. A sudden urge to hug her overwhelmed me, and I bent, wrapping my arms around her frail shoulders. To my surprise, she returned the hug. I felt her shake as she sobbed. I wish I'd known about this earlier, I said, sniffing. I would have come sooner. The woman cleared her throat. I know. I'm grateful you've come at all. I was a little surprised by her change in demeanor. She'd been forthright and standoffish when I first got there, but I understood now that it was her mantle as bearer of the forbidden knowledge. Something told me that underneath all of that, she craved human connection more than anything, especially now that the mantle had passed on. The woman got to her feet, closed the book, and put it on the shelf. Will you need to destroy that after I'm gone? She nodded. Though, without knowledge of what the recipe does and what it is for, it won't do any good. They'll think it's a bad recipe for bread. I wondered at that. It had called for cement and straw. I smiled, knowing that nowhere on earth did bread contain cement unless it was an accidental byproduct of the harvesting process of wheat. The woman walked me to the door and opened it, motioning for me to step through. She rested her cheek against the jamb as she watched me walk away. I gave a final wave, and she shut the door softly. I breathed in deeply before turning around to head back to the village. And then I screamed. The woman stood in front of me. It took me several heartbeats to realize it was her ghost. She stared up at me with a confused expression. Why are you screaming? Does it surprise you to see me? I just said goodbye to you in your house. The ghost's gaze traveled beyond me to the hut, and a look of recognition crossed her face. My home. Her voice was soft, full of longing. She shook herself, then looked at me. "Whatever it was you did for me, I thank you." She disappeared, and a melancholy yet happy feeling flowed over me as I felt her gratitude go with her. "Rest in peace," I whispered. 16. Having what I needed, I returned to my little bed and breakfast and checked out. They gave me a partial refund. That was fair, since my things had sat in the room for at least an hour and a half. Not wanting to waste any time, I arranged for a cab and headed back to the airport. When I got home multiple hours later, I explained to Nicole, Austin, and Abel what we needed to do. I didn't tell them every bit of the spell, just in case that made the knowledge of it leave me. Nicole and Austin figured out how to make the existing walls of the interrogation rooms work. They would deconstruct them, removing anything that shouldn't be part of the special walls, mixing in the straw and proper herbs. They got to work immediately, while Abel and I started interrogating the prisoners. Once we'd killed all 4 again, we piled them in the same room, moving them around so Nicole and Austin could work on each room one at a time. It felt weird, treating death so casually. I'd come to accept that hounds died regularly though, especially when Abel was around. Well, me too, I just permanently killed them. As it turned out, Nicole and Austin weren't able to find enough herbs to do more than 1 room. That was fine, since I would be the only one who could perform the spell. I couldn't pass off the knowledge to anyone else without losing it myself. The moment the room was done, we debated on who to interrogate first. We chose the woman because she'd talked the most so far and seemed to know more than the others. "Are you guys finished killing me yet?" she asked once we got her in the room. "Are you done dying?" I shot back. The woman folded her arms and glared at the wall. I knew each death hurt her just as much as it would a regular person. She had to be getting tired of it. "Either way, we've got another option, if you're interested." I got to my feet and put my hands in my pocket, my gaze not leaving her. "You know who I am. My job is to destroy all hounds. Not just evil ones." The woman rolled her eyes. "You've made that abundantly clear." I nodded. "I have an alternative. If you give me information, none of the other hounds will ever know. And I won't have to kill you. You'll still be alive, though different from how you are now." The woman turned to stare at me, her body language reflecting confusion, suspicion, and curiosity. "What are you talking about?" "Tell me everything you know, and I'll perform a spell on you that will remove your guardianship status, all of your knowledge, your immortality, and the ability of other hounds to find you." The woman scowled. "It's not possible. And if it were, why haven't I heard of it before?" I quickly told her about my experience on the plane several weeks earlier, how I'd tracked the elderly woman down in Idaho, and how she'd led me to Peru. The woman listened intently, not interrupting, and not asking questions until I was finished, her eyes wide. "Did she tell you what her name was?" "Who? The hound or the old woman in Peru?" "The hound." "And what did she look like?" "She was an old lady. I don't think you'd have recognized her, she's had years and years to grow. She changed when she was 15. The woman's eyes grew large. "I know who you're talking about. I thought she'd been murdered by another hound." She leaned forward, her eyes intent and her gaze steady on me. "What was her name?" "Betsy. Betsy Strange." The woman gasped. It was her. Different last name, but her first name was Betsy. Her eyes narrowed. "How do you know she wasn't lying to you?" "I didn't at first. But I have the spell now. I met with and talked to the previous guardian." "How can I trust you? How do I know for sure it'll keep me hidden from other hounds?" "You thought Betsy had died, didn't you?" But she hadn't. She lived a regular life. She went into the foster care system when she was 15 and was raised and adopted by a family. One of her sisters was an Arate. She grew up in Idaho. The woman's eyes closed. Betsy always loved Idaho. She leaned forward, pushing her hands against her knees. All of us felt strongly about her. She was the youngest hound, the only one who chose to come back under the age of 16. I wish I could introduce her to you, I said. But I know that would be against her wishes. She wants to remain hidden from hounds, for obvious reasons. The woman nodded. All right, I'll tell you the location of one of the hideouts. And then I'll do the spell. If it works on me, you'll know to talk to the other hounds and get more from them. If it doesn't work on me, then I won't have revealed more than I'm comfortable revealing. Oh, and also, I'll hunt you down and devour you. Abel stiffened in his chair. I'd almost forgotten he was there, but I put my hand on his shoulder. Fair enough. It wasn't like she could do a whole lot of damage against me when I had the shade amulet. Besides, I was hunting her and would probably have the opportunity to kill her first. Okay, let's discuss the safe house you're willing to give me information about. The only one I feel okay telling you about is located in Washington, D.C. It's heavily guarded, but a lot of the hounds who want to go into politics start there. In fact, it's where the governor of Utah got his training. I nodded. It made sense. Can you give me the address? The woman proceeded to do so, and I quickly took note of it on my phone, noticing that Abel also made a note. I met the woman's gaze without blinking. You promise, you guarantee that this is where the hounds hide out? The woman didn't look away. I do. Because if it's not, I said, I will kill you. I don't care if you have no idea why I'm doing it. The woman gave a brief nod. It is exactly as I say. I leaned back in my chair. I supposed I could probably just go and ask the other hounds, but I wanted to show the woman I trusted her. I didn't know why, but I desperately wanted the spell to work, and I wanted her to have a good start as a mortal. I glanced at Abel. I'll take it from here. Don't forget to turn off the microphones. Even though I could tell it made him uncomfortable, he left, shutting and locking the door behind him. I kept my 9mm CZ in my lap, just in case, and I knew that would make him feel better. He'd be watching from the observation room. I turned back to the woman. If this does work, what would you like us to do with you? You won't remember anything. Not even how to speak. You'll learn those things quickly, but you'll be pretty helpless for the next few days. The woman sat back, folding her arms and thinking. I wish we'd thought of this aspect of the spell before. I couldn't very well turn helpless people out onto the streets of Lehigh, regardless of how calm the city was compared to bigger places. Most of them would end up homeless or dead, and that wouldn't help me feel I'd done my best not to get them killed. The woman glared at me. You had better come up with options before approaching the other hounds. Her expression softened. Though, an idea. Use it as part of your argument to convince them. Find a way to put them up and take care of them until they're ready to be on their feet again. Good idea. I have a friend who might be able to house a lot of people. She and her in-laws and husband own several rental properties. I'm positive they'd be okay with helping out. Where are they located? The woman held up her hand before I could answer. Never mind. I don't want to know. Just make sure it happens. She met my gaze steadily. If the spell works. I ignored her skepticism. Ready? As ever as I will be. I leaned forward, clasping my hands, making eye contact with her. Repeat after me. And then I said the words of the spell I'd memorized earlier, making sure she repeated them after me correctly. I was amazed to see when the knowledge and recognition left her eyes. She was staring at me intently one moment, and the next, her pupils dilated and dust flowed out of her eyes. She slumped in her chair, her jaw slack, her eyes watery and unfocused. The moment that happened, I passed out. 17. I awakened to Abel holding me in his arms. He was sobbing quietly, cradling me against his chest. The woman still sat in her chair, watching me with a blank expression. Abel? I asked tentatively. He startled. Lizzie. Holy crap. Oh man. You're alive? Of course I am. What happened? He swallowed repeatedly, brushing tears from his cheeks with the hand not holding me. You were dead. I'm not joking, for 10 minutes you had no pulse. You were pale and your lips turned blue. I inhaled sharply. I should have warned him that might happen, that something might happen. The woman I got the spell from. She died for an hour. I wasn't certain it, or anything, would happen to me since nothing big happened when I gained the knowledge. He pulled me against him in a crushing hug. I can't ever go through that again. Lizzie, I've lost too many I love. It killed me, thinking you were dead. My eyes filled with tears as I thought of that. I'm so sorry I've caused you more pain, Abel, I whispered. He shook his head against my neck, his voice muffled. Don't be. Oh, Lizzie. Don't be sorry. I hugged him, ignoring the woman who still watched with a blank expression on her face. I love you. I love you too. His voice cracked, and he fell silent for a moment. I didn't push him to get up or release me. I closed my eyes, trying not to think too hard about ever losing him and what I'd do if that happened. After a minute or so, Abel cleared his throat and relaxed his hold on me. Shall we take care of her? He asked, motioning to the woman. Yes. I got to my feet before sitting in my chair in front of her. I know this isn't going to make any sense for a while, I said to her. Your name is Samantha Wilson. You're from Nebraska, I guess. I should have asked her where she wanted to be from. You're staying in Montana for now. I had no idea if this spell worked the way the one in Men in Black did. The light-flashing stick spell. For all I knew, she wouldn't remember anything I was saying. Once I felt I'd done the best I could, Abel and I led her into the observation area where Austin and Nicole waited. Nicole had streaks of mascara on her face, and I realized she'd also believed me to be dead. She jumped to her feet and threw her arms around me. I've never been so afraid or upset in my life, she said. You and Austin are the only family I have. I held her tight in return, never more grateful than now for such loyal and amazing friends. Once we pulled back, I searched her eyes, trying to figure out how to ask my question. I really should have thought of all this before. I'm wondering, I started, if it would be possible for you and Austin to help out with the people whose memories have been wiped. We can't turn them onto the streets like this. I motioned to the woman who was still watching me blankly. Maybe we could take her to the hospital, but I think it would probably be best to hire a tutor and, if you and your in-laws are okay with it, have them stay in one of your apartments until they're ready to be on their feet again? Yes, of course, Nicole said. Austin nodded. I figured we'd do something along those lines. Nicole glanced at him before looking at me again. Neither of us feel like we've given enough help with everything you're going through. I shook my head. No way, you've helped so much. I feel guilty asking more. Nicole leaned over and kissed my cheek. Well, don't. We're happy to do as much as we can. She took the lady by the hand and pulled her upstairs. We'll take care of you, she told her on the way, with Austin trailing. I slumped in my seat, so grateful I could rely on my best friend and her husband for this sort of thing, and on such short notice. Their part in all of this would end up being a huge undertaking. I was positive of that. I hoped they would be up for it. I had a feeling they would be. 18. Austin and Nicole decided to get his parents involved, as I'd suspected they would. I hadn't seen them for quite a long time, but we had a short conference call, and they agreed to send their personal jet down to the Provo airport to pick up the hounds we had performed the spell on. The hounds would be flown up to the Williamses' property in Montana, where they had thousands of acres of ranch country. Always excellent for rehabilitation. I found myself jealous of the ex-hounds. Austin and Nicole would work on rehabilitating the people into society, and hiring employees and tutors as needed. With that taken care of, I was able to focus better on my task of interrogating and finding hounds. Well, I would have, had I not gotten called out on a job. Oh, how I couldn't wait until Mindy arrived. The situation wasn't very unique, but it was tricky since kids were involved. A woman had gone ballistic on her ex-husband, shooting him and his nanny when she went to rescue her children from the evil man. Apparently, as Chief O'Hare informed me on the way to the house, the woman had been convicted of drug and child abuse. She'd resisted arrest and had somehow gotten her hands on a gun and made her way to the man's house. And yes, Chief was actually taking me. Since the standoff took place during regular hours and within the borders of Lehigh, this was his jurisdiction, and he wanted to be involved. We pulled into a quiet subdivision on the hills north of Cabela's. Chief parked behind another unmarked car. I long had learned what to look for and could easily spot them, and we got out. Detective Evans, the guy the first usually worked with when these sorts of things happened, approached us. "Chief, Miss Ashton," he said, nodding to both of us. "Any changes in the situation?" Chief asked. Evans shook his head. "No. She's still demanding an attorney and money from her husband. Not sure how she's going to get the latter." "Current husband or ex?" I asked. Not that I needed the nitty-gritty details, but still. Sometimes curiosity isn't a bad thing. "Sorry. Ex. Do we have blueprints of the house?" I asked. Evans nodded. The city provided them, as usual. He motioned for us to follow him. We headed to a little gondola, where 2 other officers were hanging out. The gondola was in the neighbor's yard, as I learned, and we were using it with permission. "She's right here with the kids," one of the officers said, pointing to a bathroom on the 2nd floor. I checked over the plans, noticing there weren't any windows in the bathroom, even with it sharing an exterior wall. It was off a hallway near a staircase that led up from the front entry. "Any cops inside the house?" "No. She threatened to kill the kids, so we pulled back." I shook my head. "How horrible." "Okay, I'll head in and defuse the situation. Chief, keep your phone on hand. I'll text as soon as the way is clear." Evans shook his head. "No, you go in and defuse her guns. We'll take care of her." I frowned. More cops won't make things any easier. "You're not trained in this area." I scowled. He was right. But man, those kids. I didn't want to risk anything happening to them. Okay, but if she hears anyone entering or even feels like someone is, the moment she realizes her guns aren't working, she'll turn on the kids. "And you're sure you can get in without her knowing?" The expression on his face was incredulous. "Yes, I can. I'm not just a fire impeder, you know. I have other abilities that come in handy during situations like this. As long as the lights inside the house were off. I'd make sure they were. If the woman had shut the door to the bathroom, she wouldn't notice me flipping switches as I went along." Chief put his hand on my arm, but his gaze remained on Evans. "She's right, she'll be able to sneak in a lot better than any of us." His eyes landed on me. "But Detective Evans is right too. You will not be stopping her. You are to stop her guns, and then stay quiet and out of the way." I knew not to be offended by his words. He and Evans were right. I was determined to do my part to stop the woman from harming her children. Once I had the go-ahead, I walked to the front door of the house and stepped inside. 19. I was in luck. The interior was already dark. Heavy curtains covered the windows, and none of the lights were turned on. It made me wonder how long the hostage situation had been going on. "Hide me." I felt my body tingle as I headed toward the staircase leading up. I'd only gone a few feet when I saw the nanny's body in the front room to the right, her blood pooling into the carpet. Oh geez. They hadn't had the opportunity to attend to her. Where was the husband? Cringing, trying not to lose my nerve or get distracted, I quietly and cautiously walked up the stairs. I reached out with my magic, trying to feel her gun, but I was still too far away. The upstairs hallway opened before me, railings on either side allowing a view to the first floor. The house would have been pretty nice if it wasn't for the dead person in that front room. And the dead dad in the dining room, I could now see into. Man, those poor sweet kids. Luckily, the hallway was carpeted. I felt like slapping my forehead when I remembered that the amulet made my steps quieter. I didn't need carpet when the amulet was hiding me. Still reaching out with my magic, I crept along the hallway, staying close to the wall in case the woman decided to leave the bathroom. No sense letting them walk into me. Apparently, my instincts were right on because only a moment later, the bathroom door opened and the woman stepped out, two small kids at her side, a gun in her hand. The light from the bathroom bathed me and I froze, staring at her. She looked right through me. I breathed a silent sigh of relief. The amulet had stored up enough energy to keep me hidden. Thank goodness. The kids were crying, their faces pale as they clutched each other. Sometimes I really hate my job. I hated seeing things like this. I hated being exposed to the worst side of humanity. These innocent children would be scarred forever from this experience. Their dad murdered by their mom, their nanny too, and their mom getting locked up. Who would take them in? Would they get lost in the foster system? Did they have family who could help? Pushing my emotions aside, I pressed into the wall as the woman glanced my direction again before heading the opposite way. She walked into a room at the end of the hall and shut the double doors behind the kids. Double doors meant a master bedroom, usually. And that meant windows. Waiting a moment longer, I reached around the wall and turned off the bathroom light, just in case the amulet ran out of power before the woman returned. Then I faced the opposite way from her and pulled my phone out, trusting it would be hidden from view. I sent a quick text to Chief, letting him know the change of events. He responded right away, sending a picture of the house plans so I could see where she was. The master bathroom was large and had several windows. What to do? What to do? I closed my eyes, then made a decision. Heading in, I told Chief. I couldn't do my job unless I was close enough to her. Come now. I'll stop her bullets, but I won't be able to stay hidden for long. I made sure my phone was still on silent, then tucked it away before heading toward those double doors. 20. I had maybe 30 seconds before cops burst through every door of the house. Better make them count. Taking in a deep breath, knowing she could shoot me before she even knew I was there, I gripped the doorknob and quietly, slowly turned it a fraction of an inch at a time. Once it was fully turned, I carefully pulled the door open. It didn't make a sound, thank goodness. The woman and the kids were on the bed. I stepped to the side, knowing she'd probably shoot the opening before thinking to shoot through the other door. Hey, she said, springing from the bed and stepping within magical reach. I got a mental grip on her gun, ready to stop it at any moment. The woman approached the door and looked out into the hallway. Taking a risk that I'd be exposed by the better lighting in the master bedroom, I slipped into the room past her, pressing myself into a darkish corner. Is this dark enough? I asked the amulet. Almost. Do my best. Thank you. I heard when the cops entered the house. Several doors slammed open. The woman shrieked, turning the gun on herself and pulling the trigger. I stopped it from going off. When she saw that nothing was happening, she tossed the gun across the room and dashed for the kids, screaming. The kids started sobbing hysterically. I couldn't stand there and do nothing. Throwing out Chief's order, I leapt across the room and grabbed the woman by the shoulder, tossing her to the floor away from the screaming kids. She saw me, her eyes widening. Don't you dare touch me. The woman lunged for me, but I sidestepped her easily. She'd been on the floor and I was still standing. I jumped into another, darker corner. Hide me. Yes. Not for long. My body tingled and I disappeared. The woman stopped, her eyes wide as she stared where I'd been. "Where did you go?" she asked. "I know you're here." She stumbled to her gun, picking it up and turning it in my direction. "Show yourself." I got another strong grip on the gun and held it tightly as several officers poured into the room, tackling her as she pulled the trigger multiple times. Once she was down, I let the amulet reveal me and stepped cautiously toward the kids. "Hey guys," I said to the two boys. "Sorry about that. Did it freak you out to see me disappear?" Their wide eyes stayed on me, but neither of them responded. At least they weren't screaming anymore. I wanted to keep them distracted from their mom. "I have this cool necklace that helps me hide. Want to see?" They both nodded, and I felt my heart warm. Poor kids. Hide me. My body tingled, but only for a moment. I flickered out of view for half a second before the amulet lost power. "Sorry." "It's fine, it's enough." And it definitely was. Both boys were staring at me with even wider eyes. "It's sort of a magic trick," I said. "Don't tell too many people about it, though, okay?" "Okay," the older boy murmured. A sudden need to comfort them nearly overwhelmed me. And I would have given in had not a ghost appeared next to me, freaking me out. I barely held in the scream. I would have recognized him immediately even it weren't for the fact that his two sons looked exactly like him. The clothes he wore were the exact ones I'd seen on his body below. "Tell them I love them," he said, tears pouring down his cheeks. "Tell them I'll always be there, watching over them." I felt my own eyes fill with tears as I nodded. "I will." To the boys I said, "Your dad loves you very much. He'll always watch over you and protect you." I sat on the bed not far from the older boy, ignoring the cops as they carted the woman from the room. "Take care of each other, okay?" The older boy nodded. I wasn't sure how old he was, but I'd guess around 8. The younger boy couldn't have been older than 5. I really hated my job sometimes. I couldn't bear to leave, but I knew I had a lot of work to do. I promised myself they'd be okay, that someone would take care of them. I hated not knowing if that was true. 21. The next hound wasn't nearly as easy to convince as the first, but when we showed him the woman and told him she'd given us information, he finally agreed to participate. I felt safe revealing that much to him, because he wouldn't be leaving the Russells' basement alive if he decided not to do the spell. He gave us the location of several more hideouts before I wiped his memory, and Abel and I started a database of hideouts after that, including the names of hounds who were regularly there. We cross-interrogated the next 2 hounds before offering the option of having their memories wiped. We learned of only one more location. The second man we talked to readily agreed to having the spell performed on him, and I took care of that immediately. He asked to be put up somewhere near the woman, thinking it would probably help him reintegrate into society as a normal human. I agreed to it. The last man absolutely refused, regardless of what we said. He called the others traitors and swore that if he ever came across them, he would destroy them. I laughed. They aren't hounds anymore, they're regular people. They have zero knowledge that you exist. You won't even be able to find them. He glared at me. Don't underestimate me. I'll still find them. They betrayed their friends and family, and I will never rest until they are destroyed. Are you sure of that? He sneered. Of course I am. Then I have no choice but kill you. I've given you the opportunity to turn your back on a life that is forcing you to be a fugitive. The man lunged at me, but before he'd even fully left his chair, Abel pumped several bullets in his body. I shook my head, trying to think through the resulting ringing. And consistently trying to kill me when you know who I am is really foolish. I bent over him until the amulet helped me find his fire. Kill. Kill. Finished with all the hounds Abel and I had brought from Wyoming, we sat at the small table in the observation area, going over the information we had on hound hideouts. I pulled the device out of my pocket. It still wouldn't operate. But at least now we knew where to find more hounds. Things were about to go quickly. We needed to arrange to buy some of those vans without windows. Something to store hounds and easily transport them here because none of the hideouts were in Utah, naturally. I wasn't sure how we were supposed to gather the hounds. We didn't have much time left before the deadline, nor did we have much time before we needed to stop Lord Kenan in Holland. We need bait, Abel said. Something really strong that they can't resist. There's no way we can do this in time otherwise. I leaned forward, putting my head in my hands, and groaned. It sure would have been nice to realize that before we got all the info on hideouts. Abel grunted. Hindsight is great, isn't it? What could possibly draw them here? I asked. We've already returned the effigy. That's the only thing I knew that worked. Abel and I glanced at Nicole. I'm sure I can find something, she said. Give me time to research. Nicole had access to a huge library that kept track of every magical item ever created. It had come in handy multiple times, especially when the item was being stored in the library. Something had to be there that could help us. Austin was gone, taking care of the hounds that had their memories erased, driving them to the Provo airport to meet his dad's jet. Now that the hounds had been cared for and Nicole had a task to complete that would require no interruptions, we went our separate ways. Nicole left to check into a nearby hotel where she'd have quiet time and not get interrupted. Eleonora had long since moved back into her house, now that Abel had returned and I'd hired an assistant. Abel was still sleeping on my couch, and my assistant, who was supposed to arrive the day before, was finally on her way. She'd originally planned to fly, but had decided she'd want her car here, so she had driven instead. Abel and I were eating a roast dinner I'd put in the crockpot that morning, yay for real food, sitting in front of the TV, letting our brains leak out their exhaustion as we watched Better Off Ted when a knock sounded at the door. Abel jumped to his feet, his face alert and wary. It's Mindy, I said. She texted that she'd arrived in Lehigh, and I was eagerly awaiting her arrival. I opened the door, welcoming her in, then made quick introductions before showing her around the house. I'd taken my computer out of the guest bedroom and had set it up in my room. It made things a bit cramped in there, but luckily it was just a temporary situation until I got my life under better control. Mindy was exactly as I expected, shy and quiet, but also direct with her opinions and obviously very intelligent. I couldn't wait to get to know her. You dye your hair? She asked after the tour was over. I heard some fire impeders do that. I nodded. You'll probably want to try it as well. It's a lot safer. I won't require it though. Tom, the guy I'd interned under in Washington, D.C., hadn't asked it of me. I'd volunteered after a situation where someone had started shouting that a fire impeder was there. Tom had kept his hair bleached blonde. It fit him. A sad expression crossed Mindy's face as she fingered a strand of red hair. Probably a good idea. We set some ground rules. No giving out our address to strangers. Obviously, we were on our own for food, and our sleep schedules could be the way we wanted them, as long as we didn't wake each other up. It was like the training facility all over again. After I told Mindy a bit about Lehigh and the surrounding cities, she tilted her head and asked, "Why do you need an assistant? It doesn't seem to be very high volume here." It's not. There are other things going on, though, that keep me very busy. Mindy's eyes drifted to Abel, and a knowing look crossed her face. I chuckled. No, it's not him. He's helping me. It's more along the lines of supernatural forces coming to visit, and who have targeted me. Mindy nodded. She looked completely exhausted, and I wasn't surprised when she excused herself to her room, saying she wanted to have some time to get settled and to rest before we started work the next day. Her job was simple. If I couldn't do something, she'd do it instead. I texted Chief and asked him to spread the word that whenever any emergencies happened, I was to be contacted first, and if they couldn't reach me, they were to get in touch with Mindy. I hoped to go out with her on several calls before she went on her own, but I wasn't sure that would be possible. My life was far too unpredictable right now. Mindy retreated to her room, and I returned to Abel on the couch, finishing up my roast beef dinner. It was one of the best pot roasts I'd ever made, if I said so myself. Abel agreed. When we were done, he pulled me over, nestling me in the crook of his arm, where I relaxed as we watched more Better Off Ted. The soft rumblings of laughter in his chest made me smile contentedly. I was so grateful for this man. I was especially grateful he'd returned. I'd missed him a great deal the week before. He hadn't left again, true to his promise, but I realized it had to be eating him up inside, not knowing where his mom was. Maybe he felt a bit of relief, though, knowing I would be helping him soon. I hoped so. I must have fallen asleep because I woke up after the TV had been turned off, and Abel had also fallen asleep, his head resting against the couch, his mouth slightly open and his heavy breathing filling the room. I stared up at him, contemplating the changes I'd seen come over him since he'd walked back into my life. He was still hardened and quiet and sometimes shut away, but all those rough edges had softened a bit. He definitely had a soft spot for me, and his arms around me hadn't slackened, even though he'd fallen asleep. Needing to use the bathroom, and wanting to be asleep in my own bed, I carefully extricated myself from his arms, smiling as he mumbled and reached for me as if recognizing I was leaving. Knowing already he was a heavy sleeper when he needed to be, and that he wouldn't wake up unless he sensed danger coming, I tugged on his arm, encouraging his body to fall to the couch. It didn't surprise me when he didn't wake up. I covered him with a blanket and placed a kiss on his temple. Then I used the bathroom and brushed my teeth before turning in. 22. The next morning, I woke to the sound of my phone ringing. It was Nicole. I answered immediately. "What did you find?" I asked. "I woke you up, didn't I?" I stifled a yawn. "Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I needed to get up anyway. I've got something that was created specifically for the hounds, but it didn't work. The person who had it made was unable to destroy them permanently. They ended up devouring him." "That's too bad. You hadn't been born yet." "He shouldn't have tried. Anyway, it was created several hundred years ago. It's called the ambulator. It will attract the hounds, forcing them to walk. But it will only attract good or bad ones, not both. We have to set it up to do one or the other." "Interesting. Well, I vote we have it bring in the good ones first." "That was my initial thought," Nicole said, "but apparently good hounds resist its call much easier. The man who had it created got tired of waiting for them to come, so switched it to evil, and the bad hounds came immediately. And then he got devoured. Poor guy. How long will I be able to use it?" "Pretty much as long as you need to," Nicole said. "It doesn't have a deadline like the other things you've been working with." I rubbed my eyes. That's so good to hear. Knowing that all the hounds shifted back and forth between good and evil regularly, I figured it wouldn't matter if we only brought evil ones. "How does it work?" I asked. "I don't really know. Magic, obviously. Oh, and just so you know, they won't realize it's you who's bringing them in. They're simply drawn to it, they can't resist its call." "Good to know. Let's start. How soon can you get to the Russells' house?" "In about half an hour." We ended the call, and I ate a quick bowl of oatmeal and some leftover bacon from breakfast the day before. Abel got up while I was finishing, and I heard Mindy rustling around in her room. "Something going on?" he asked, running a hand through his hair. I nodded. "Nicole found a magical item that'll draw the evil hounds to us. She's meeting us at the Russells soon." "Good." Abel ate a quick bowl of cereal, grabbed a couple strips of bacon, and we walked over to the Russells' house just as Nicole and Austin pulled up. Nicole showed me the ambulator. It was a sharp and pointy thing with curls and ridges that made no sense. It was basically a jumbled mess of wood, metal, and glass. I didn't care what it looked like, though, as long as it did what it was supposed to. I've already readied the spell that tells it what to attract, Nicole said. Once we set the ambulator up in the basement, we'll start getting visitors. The trap will only last for 30 seconds, but I figure that'll be plenty of time since hounds can travel through corners. I nodded. That's long enough for their smoke to build up. Mrs. Russell opened the door, letting us in. She smiled at me. Figured out how to attract more hounds? Yup, I said. Only the evil ones, though. Things are going to be pretty loud, most likely. She rubbed her hands together. Ooh, I can't wait. This has been so exciting. She put an arm around me. Between you and me, I've missed the more adventurous lives we lived before coming here. Not enough to return just yet, mind you. I laughed. I sure loved knowing this side of my favorite neighbor. We stationed almost everyone upstairs, with only Austin in the basement, just in case. I itched to send Nicole a text, wanting to see if she was safe. We decided to have her stay at my house with Mindy, just in case. We didn't think the hounds would go there, but leaving it unattended was still a bad idea. Everyone had guns with plenty of full magazines. Since the hounds would be coming for the ambulator, not one of us specifically, the guns weren't for personal safety, but to kill as soon as the hounds started appearing. Once everyone was in place, Austin put the ambulator in position and activated it. And then we waited. It only took a few seconds before the hounds started appearing. They came faster than I thought possible. I'd expected them to come one at a time, but they didn't. They came in groups of 5 and even 10. I shot them as quickly as I could from my position near the fridge in the kitchen, grateful I wore ear protection. The bodies started to pile up. I paid no mind to the blood, knowing there was nothing we could do about it until we were finished. Just as quickly as it started, the hounds stopped coming. Had we drawn all of them to us, or had the ambulator run its course? I didn't know. There were so many hounds, both in dog and human shape, piled in the room with me that I couldn't get out of it. Lizzie. Abel called. Where are you? In the kitchen. Pretty much trapped. I kept my guns ready, knowing the hounds might start coming alive anytime. Many of them had only gotten one bullet before going down. I wouldn't risk having them coming alive and figuring out what was going on before attacking or escaping. I heard the front door open and close. Hey guys. Nicole called out. The neighbors are starting to get worried. Wish we could have looked into getting silencers for all those guns. That would have been a great idea, Abel said. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time for that. And not all of these guns were threaded for silencers. It took us 30 minutes to calm everyone down. Nicole, Mrs. Russell, and I walked around, talking to people, letting them know things were okay. We kept it as vague as possible. No one asked questions, and luckily, miraculously, no one had called the cops. Having Nicole and Mindy there while the guns were going off helped. I needed to talk to Chief O'Hare about everything, but that would have to wait until we'd figured out how to organize the huge influx of hounds that had just arrived. We had to move quickly. While I had been dreading the organizing part of all of this, it didn't end up being nearly as difficult as I'd expected. With Abel, Austin, and Nicole there, we quickly sorted the hounds. Abel could carry 2 bodies at a time, depending on their sizes. And because the creatures were dead, it was a simple task to have Austin and Nicole move them around magically. We decided to sort them according to gender and age. Younger women in one area, older women in another, etc. Age wouldn't have made a difference with immortal creatures who'd existed for thousands of years, apart from the fact that the younger ones really did seem to heal faster. We would tackle them first. I was disappointed not to find Connor or the governor of Utah there. How had they avoided the trap? Was it possible they were too strong? That was a sobering thought. Or maybe they weren't bad all the time. Maybe they were currently good. I shook my head to myself. That wasn't possible. Connor was evil through and through, and I knew the governor was as well. They probably really were that strong. Abel quickly rigged another rope system to keep the hounds from coming alive. Of course, it required breaking their necks first. He was the only one who was okay with that part at first. Eventually, though, Austin asked Abel to teach him how to do it, and with the two of them working, things moved quickly. They fastened the hounds at anchor points throughout each room. And then, starting with the youngest ones, we took them down to the interrogation rooms, 6 at a time. It was slow and tedious, waiting for them to arouse enough to be interrogated. Within an hour or so, though, we got into a good system. Those who refused to give information and wouldn't give up their guardianship status were easy for me to kill without a second thought. They were the most vicious ones who never stopped trying to attack me. I was happy that a lot of the hounds we interrogated chose to have their knowledge erased. While it didn't make my job easier, commanding the amulet to kill was simpler than performing the spell. It made me feel good that I'd taken time from my deadline to track down the spell. At one point close to the end, the globe in my pocket vibrated. I gasped, pulling it out. "Hey!" I yelled. "The device. It's working." 23. I dashed from the interrogation room where I'd been chatting with a middle-aged hound and joined Abel, Nicole, Austin, and the Russells in the observation room. After making sure the door was locked behind me, my friends and I gathered around the device. It really was a globe, with a map of all Earth on it. Little green dots glowed, marking what I assumed were the locations of hounds in each country. The closer to my face I held the device, the closer the view zoomed, until I could see the tiny streets and house where each hound was hanging out. The globe only worked for me. That didn't surprise us. Once we learned how it operated, we decided to continue working with the hounds we had on hand, before tracking down those that hadn't been drawn by the ambulator. As it turned out, most of the hounds chose to give up their knowledge. Luckily for me, they were tired of who and what they were, and were ready for a change. There were still some, though, who needed to be killed. They were vicious and angry. Motivated by the device, we quickly finished with the hounds we had, and I decided it was time to stake out the remaining ones. "Wait," Abel said. "Why can't we just set up the ambulator again?" Nicole shook her head. "It has a recharge time of 2 days. We won't be able to use it again until then." Too bad. The ambulator had been so helpful. We realized there was no way I'd be able to find all of the hounds physically. It would take me months, probably. Neither could I send out hounds to get their comrades. The next idea brought up. That would be fastest, but it would cause a lot of problems. Especially if the messenger hound turned evil while he or she was trying to bring in the others. I hated to say this, but I couldn't even trust Alexander to do that much. Besides, getting a hold of any of them was nearly impossible. It might take days for Alexander to show up. "I have an idea," Austin said. Everyone turned to look at him. "We form powerful teams of Artes who can hold their own against the hounds. Since only Lizzie can use the device, she'll stay home or at the Russells and guide these teams to the various places where hounds are hanging out. The teams will then bring the hounds back, using the white vans we discussed purchasing earlier." "I like this idea," Nicole said. Austin glanced at her. "You'll stay with Lizzie." Nicole stuck out her lower lip in a mock pout. "I don't get to have any fun." I grinned. "It'll be like old times. You've always practically been my bodyguard anyway." I looked at Abel. "Is it okay for her to stay with me instead of you?" He met Nicole's gaze with a steady one of his own. "Of course it is. Nicole has proven herself over and over again. In this case, with her pregnant and me able to kill with just a jerk of a head, it makes more sense for her to be here with you and for me to be out there." I was surprised to see none of this bothered him. He really was okay with it. That showed just how much he trusted Nicole, which in turn gave me warm fuzzies. I loved it when people I cared for respected each other. We decided that Eleonora, who'd been texting me frequently during the day, would keep tabs on the underground side of things, all of the powerful demons she'd been trying to alert to the upcoming war with Lord Kenan. It was time to start creating an army. I was grateful for all the support I'd have on my side. My hound snatching teams included Austin, his parents, who were both Silvers, Abel, Mr. and Mrs. Russell, who surprised me by insisting on helping, but I figured they could probably do as much damage as one of the Silvers, and Professor Coolidge from my college days. Austin roped Coolidge in, and he, another powerful Silver, would be getting a few friends to help. In total, there were 5 teams. We'd only focus on hounds in the USA before considering moving into other countries. That provided a whole new set of logistical errors we weren't equipped to handle yet. Luckily, most of the hounds were currently in the States. Only a few were outside America, including a dot in the Netherlands that I assumed represented Connor. The jerk. We sent the teams out at the same time, which would stagger their arrivals at the various destinations. This allowed me to better guide them, using the device, to their targets. Nicole, Mindy, and I decided we would make ourselves comfortable at my house, since our first team wouldn't get to their hound for another 4 hours. We spent the time laughing, joking, and getting to know one another. Mindy apparently hadn't heard much about what happened with Nicole and me, well, mainly Nicole, several years earlier. So Nicole and I took turns telling stories, and Mindy was thoroughly entertained for quite some time. Eventually, we tired of that, and Nicole turned to Mindy. "I don't know much about you. Where are you from?" Mindy relaxed against the couch and stared up at the ceiling. "Michigan and Maine. My parents were divorced, so half of the year was spent in Michigan, the other half in Maine." "How did you decide to become a fire impeder?" I asked. She flushed slightly, and I remembered how shy she was. I hoped our questions didn't make her feel uncomfortable. I got bored of big, explodey elemental things. I wanted to narrow in at the molecular level. I nodded. It was something I'd heard frequently at the training facility at Fort Irwin. We ordered takeout and continued chatting while waiting for it to arrive, then settled in to watch a movie. As I'd arranged, each team reported to me every hour. I was charting their progress on a map and would update them on their hounds' locations. For the most part, the hounds pretty much stayed in place. Only once did a hound jump across town, but by the time I had communicated the new location with the team, it had jumped back to its original location. I figured it probably picked something up at a store. About 20 minutes before Abel, who was on the first team, was scheduled to arrive at his hound, I got a call from Chief O'Hare. "We've got a bomb threat in downtown Salt Lake. Are you free to come? If not, is Miss Jackson?" "Yes, Mindy can head there now." "All right. I'll text the address." We ended the call, and I turned to my companions. Both were watching me. I saw the uncertainty on Mindy's face, and it made me feel awful. I'd promised I would go with for her first call. Why did it have to be tonight of all nights? "I can go too," Nicole said, obviously knowing why I was hesitating. "I'm not a fire impeder, but having no threshold definitely comes in handy." "You don't have a threshold to your magic?" Mindy asked incredulously. Nicole shook her head. "I haven't for several years." "How?" "Long story. I'll tell you on the way." My phone dinged with a text from Chief, and I forwarded the address to Nicole and Mindy both. I got to my feet, putting my arms around Nicole. Please take care of yourself." Mindy froze. "What if something happens to her?" I laughed. "Okay, so when I tell her to take care of herself, I'm telling her not to push herself too far, physically. She'll be fine otherwise." Mindy still didn't look fully convinced, but I knew Nicole would prove herself quickly. She really had become very powerful. Perhaps it was foolish of me to send a pregnant woman into a battle zone, but I'd long since realized Nicole could do pretty much anything. And I'd chosen Mindy for a reason. She was smart and talented. She'd stay focused on that bomb, and if she couldn't stop it, Nicole would be able to do something. Chief texted again right after the women left, promising to send me regular updates. I appreciated that. I hated feeling like I was out of the loop on my own job. And then I settled in on the couch, trying not to feel guilty for sending Mindy out without a proper trainer. I'd known this would happen eventually. I just hoped it wouldn't be so soon. They'd only been gone for 5 minutes when I noticed that the dot Abel was tracking had disappeared. I zoomed in and out, trying to figure out where it had gone, and gasped when I saw that a dot was now only a couple of blocks from my house. 24. After a quick check, I noticed all of the other dots my teams were tracking hadn't moved. Was the one in Lehigh Abel's? I hadn't been monitoring the ones outside of the states very closely, but they all seemed to be in place still. The only thing I could guess was this hound had decided to pay me a visit, or to watch me. Creepy. Was it a good or bad one? Was it here to attack or to give me a message? For all I knew, it was Omar or Alexander. The ambulator hadn't attracted any good hounds after all. It hadn't brought in all of the bad ones either. I didn't want to assume that whoever approached was a good hound. Trying to control my shaking hands, I sent Abel a quick text. He's moved several 100 miles. Head back here. I knew that wouldn't make him happy, but there wasn't much else I could do. And telling him the dot had shown up here would definitely freak him out. He wouldn't be able to do anything about it, other than drive extremely recklessly. I opted not to tell him just yet. Making sure my CZ was loaded and holstered, it always was, but I liked to double-check anytime something was about to happen. I grabbed a couple of knives and sheaths and attached them to my outer thighs. No way was I about to let the hound catch me off guard in my own house. I couldn't help but wonder why he or she hadn't shown up nearer, though. Were they only coming to watch me? I glanced at the globe. The dot was moving closer. Just then, my amulet warmed at my throat with a warning. Great. It was an evil hound. My heart started pounding against my ribcage, and I suddenly felt very alone. With the amulet ready to give instructions, and not wanting the globe to get damaged, I hid the globe in the living room and stepped to my front door. It's coming. I know. I left my house, closing the door softly behind me, and walked down the steps of my little porch and from there to my sidewalk and the street. Right. I walked in that direction, commanding the amulet to hide me. My body tingled as it obeyed. Straight. Stop. Even if the amulet hadn't told me, I would have done so anyway. The hairs on the back of my neck had risen, warning me about the hound's presence. I froze where I was, CZ in hand, ready to shoot at any moment. I know you're there, a man said, his voice gravelly. Show yourself. I bring a message from Connor. He commands you to stop slaying hounds. He knows how many have disappeared. If you don't stop, he'll come and devour you himself. I needed to distract him, to find out where in the bushes the guy was hiding. Did he give me a deadline? The man seemed confused by my question, and I realized Connor hadn't told him when he would carry out the threat. He probably assumed that the threat would be enough to freak me out. Wrong. The hound couldn't see or smell me, I was sure of that. Treading softly, I walked toward the sound of his voice as he tried to explain why Connor hadn't given a deadline. Something about him being a very important and dangerous hound, and knowing his commands would be obeyed immediately. It was supposed to be another veiled threat. The man was crouched in the bushes, staring beyond me. He didn't know how close I was. It made me wonder how he'd known I was approaching in the first place. Rather than shooting him, I continued quietly stepping closer, making sure not to move when he was looking in my direction. I reached out with my magic, sensing his fire, and before he could do anything, I snuffed his flame. He slumped into the bushes, and I straightened, pulse pounding, and reholstered my gun. That had gone much better than expected. Phew. I sent a quick text to Chief, letting him know there was a body and giving him the address for where to find it. The local police force had been finding multiple dead bodies recently. I felt bad about that, but worse when a citizen found them. Because the hounds healed perfectly from all their previous wounds before I snuffed their fires, no one could figure out what was causing all of these deaths. We had first tried to scatter the bodies around the county, but that wasn't always possible, so I'd ended up bringing Chief in on the secret to get his advice. With his help, we'd arranged for several large news outlets across the country to rerun old stories on how the homeless population from big cities were being encouraged to move to Utah. Luckily for us, most of the hounds didn't take care of themselves and actually did look homeless. The autopsies never showed exactly what they died from, but the coroners generally said old age or heart failure. I knew that local politicians were freaking out about all of the deaths. It was expensive to take care of the bodies. Unfortunately for them, the homeless wouldn't stop dying here anytime soon. Wishing that Abel was back already, I headed home and got ready to guide team number 2 to their hound. As I was settling in on the couch again with the globe, my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID. It was Raoul. I hadn't talked to him in a while. I answered immediately. "I've some bad news for you, Miss Ashton." 25. "Great. What this time?" "Spill." I hoped my tone of voice was casual enough. I really couldn't handle any more truly bad news. Several fire vampires have deserted us and are now working with Lord Kenan. My jaw dropped. "Are you serious?" I paused. Wait. Were any of them the ones who were mad because I brought him back? It would make sense if so. People could be so petty. Yes, in fact. The most active against you have joined him. Why would they do that? Apparently, their anger at you is greater than anything else, including their fear of Lord Kenan's return to power. They feel that joining him is inevitable. Many of them tried to get the rest of us to go as well. That made my stomach turn. How many did they convince? Raoul scoffed. Not many. We will stop him, and we believe you're the key to his complete ruination. We remain loyal to the cause. Even though I knew he was basically telling me they weren't loyal to me per se, my chest still warmed at the conviction in his voice. Yet again, I was surprised at the sources I'd been able to turn to for help. "I'm glad to hear that," I said, not wanting to thank him because really I had brought Lord Kenan back and created this dilemma in the first place. I owed him an apology, if anything. Yes, well, the vampires are with him already. We've only got more to fight against, once it comes down to it. My heart clenched at that. Would they be okay fighting their friends? I asked my question, and Raoul hesitated. I do not know. His voice dropped to a whisper. Jenna is one of them. I could tell just how much that hurt him. I shook my head. I was creating so many problems. Such a wake of interrelational issues. I'm sorry to hear that. Me too. We ended the call right as Mindy and Nicole returned. Both were practically glowing, and I knew immediately they'd been successful. I listened as they talked about how each of them had done something to stop the bomb from going off, but it was hard to concentrate. I needed to get these hounds under control so we could fight Lord Kenan and right as many of the wrongs I'd created as possible. Mindy and Nicole decided to go to bed, and I turned to my phone, seeing that I'd gotten messages from the next group. They were approaching their targets and needed specific directions. As I gave them the information, my thoughts returned yet again to my conversation with Raoul. Oh, I really hoped these new enemies wouldn't turn the tide in Lord Kenan's favor. The second group was successful, and moments after they reached the hound, I saw the glowing green light moving slowly toward Lehigh. Yay! I checked my schedule and saw that I had 6 hours before the next group arrived at their target. Deciding I needed sleep, I changed into pajamas and set my alarm for 5 hours. I didn't want to risk the chance that the hound would move and I would mislead the group. 26. I nearly missed giving the next group proper instructions. Their target hounds, there were 2 of them, had moved by half an hour to the south. I was able to get the direction changed to the group in time, but I realized I couldn't afford to run into that problem again. Luckily for me, my best friend was a guardian of magical items, and Nicole was finally able to get the globe to work for her as well. We ended up alternating sleeping and watching the device for the next 12 hours, giving instructions as needed. We used my phone the whole time, not wanting to cause confusion or a break of concentration. And then things moved quickly, as the group started returning and interrogations began. As I questioned the hounds, I found that many of them were exhausted. They didn't want to fight anymore, and again, most of them chose to lose their knowledge. I didn't blame them. I could barely understand how difficult it would be to live for several millennia, and to constantly fight against an inner demon that urged them to devour people. One man in particular, though, caught me off guard when he said, "I would rather die than lose what I've learned." I fought hard to get that knowledge. I won't have it taken away from me. It made me stop and think about my own situation. How jealously did I guard what I'd learned? Would I be so willing to give up my knowledge in exchange for freedom from temptation? I knew I was oversimplifying the situation. These hounds actually had to change or die, but still. How serious had I taken the experiences I'd gained? The education and training I'd received, and not just formally? I didn't realize it, but this dilemma I'd been putting these hounds in was of a very important nature. I couldn't say I would give up everything I knew if roles were reversed. Why was I asking them to do just that? Of course, the things that tempted me were nowhere near the same. For example, I didn't almost kill innocent people on a regular basis. But still, it was an important point he made, and because he made it so intelligently and so strongly, I really hesitated to off him as he requested. And that bothered me. I knew that if given the chance, if he found me on the streets, he would have destroyed me easily. All of the hounds would, even if they were on their good side. It was in their nature to destroy someone who knew about them. Naturally, all of this brought up my usual internal struggle about killing. I seriously hated it. I was not an assassin. "You need to do it," Abel said. "This is your job." I glared at him, annoyance and exhaustion making me not think through my words before they went flinging from my mouth. "Just because you can kill without remorse doesn't mean I should." His face went completely slack, as if I'd punched him unexpectedly, and then pain flashed in his expression. I'd wounded him deeply. Crap. I put my hand on his arm. "Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Abel. I shouldn't have said that." He didn't respond, and I couldn't tell if he'd accepted my apology. He turned the conversation back to me immediately. "You are duty-bound to do this. You were chosen." I dropped my head to my hands, so overwhelmed and exhausted, I could barely think straight. I struggled just keeping the tears at bay. "I know. You didn't have a problem when they were knocked out in the storage unit." He had a point. Why was I struggling so much now, when I hadn't earlier? They'd been completely vulnerable when I'd killed them back then. And I hadn't really questioned it. Sure, it had been difficult, but I'd done it without problem. What was wrong with me now? Was conversation with them all I needed to feel guilty? That made me feel worse, like a monster. I steeled myself and nodded for Abel to open the door to the next interrogation room. This lady had already said no several times by trying to kill anyone who got near her and never communicating even a word. The moment I stepped inside, she started shrieking and gnashing her teeth at me. I waited until Abel had her contained, then snuffed out her fire. The man, though? I avoided his room. I knew I'd need to do it eventually, but I couldn't help putting it off. I was able to snuff the fires of all the hounds who were waiting for execution but him. I seriously hesitated where he was concerned, and I could tell he knew. I didn't return, but whenever anyone brought him food or took him to the bathroom, he asked when I would do it. It was probably a bad idea for me to show weakness to him, an enemy, but I couldn't help it. Besides, the chances of him leaving that basement without undergoing a significant change of some sort were extremely slim. Maybe I should talk to him again. Maybe I could convince him. Yes, that was what I would do. "You know what my decision is," he said when I entered the room. "I'm not likely to change my mind. I just don't like being a monster who kills without remorse. I'm not killing without remorse. You have no idea what I've gone through to fulfill this calling." He shrugged. "Does it matter? You've murdered. You've even murdered innocent?" I raised my hand. "Don't give me that crap. You hounds are not innocent. You have access to all knowledge. And yet you still choose evil. You still choose to destroy truly innocent people. Would it be easier if I struggled then? If I tried to kill you?" I gave him a half smile. "Well, yes. That has made it easier. But I'm not asking you to do that." "Then why don't you just do it?" He cleared his throat and straightened. "Miss Ashton, I give you permission to kill me." I scowled at him. "I'm not going to help you commit suicide. What makes you think I actually want to die? I enjoy my life." I stared at him for several moments, wrestling with my thoughts of what was right and wrong. I realized he had to be destroyed. It was part of the prophecy. I couldn't let him go free because I didn't trust him not to kill me or even join Lord Kenan. I knew I had to destroy him. "Do I have to vilify myself in your eyes?" the man asked. "I'm sure you've done plenty of horrible things in your life." Abel grunted in agreement from where he stood next to the door. He rarely made his presence known in these interrogations, and I'd totally forgotten he was there this time. The man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, don't get me started. Rape, pillage, rape, plunder, rape, destroying entire villages of innocent people, you name it, I've done it." I rolled my eyes. "You're not swaying me." But he was wasting my time. And for some reason, that got me to stop hesitating more than anything he'd said. Before he could react, before I could change my mind, I stepped across the room, reaching for his flame as I did so, and ended his life. I was surprised when no remorse, guilt, or other negative emotion poured over me. In fact, no emotion at all hit me. Was I that unaffected now? Should I be disturbed by my lack of feelings? I didn't know. I decided it didn't matter and turned to Abel. "What's next?" "More of the same. Though I think the rest will be a lot easier for you. They're all fighters." As more and more hounds came in, I relished as the glowing dots on the globe gradually disappeared. I couldn't wait until this part of my task was complete. Something disturbing became obvious to me as I studied the globe while waiting for the next batch of hounds to arrive, though. The remaining glowing lights were inching closer and closer to a certain part of the world, toward Europe, toward the Netherlands, toward that little graveyard. 27. I still hadn't stopped Lord Kenan. And it looked like I would have to do it before I finished killing hounds. The fact that they were congregating toward him, that he was calling them, made it obvious that I wouldn't be able to kill all of them without destroying him too. How was I going to do all of this? I slumped into a chair in the observation area. I had no experience in fighting. I mean, other than a few things here and there. I didn't know how to take down powerful overlords, let alone overlords who were immortal and magical. Regardless of my inexperience, something had to happen, and soon. I checked the device. The globe was very handy and kept me notified of how long I had until my deadline. There were only 5 days left. My time was almost up, and yet I couldn't finish off the last of the hounds without facing Lord Kenan at the same time. What was I going to do? Abel pulled a chair right next to me and put his hand on my knee. "What's up?" Closing my eyes, I leaned my head back against the wall. Besides the usual? I could feel the waves of panic starting to roll in. I did my best to subdue them, trying to ignore the breathlessness in my chest that made me feel like everything was falling apart, that there was no peace or hope and no light left in the world. I'd never experienced true anxiety until this stupid hound calling had come. I really looked forward to having all this over with. You're pale. You look upset. I mean, I can see your heart beating in your neck. I opened my eyes and looked at him, smiling. That's awfully romantic of you. He shrugged. I'm a charmer, what can I say? It was almost 3 a.m. at that point. Nicole was taking her turn sleeping, and the Russells had long since gone to bed. They'd been available to help at the drop of a hat for several days until we got everything under complete control, but now they held to normal hours. The dead bodies were being disposed of properly. The hounds that chose to lose their knowledge were being taken care of, and for the first time in a long while, Abel and I were alone. I leaned my head against his shoulder. I'm just freaking out. Yeah, I can tell. I'd already shown him that the hounds were moving toward Holland. He hadn't been surprised. Apparently, he'd already figured out that that would happen. Which kind of annoyed me, since he hadn't said anything about it to me. I'd shaken off my irritation though, grateful that this man could look at any situation and recognize the potential problems that would arise from it. Lizzie, he said quietly. I looked up at him. What? He placed a hand on the side of my face, his dark blue eyes intense as he stared at me. Don't let this ruin you. Tears sprang into my eyes. I don't know if I can prevent it. He turned in his chair to face me. I know I tease you sometimes about not being more callous. About not just getting the job done when you know what needs to be done, but I really do admire you. Your heart is pure, guileless. I love the innocence that still surrounds you. I almost contradicted his comment about my innocence, but realized he was right. I'd seen a lot in my life, but I'd always chosen to ignore the cruelty and the awfulness. Well, not ignore, but not let it affect me or get me down. Was that really innocence, though? I knew the world was an evil place. But I also knew there were good people out there. And that regardless, the good would always win in the end. I hoped it would anyway. I suppose that was what Abel was trying to say. That I shouldn't allow this whole experience with the hounds and Lord Kenan to destroy my outlook on life. To make me jaded. Would he not love me anymore if that happened? I had to know. What happens if it does affect me? I asked. He chuckled. Don't let it happen. I hid an eye roll. But what if it does? Will you stop loving me? He cupped my face with both hands, his eyes serious. Lizzie, I will always love you. Even if you become bitter from this whole situation. Even if you're in an accident that paralyzes you from the neck down, and I need to change your diapers every day. Even if you get early onset Alzheimer's and can't remember who I am and hate having me around, I will still love you. Nothing you do or say and nothing you become will ever make me change my mind. I couldn't help it. The tears welled up and poured down my cheeks. Abel brushed them aside with his thumbs, his gaze tender as he looked into my eyes. And at that moment, I knew that come hell or high water, he would always be on my side. How had I been so lucky and so blessed to find a man like him? When so many people broke each other's hearts and cheated on each other and left each other for greener pastures? I couldn't believe he was mine. I reached over and put my arms around his neck, leaning in and kissing him. He groaned, pulling me onto his lap and returning my kiss with gusto. I tied my arms around him, enjoying the euphoria that his kisses brought. We hadn't done this nearly enough. His kisses chased away the panic I felt, the desperation and the despair that had started to fill my soul. My anxiety raced away, leaving me only with peace and a rush of such happiness. I had to force myself to stop thinking about my emotions or I'd start crying again. Because crying while you're kissing isn't sexy. Abel finally pulled away, trailing several kisses across my jawline and back to my lips. Have you given my request any thought? He asked. What request? I placed a kiss on the stubble covering his jawline. The song? I wanted you to write me a love song. I leaned away from him, a half smile on my face. I did better than that. I decided to write a whole album of songs, starting from back when we first began working together. He returned my smile. You did? Yes. The lyrics for the first song are already finished. Would you like to see them? Of course. I pulled a piece of paper from my back pocket. I'd been carrying it for a long time, working over the lines and making sure they were absolutely perfect for how I had felt at the time. I handed it to him, watching as he unfolded it, feeling nervousness and breathlessness hit my chest as he started reading. His jaw dropped. Wait a second. You call me a jerk in here? I chuckled. Well, yeah. You threw me into this more than I think you realize. He went back to reading. This is definitely not a love song. Are we going to fight demons now? He chuckled. Yes, honey, we will. And we have. He folded the paper and handed it back to me. It's very entertaining. I can't wait to see what else you come up with. Specifically, a love song. I tucked it in my pocket again, then pulled out my phone when it buzzed. Professor Coolidge had texted to say he was nearly back with his load. I jumped to my feet before reaching down, grabbing Abel and pulling him to his feet too. Professor Coolidge hadn't stopped by here when Austin asked him to help. Instead, he'd gathered his own task force and had headed for the most difficult-to-reach group of hounds on the list, ones on an island up near Seattle. I hadn't seen him in years. It was going to be weird and exciting and kind of awkward all at once. I felt heat rise in my cheeks as I remembered how I'd accused him, in front of a whole ton of his students, of dyeing his hair. I couldn't believe how ridiculous I'd been back in those days. Tell me about this professor of yours, Abel said. He's brilliant. A complete genius. And he's also exceptionally powerful, magically. Interesting. Abel took care of the last of the dead bodies, dumping them in the spot where we'd previously arranged for the cops to find them, and then joined me in the basement again. While he was gone, I made sure the last person whose memory had been swiped was ready for Austin when he returned. And then Abel and I headed upstairs. I quietly opened the front door, and we slipped through before pulling it softly shut behind us and locking it up. I'd grown accustomed to coming in and out of the Russells' house long ago, especially while they were sleeping. It had been necessary, and they'd given me a key. Abel and I then took seats on the porch step and waited for Professor Coolidge and his accomplices to arrive. 28. Abel took my hand in his. Tell me more about him. I stared up at the sky, loving being able to see the stars. As I said, he's very powerful. And he's always willing to help when someone needs him. He was one of those teachers who really drew people in. He has a certain magnetism. You'll see when you meet him. There's just something about Coolidge that really makes you like him. I don't know if it's because he's super magical or because he's well educated and knows a ton about a lot of different things. Abel leaned away from me, staring at me with an eyebrow raised. You have a crush on him. I straightened. No, I don't. Yes, you do. I heard the admiration in your voice. Admiration does not equal crush. Besides, he's married. Abel chuckled. What does being married have to do with anything? Just because he's taken doesn't mean you can't be attracted to him. I shook my head, frowning at Abel. How should I respond to the weird direction this conversation had taken? Look, there's something in my brain that switches off when I find out someone's married. Call me a prude, but I'm not attracted to married men. I never have been, and I never will be. Fine. You don't have a crush on him. He didn't look at me when he said this, and I felt like slapping him. He still didn't believe me. Ridiculous. I can't believe you actually think I have a crush on my former professor, whom I haven't seen in at least 7 years. I don't. I mean, he's got 2 kids, and he would never ever cheat on his wife. He doesn't need to cheat on his wife for you to crush on him. I'd had enough of this. Getting to my feet, I stormed down the sidewalk, heading to my house. Yes, I thought Coolidge was attractive while in college, but I'd also thought that of pretty much every living man back then. The fact that he'd been married had been a huge turnoff to me. Wasn't it to every normal good girl? I'd always thought so. I expected Abel to catch up and apologize, but he didn't, and that really irritated me. What was his deal? Was he trying to find a way out of our relationship? Even as I wondered that, I knew it wasn't true. He was just insecure. But how could I prove my loyalties to him and make him understand he was the only man I loved? I didn't know. Hopefully, I'd have enough time to figure it out. I let myself into my house, leaving the door open a crack for Abel to follow if he wanted to. Nicole was sleeping in my bed. That was what we'd finally agreed on. There was no way I would let my pregnant best friend sleep on the couch. Coolidge would be showing up any minute. I headed into the kitchen to grab a snack. I couldn't handle the idea of being around him and Abel at the same time. Abel still didn't come. He knew I was upset with him and that I would probably need time to get over it. Why'd he have to ruin the perfect moment we'd had earlier? It amazed me how quickly I could go from thinking tender thoughts about him to wanting to strangle him. After several moments, I stepped into the living room and looked out the window. Professor Coolidge had already arrived. That must have been why Abel hadn't followed me. The unmarked white van was empty, its doors hanging open, waiting to be shut. I scarfed my snack down and locked my front door behind me as I headed over to the Russells. Time for more interrogations. 29. This set of interrogations went very well. Every single hound chose to have their memories wiped. I was grateful for that. But while I'd been interrogating them, something must have happened between Coolidge and Abel. The air was frigid around them, and they were sitting on opposite sides from each other in the observation area, totally ignoring one another. I left the spell room and held the door open for the last person who'd chosen to have his memories wiped. The man joined the other 5, who waited for Austin to take them to the Provo airport to head up to Montana. After waiting for one of the men to say something, I folded my arms and cleared my throat. Professor Coolidge finally looked up at me and smiled. "Lizzie, it's so good to see you." He jumped up and crossed the room to give me a quick one-armed hug, which I returned also with one arm. Abel glared at us. "So you guys have met," I said. The men barely glanced at each other. "Yes, we have," Coolidge said. Abel only grunted. I rolled my eyes to myself, then started panicking. Had Abel said something about my supposed crush to Professor Coolidge? Oh, he had better not. "What's going on here?" I asked. I had to get the bottom of this quickly. "You're obviously upset with each other." "Why?" Coolidge sat in his chair, leaned back, and put his feet up on the one table in the observation area. "Ask him." He motioned to Abel. Abel glowered at Coolidge before turning his gaze to me. "He doesn't approve of my methods." I laughed. "Who does? I mean, even I don't always." As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew they were the wrong ones. I tried at humor but failed. Abel had expected me to take his side, and before I even knew what the problem was, I'd insulted him in front of someone he thought as an adversary. When was I going to stop causing problems between the two of us? And on the other hand, when was Abel going to stop being so sensitive? I chided myself for thinking that way. He'd been through so much, and it was natural for him to distrust. But how long would it take for him to trust me? I was doing the best I could, given the circumstances. He couldn't expect perfection from me, and there was no way I could possibly know exactly what was on his mind. I was learning which buttons not to push, but the man had so many of them. Acting like I hadn't said anything offensive to him, I crossed the room and stood next to Abel, picking up his hand and lacing my fingers through his. Luckily for Abel, most of his ideas turn out to be fantastic. It's only the ones that are, well, a little shady that I hesitate about. Coolidge harumphed. You've just been leaving the bodies for the cops to discover? I nodded. It's the only way we could handle them. We don't exactly have a high operating facility here. Besides, that was my idea. Well, mine and Chief O'Hare's. Coolidge accepted my answer, but I sensed that this topic wasn't the only thing they disagreed about. My stomach turned as I thought of Abel's earlier accusation. Had he said something about it? I really hoped not. Of course, that wouldn't be the cause for so much antagonism. We're all exhausted, I said. How about we focus on getting some rest? We can get caught up in the morning. Great idea, Coolidge said, again jumping to his feet. I'll go check in at the hotel I saw on Main Street. I nodded, glancing at Abel. I don't know where to put you up for the night. Nicole's in my bed, so I'll be sleeping on my couch. It's okay. I'll take the Russells' couch upstairs. Coolidge glanced at Abel with his eyebrow up. If you aren't able to afford a hotel, I can arrange to loan you the money. Abel glowered at him, fisting his hand at his side. To his credit, he didn't punch Coolidge. I grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the stairs. Okay, go get some sleep, both of you. We can work things out in the morning. When I left the Russells' house, after giving Abel a quick goodnight kiss, I was sad to see that morning was already there. The eastern sky was lightening as dawn approached, and it was nearly 5 in the morning. None of us would be getting much rest. When I got back home, Nicole was already awake. I changed the sheets. Go ahead and sleep in your own bed. Oh wow. Thank you so much. I gave her a quick hug before heading down the hall to my bedroom. I briefly considered texting Abel to let him know he could sleep on my couch, but decided against it. He needed peace and alone time. With Nicole up now and Mindy soon to follow, he wouldn't get that here. Of course, the Russells were probably already awake, but they did have a guest room, and I was sure they wouldn't hesitate to put him there instead of letting him sleep on their couch. We met for a meeting at 10 in the morning. With my deadline looming, I wished we could have done it earlier, but everyone was so exhausted, and I recognized that any less time would be foolish. The next few days would be intense. I hoped to bring Lord Kenan down, get rid of the remaining hounds, and return the device on time. According to the Globe, there were only 20 hounds left. I couldn't believe it. The thought of being so close to the end of this prophecy made my hands shake with excitement. 30. It felt weird taking charge at the meeting. That had always been Nicole or Coolidge's job. But this was my shindig, my turf, and my responsibility. No one knew as much as I did, except for Abel, and there was no chance he would lead the meeting. I squeezed his knee, then got to my feet as the last person arrived. I looked around the conference room we'd rented from the hotel where Coolidge had spent the night. In attendance were Eleanora, Nicole, Austin, his dad, Coolidge, several of Eleanora's contacts I'd never met but who she assured were fully trustworthy, the Russells, Abel, Omar, Alexander, the 5 Ifrits, and a few fire vampires, including Raoul and Vincent. Alexander had already apologized to me several times. I couldn't believe how embarrassed he was about his behavior. In turn, I thanked him for how he'd treated me, even when in his worst state. It really was impressive. I knew there were more fire vampires available to fight, but I also knew not all of them had to be at this meeting. The room was limited in space, so Vincent and Raoul had been forced to choose only a few to come. When the clock hit 10, I cleared my throat and waited for the low murmurs of conversation to die down. I'd like to express appreciation to you all for being willing to help me stop Lord Kenan, I said. I know most of you have a reason to be here. My eyes drifted to the fire vampires and the Ifrits. But many of you do not. Thank you for being willing to risk your life to stop the impending disaster. I glanced at my agenda, then looked up again. Before I dig into everything, are there any questions? Tell us more about Lord Kenan, Coolidge said. Several people nodded, so I proceeded to tell them what happened with the Shade Amulet and the demon's fire. I also gave information on his background, including his previous rise to power. The room was silent as I spoke, and I saw the expressions on the faces in the room turn from disgust to anticipation. Disgust over Lord Kenan's actions, and anticipation of our quest to rid the earth of his presence. I felt my chest warm at the willingness of these people to assist me in such a frustrating and difficult mission. They were volunteers, all of them. Yes, many had personal reasons to stop Lord Kenan, but as I'd been reminded several times, he wouldn't have returned if it weren't for me. No one here had a duty to stop him, apart from myself. Once I'd finished, I started working my way down the agenda. First, we decided on practical things. I and Nicole would cover the cost of flights and hotels. The $1 million Nicole had given me wouldn't go far if I were paying for everyone's flights and hotels, so Nicole had volunteered to help out. For once, I didn't try to stop her. It was pointless. Next, we would all meet in Amsterdam, where we would decide how to approach the graveyard and who would do what. In the meantime, everyone was expected to take stock of their abilities and the sorts of things they could add to the fight against Lord Kenan. I hoped we had enough people, but a nagging doubt at the back of my mind told me we didn't. And so, while we had surprise on our side, we decided we would strike quickly and swiftly. We couldn't afford to make a mistake because as soon as Lord Kenan knew just who he was up against, he would respond in deadly ways. With his strength almost fully regenerated, we only had this one chance. Speaking of Lord Kenan's regeneration, Omar had brought a discouraging bit of news. Kenan only had maybe 2 more days before he'd be ready to break the spells that kept him confined to the graveyard. I couldn't believe how quickly it had all happened, and yet I was grateful it had taken as long as it had. The meeting ended, and we all had a glass of lemonade and some cookies Eleonora had brought. Only the Artes present knew she'd lost her powers, including a woman, a Silver, who was a friend of Eleonora's. Abel and Coolidge were still ignoring each other. I couldn't believe how petty they were being. With Abel more introverted than Coolidge, I knew he would probably never be the one to make amends between the two, especially since Coolidge didn't seem to hesitate to speak his mind, but I still planned to urge him to do just that. This was getting ridiculous. "What's up with Abel and Coolidge?" Nicole whispered, holding a cup of lemonade to her lips. "You noticed?" I whispered back. She nodded. So did Austin. I shook my head. I have no idea. I wasn't there when it happened. Apparently, when Coolidge arrived last night, he and Abel started arguing. I paused, deciding to tell her everything. Abel accused me of having a crush on Coolidge, I hissed. I still can't believe it. It made me so freaking mad. He was apparently sensitive enough about everything to start off on the wrong foot with Coolidge. I see, Nicole said, taking a sip, obviously trying not to smile. He thinks you have a crush on Coolidge? I could see the mirth in her eyes. Knock it off, Nicole. This isn't funny. She chuckled. I know. But seriously, if he thinks the way you act around Coolidge is a crush, he would have died if he'd seen what a real crush was like for you. I laughed. Out of anyone, Nicole knew best just how boy-crazy I used to get. She also knew those days were behind me, that I'd calmed down a lot since college. Back then, when I liked someone, people usually knew it. I didn't even try to hide it. I'm sure he'll come around eventually, she added. I hope so. Abel's ways are definitely different from Coolidge's. Coolidge generally likes to obey the law, or at least work around it in a way that isn't shady. Nicole appraised me. And we both know how Abel had to operate for so long. I nodded. Yes, we do. Abel stood near the door. He glanced at me, then started making his way over. You could ask him why they're mad if you want, I said. Nicole shook her head. No way. I don't want to get in the middle of it. It's none of my business. I agreed with her reasoning, but half of me wished she would talk to him. He wasn't listening to me at all, where Coolidge was concerned. I only hoped they'd put their irritation aside long enough so we could get Lord Kenan taken care of. Both men were professionals and experienced. Please don't let this stop us from destroying Kenan. Abel simply stood next to me, seeming to want to be near me. It made me happy. Soon enough, everyone left, and Eleonora and Nicole wished me and the others good luck. It had been an obvious decision not to allow Nicole to go with us to Amsterdam. She'd surprised me by totally agreeing. There was no point in putting her and her baby at risk when we had so many other powerful arites on our side. I hoped we had enough. 31. While driving to Abel's warehouse, my thoughts turned to Omar and Alexander. Both were under strict orders to run if they felt themselves turning evil, regardless of where we were in the battle with Lord Kenan. Surprisingly, neither of them had changed sides yet. I didn't know how long either of them could go, but something told me they'd be fine for longer than usual. Maybe it was because we were getting down to the last of the hounds. I hoped that was it. I hoped they would continue to choose good. Both had told me they would prefer to lose their knowledge. But they had also requested that I maintain contact with them somehow after their memories were taken away. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. It kind of made me feel weird. Like, I'd rather just shut this door of my life and never look back again. I sighed, leaning back in my seat and trying to keep my focus on the road. These were thoughts and decisions best left for another day. Abel touched my hand. "How are you doing?" he asked in a whisper. I shrugged. Either we would stop Lord Kenan and I would defeat the rest of the hounds before my deadline, or we wouldn't. Either I would be a failure, or I wouldn't. I honestly didn't know how to put my thoughts into words. Almost all the glowing dots had reached Lord Kenan. Some still had quite a distance to go, and I wondered why they weren't traveling through corners. I wasn't sure how Lord Kenan was calling them in. I'd been watching carefully, and I hadn't seen any hounds seek the others out. It made me nervous, wondering if whatever he was doing to the other hounds was also working on Omar and Alexander. I wished they were where I could observe them right then. Would I know if they were being called to Lord Kenan? The direction these thoughts were taking seriously worried me. Would they turn on me at the last minute? I realized I needed to be ready for any outcome, any possibility, especially betrayal. I'd been warned about that, in fact. It didn't happen just in movies and books, but in real life too. I put my right hand on Abel's leg and was glad when he picked it up, lacing his fingers through mine. Neither of us was inclined to say anything, we were just content to be together. I pulled up at his warehouse and promised to pick him up in 20 minutes. He didn't like being separated from me for even that long, but we hadn't left ourselves much time to get overnight bags together and make it to the airport before our flight left. Perhaps waiting for him to pack would have been fine, but I was antsy and actually longed for alone time, so I'd insisted. I wasn't sure how long we'd be in Amsterdam, but figured enough clothes for a few days would be a good idea. Just in case. As I drove home, I packed mentally, so the moment I went through my front door, I'd know exactly what to grab. Literally 2 minutes after I'd started packing, someone knocked on my front door. I turned, nearly running into a man who'd entered my bedroom without me even knowing someone had entered my house. I screamed, but he quickly put a cloth over my mouth, and everything turned black. 32. Why didn't the amulet warn me, was my first thought when I came to. It wasn't a supernatural attack, was the immediate response. I felt stunned at that. I knew the amulet worked when it came to supernatural beings, but it hadn't ever occurred to me that I'd get attacked by something other than a hound or fire vampire. Either way, at least I still had my amulet. The second thing that flitted across my mind was just how hot it was. The heat was almost painful. Where am I? I do not know. Miss Ashton, a familiar voice said. My eyes fluttered open, and I tried to raise a hand to cover them against the bright sun, but discovered I'd been tied to whatever hard surface I was lying on. Where am I? I asked. Why on earth am I tied up? The man who'd addressed me cleared his throat. My eyes had adjusted enough to see now, but he still wasn't in view. He probably stood behind me or something. Because I was worried you'd attack as soon as you came to. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't an assassin, that was Abel. Yes, the amulet gave me abilities I wouldn't have otherwise, but not many. Right. Because I'm so skilled. Oh, and armed. The man finally stepped into view. Hamza. Oh my gosh. No wonder his voice was familiar. I hadn't recognized his accent though. I couldn't help but wonder if he'd tried to hide it. Am I in Iraq? I asked. What have you done, Hamza? Do you realize what kidnapping me could do to the entire planet? I had no choice. He waved a hand, and a woman came and started fiddling at my elbow. I looked down and gasped when I saw that they'd put an IV in me. What the heck? No choice? I said. Everyone has a choice. Not if I want my family to stay alive. I glared at him. Untie me. I don't like talking lying down. He nodded, and another person appeared from behind me. Just how many people were back there? Soon, my legs and arms were released, and the woman who'd removed the IV helped me to a sitting position. The room was made of clay or adobe, or whatever it was called, with glassless windows. Cloth fluttered in the hot breeze. The table I'd been lying on faced a blank wall opposite a doorway. I glanced that way, then looked at the woman when she said something in a different language. I raised an eyebrow at Hamza, expecting a translation. She says you'll be dizzy for a while, he said. I wasn't yet, luckily, but my head hurt like crazy. I rubbed it, trying to get the pain to go away. The woman said something else, and Hamza nodded. And you'll have a headache. It should wear off in an hour or so. What did you give me? Chloroform in your house. And then as soon as you were unconscious, anesthesia. You weren't fully under though. Just enough for you not to know what was going on, or where you were. Why can't I remember anything? He shrugged. That's not unusual. I frowned, rubbing my head again. Okay, start at the beginning. I was trying to control my frustration and anger, but I couldn't keep my thoughts straight, and my focus was way off. Why am I here? Hamza sighed, taking a seat opposite me in a folding metal chair. You remember how we got attacked while you were here, and you stopped bullets? I nodded. Of course I remembered it. Well, word quickly spread of your abilities. And one of the more powerful militant groups in Iraq decided that I was the key to getting you to return. He attacked, killed most of my men and kidnapped my family. Hamza looked at the window, and a faraway expression crossed his face. Though they've released videos of my wife and children regularly, I'm not sure they're still alive. So you brought me here to turn over to the militant group in exchange for your family? He shook his head. No. I've teamed up with another powerful group. I don't need to exchange you. Once I get my family back, we'll be safe from more attacks. I brought you to help get them back. Every rescue attempt we've made has failed. I snorted. And you think I can do something? He nodded. I've since learned a great deal about your powers. The place where my family is being kept is perfect for you. Dark, not exposed. You will hide yourself and enter ahead of my men, defusing the guns of the guards and perhaps doing a few other things that won't be so dangerous to you. My men will then dispatch the guards. And following this method, you'll find the way to my family. I could see so many problems in his plan. And if I refuse? His eyes hardened. I will turn you over to them. And Miss Ashton, they will not be nearly as merciful as I have been. You couldn't have picked a worse time to kidnap me, I said. I've got a small army gathering in Amsterdam, waiting for me. We were supposed to be meeting right now to make plans to attack the powerful demon I mentioned last time I was here. They're all waiting for me, probably freaking out because they have no idea where I am. Poor Abel. I shook my head. What would this do to him? Hamza waved his hand. We'll get you to Amsterdam as soon as we retrieve my family. Why didn't you just ask me for help? I would have said yes, especially knowing your family has been kidnapped. He raised an eyebrow. I know of your deadline, Miss Ashton. You would not have said yes. I opened my mouth, then closed it. He was right. And I knew it. I would have said, okay, I'll help you, but let me get this situation resolved first. And then I would have helped. I have no doubt you would have given your word. But I also know you're probably going to fail against this demon. I couldn't risk losing my opportunity. I scowled at him. He definitely wasn't earning any points. I found myself wishing I really was an assassin. You know, when I said I had a feeling I'd be meeting you again someday, I didn't expect it to be this soon. Or under these circumstances. And what if getting your family back takes weeks? I don't have weeks, I have 3 days. He shrugged. We'll do our best. How was that supposed to reassure me? When do we start? I knew I couldn't escape. I wasn't James Bond after all. So helping seemed to be my only option. You must rest, eat and hydrate. An hour from sunset we'll leave. And we'll attack when it is dark. 33. Dark? How much longer until then? I leaned back against the wall the table had been pushed up against. My head was still throbbing, but at least not as badly as before. Can I have my phone? Not until my family is safe, Hamza said. Would you at least let me send a message to my boyfriend? Let him know I'm alive? He shook his head. No, I don't want your phone traced. We have dismantled it. Until my family is safe, there will be no communication. I closed my eyes. I couldn't imagine what this was doing to Abel. How he'd respond. Had Hamza's men left any clues? Would Abel even know where to start looking for me? Because I knew he would. I glanced at Hamza. Do you have more information on where your family is being held? Any maps or plans of the building or compound or whatever? Hamza nodded. He must have sensed my change of mind because relief flitted over his face. He glanced at the woman who'd removed my IV and said something in their language. The woman left and returned moments later with papers. I held up my hand. Can we at least go somewhere comfortable? This table is hard. And I'll think better if I have food and water. Oh yes. Right. I did tell you we needed you to eat and drink. Hamza motioned for me to get off the table, which I did gladly. And then he opened the door for me, following me out of the room. I walked down a hallway and entered another room, much larger than the one I'd been in. And prettier. Bright greens and blues decorated a large living room with big windows, these with glass in them. And another thing I noticed. This room was air-conditioned. Why not the other? Several men lounged on the couches, watching TV. Hamza issued a command in his language, and the men left the room, turning off the TV. I narrowed my eyes. This group you've joined, what are you bringing to the table for them? He swallowed. Various things. We can discuss them after. They'd better not include me. I had a feeling they did. I was really starting to hate this man. He surprised me by staring at me with a legit shocked expression on his face. No. They do not. If I am ever to have you willingly help me in the future, I cannot use you as barter. Smart man. You think kidnapping wouldn't have embittered me against you? He shrugged. As I said, you wouldn't have come willingly. True that. So, what did you use to barter with? Things in Iraq are not the same as in America, Miss Ashton. If you want to hear, I'll tell you. But I'm willing to bet you won't want to hear. No, I guess I didn't want to know. We took seats on one of the bright blue couches, and the woman spread the papers on the table, then left us alone to examine the pages. Hamza pulled the table close to us. And then we dug in. Hamza was right. The setting would be perfect for abilities like mine. And even though I was still frustrated with my circumstances, the fact that I was in Iraq instead of Amsterdam, I found myself preparing emotionally for the evening. My headache had gone away, along with the groggy feeling from being under. Since nothing had happened to my body, no actual surgery, I didn't have the resulting pain. About an hour before sunset, we headed out in a bunch of Hummers. After traveling for a long while, we parked a mile away from the compound. The last 5 miles we'd driven slowly and without headlights. It had taken forever. Hamza had supplied me with black clothes just in case. And props to him, none of them were robes. I'd never wanted to wear another set of robes after my last trip to Iraq. We left the Hummers and headed toward the compound on foot, me ahead of the others just in case Hamza's men were spotted. I hadn't been surprised when Hamza had stayed behind with the Hummers. He had for all of the earlier attacks. I could tell it hurt and frustrated him, but what good would it be to release his family if he just died in the process? Aware that I could still be walking into a trap, I proceeded forward, commanding the amulet to hide me as I did so. I didn't trust Hamza, but I had seen the videos of his family. They were horrible. I recognized his wife and kids immediately, and I felt so bad for them. It was obvious they'd been abused. I'd finally asked Hamza to turn off the movies. Knowing all of this was happening because of me really did something to my emotions. I would be much more effective if my emotions weren't all over the place. Hamza had supplied me with a gun and silencer. All of the guns had silencers, a necessary part of this mission. It wouldn't prevent people from hearing anything, but it would lessen the distance the sounds went. The guards outside the compound would patrol for 10 minutes, switch places, and patrol again. We had to time our initial attack perfectly. And then we'd only have 10 minutes to get in and out before being discovered. I tried to ignore the sweat dripping down my back. My hands were clammy, and I was glad I didn't have the gun in them at the moment. For now, it was in my waistband. I sneaked toward the compound, grateful for the darkness. A sudden idea hit me. I didn't need to waste my time here. I could use this opportunity to practice with the amulet. "Shield me," I commanded. "Yes." My body warmed a bit, and I looked down. A golden sphere had appeared around my midsection. It didn't get very big, though. I blinked. That wouldn't do a whole lot. How do I make it bigger? Practice. Great. Well, that was what I was doing. I wasn't sure what sort of practice the amulet referred to, though, since it was an ability of the amulet's, not my own. But maybe the amulet meant it would take time for the shield to adjust to me. Well, that I could buy. It had taken a bit for other aspects of the amulet to function well for me too. Never mind the fact that the demon hadn't given me full control over the amulet in the first place. I was positive that was the main reason I'd struggled with everything at first. Okay, I was distracting myself. I continued forward, inching toward the 4 guards. And then I fell into step behind them, mentally grabbing their guns. Once I had a good grip, I flashed a light at Hamza's men. The shots came quickly, and the 4 men dropped. I hadn't ever heard a gun with a silencer before, apart from Hollywood. And Hollywood totally didn't have it right. They always made it sound like a little ping. I can't really describe it, but I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. Guns with real silencers sound nearly the same as they do without silencers, but more mechanical. And yes, less loud. But still obviously guns. I almost wanted to ask what the point was as I cringed, looking around for anyone who might have noticed. But the next guards weren't due to show up for a while. We needed to move quickly. 10 of Hamza's men appeared, 8 of them pulling the 4 guards away while 2 more scratched at the blood in the dirt with branches, doing a poor attempt to cover it. Once they'd given me the go-ahead, I started toward the corner of the compound again, where the entrance was. I'd been initially surprised at the lack of exterior guards, until Hamza had shown me the inside. The compound was pretty much a maze, designed to intimidate and confuse anyone who entered. And around every single corner was a guard. It would take forever to get through them quickly. Looking around again, making sure I was still invisible, I stepped through the open doors. Yes, open. They were practically inviting us to attack. I hoped I wasn't walking into a trap. 34. The first guard was right there, visible. He stiffened. Had he heard me? Impossible. But then I felt the magical pulses coming off him. He was an Arate. No wonder he'd known I was there. He'd felt my magical print. I didn't think the amulet could hide that, and I'd been right. I already had a rag of chloroform ready. Breathing as quietly as I could, I diffused his gun and stepped up to him, putting the cloth over his mouth and pushing him as hard as I could into the wall. I didn't want him falling and alerting the other guards to my presence. He slumped over, his weight nearly dragging me down. Thank goodness Hamza's men showed up right then, because I wouldn't have been able to hold him up for long. They dragged him out of the compound. I didn't know what they would do to him. I didn't want to think about it. Though, if it was a permanent solution, at least we'd be safer than having him wake up and attack us from behind. I turned the next corner, rag and gun ready. The man was watching in my direction warily, obviously sensing that something was off. Before he could react, though, I'd already diffused his gun and had the cloth over his mouth and nose. We proceeded like this through a large portion of the compound. I kept feeling like we'd come to the end of the maze when I would turn another corner and find another guard. Just how big was this place? After at least 10 minutes, when the next batch of guards was due to show up outside, it occurred to me that we didn't need to be in the dark. Why hadn't Hamza's enemies put up lights? It seemed absolutely stupid of them not to, in hindsight. I hadn't forgotten my shield. As the amulet had said, the more I used it, kept it turned on basically, the larger it got. Not by much, but I could see a difference. When I felt like we couldn't possibly go deeper into the compound without coming out at the other end, another Arate sensed me approaching. But this time, instead of hesitating, he pulled his trigger before I was close enough to stop his gun. The bullet slammed into me, knocking me against the wall and to the dirt ground. I blinked. I'd just been hit by a gun. A quick glance down told me the bullet hadn't penetrated the shield. I could see it there, stopped against the gold that was only visible to me. Breathing a sigh of relief, I reached down and plucked the super-hot bullet from the shield, too stunned for a moment to remember what I was doing. When the heat registered, I dropped the metal chunk. Hamza's men rounded the corner, and without warning, bullets started flying all over the place before I could get a good hold of them. Someone helped me to my feet, and I made sure I was still hidden by the amulet before proceeding forward again. I sneaked through the men who were on my side. Apparently, the guard who had shot me was the last before we reached a courtyard. Stars shone down from above, giving the place a soft light. On the other side of the compound were the cells where Hamza's family had been locked. 10 guards stood in front of them, their guns ready. They weren't shooting yet. Why weren't they attacking? And why had Hamza's men stopped attacking? I wasn't stopping their bullets. What was going on? I kept myself hidden, verifying that the shield was still there. I almost gasped in surprise when Hamza stepped into the courtyard, hands on his hips. He was staring at the opposite side, toward a door. A huge man came through the door. He glowered at Hamza. Powerful waves of Arate magic flowed from him. He was a silver. Well? Hamza said. She passed the tests perfectly. The silver turned in my direction. He couldn't see me, but he could sense my powers. Curse those stupid magical waves. Yes, she did, Can I have my family back now? The man stroked his beard but didn't respond. I've done everything you've asked of me. I've brought together the groups you needed, the weapons. I proved her talents and abilities. Mustafa, please. Release my family. The man, Mustafa, pointed in my direction. She must stay. And then you shall have your family. Hamza dropped to his knees. No, no. You only said I had to bring her to you, show you what she could do. Mustafa laughed, a deep sound coming from his chest. Why would I have you do that if I didn't plan on her staying? Hamza looked in my direction too. I'd forgotten he was an Arate. I was too busy trying not to panic about what had obviously happened. Hamza was working with the man who was torturing his family. Or at least, he was fulfilling Mustafa's demands. It didn't shock me that Hamza had lied to me. He'd lied to me several times, why would now be any different? Miss Ashton, Hamza said. You must believe me when I say I didn't know what his plans were. Mustafa took a step in my direction. Show yourself, Ashton. I was powerful, but I was no match for a silver. What was I going to do? I looked and could see Hamza's family, his wife and 3 children, pressed up against the bars, fear etched on their faces. I shook my head, pity welling up inside me. They were almost completely naked, only diaper-like cloths covering them. Their bodies were gaunt and thin. Whip lines marred their skin. I found myself believing Hamza. I glared at Mustafa. He was a beast. An animal. And no, I didn't like Hamza, but I'd been around him enough to know he wouldn't do this to innocent people. My anger built. Anger and panic, adrenaline and fear too. I hoped I had enough anger and adrenaline there to combat the panic and fear. I still had no idea what I would do. And so I turned inward, to the amulet. Can you mask my Arate powers? Silence for a moment, then I can't directly, but the shield might be able to help. I glanced down. The shield was gone. Shield me. The gold spread from my midsection again, this time bigger, enough to cover my entire torso. It would have to be enough. Please give me strength and magnify my abilities. It felt like a prayer to a more powerful being, along with a command to my amulet. Very well. Mustafa took a step in my direction, but his eyes roved the tunnel. Had he lost sight of me? Find her, she's trying to escape. My magical print must have faded. He thought I'd turned and fled. I expected Hamza's men to expose me. They had to know I was there, but they didn't do anything. Instead, Mustafa's men by the cells rushed forward. I stepped into the courtyard at the last minute, pressing myself against a wall. It was still dark. That wouldn't last long, not when Mustafa knew I could use the amulet to hide myself. Hamza's men stepped out of the way and Mustafa's guards rushed down the hall, using their guns like shields, scraping along the walls, not giving me anywhere to hide. Thank goodness I wasn't down there. 3 men stayed with Mustafa, who glanced at Hamza. If she escapes, you will pay. Please, Mustafa. Release my family. Mustafa chuckled. Our deal is changing, man. You help me find this, Miss Ashton, and I'll give you your family. Hamza gritted his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks bunching visibly. I do not change my deals. And the deal I offered her was that she could return home immediately. Something brushed my arm and I nearly shrieked before turning. A ghost stood there. Qasem. The ghost who'd helped me last time I'd been in Iraq. Do not speak to me, they will hear you. I nodded. I came to remind you not to forget you have help from ghosts. We watch wanting to assist, but without your command, we can't. Good point. I need as many ghosts as possible to come and help, I said to the amulet. Very well. Qasem nodded. Very good. They'll come soon. I motioned to Mustafa, not sure how to ask without being able to voice my question. How are we going to stop the man? Qasem looked at Mustafa, not seeming to understand. I hadn't expected him to. Yes, he's evil. And very powerful. You shouldn't have a hard time finding those who will assist. He glanced at me. I must remind you, however, that not all ghosts have the ability to fight physical beings. Oh, right. I remembered that. Mustafa's men returned. They shouted at Mustafa in their language. His face darkened as he listened. I don't care, find her anyway, he shouted. Hamza chuckled. Your maze is making it difficult. Mustafa pulled his gun, pointing it at Hamza. No more words or I'll shoot you. Hamza nodded, putting his hands up. He wisely didn't respond though, especially with his family watching. Of course, even if Mustafa had tried to shoot Hamza, he wouldn't have been able to, not with me around. Ghosts started appearing, surrounding me, waiting for me to give them orders. How was I to issue commands without being able to speak? Qasem seemed to notice my dilemma. Use the amulet. It understands your unspoken thought. Huh. Yes, it did. I hadn't put two and two together. Have them stop Mustafa's guards. Converge on them, take them down. Why wasn't I having them attack Mustafa? The idea had occurred to me, but before I issued the command, I remembered something important. 35. I had a gun. And the moment Mustafa sensed he was under attack by ghosts, he'd do something with his silver powers. Pulling the gun from my waistband, I waited until the ghosts were surrounding Mustafa's men. The guards looked around, unable to see what was there, but obviously sensing something. It didn't surprise me that most of the ghosts were unable to touch the men. But enough of them could, and they eventually reached the guards, dragging them down. Mustafa's men shrieked in surprise. Mustafa looked at them, and I aimed for the large man. The gun I'd been given wasn't particularly big, and I knew it would take several bullets to stop him, regardless of where he was shot. Unless I hit his head. But I knew that at the distance I was from him, around 15 feet, chances of me missing and alerting him to my presence were high. Instead, I aimed for his chest and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit him, but it didn't stop him. A massive swirl of magic surrounded him, and the ground below us became mushy. He wasn't able to do anything about it, though. By that point, I'd put several more bullets in him, and he'd finally stopped. Sometimes I wished I'd pursued my magic the way Nicole and Austin had. It would have been awesome to command all of the elements. But I really was happy with my chosen career. Mustafa's guards fought off the ghosts, but Hamza's men were ready and seized their guns, keeping the enemy guards covered. Hamza got to his feet, his eyes roving the room. Miss Ashton? Where are you? His gaze landed on the cells, and he seemed to forget me completely. He hurried to his family, calling over his shoulder, "Find the keys. Now." Someone pulled a keychain off Mustafa, and soon the cell doors were opened. I watched as Hamza's family rushed from it, surrounding their husband and father. He dropped to his knees, sobbing, holding them. I finally decided it was safe to reveal my position. His tears and relief were legit. Hamza's men saw me but didn't react. I turned to the ghosts. "Thank you for your help," I whispered. "You can go now." Qasem was the last to leave. He tipped an imaginary hat to me, then disappeared. I cautiously approached Hamza. "So more lies, huh?" He didn't even look at me. "It turned out okay. You stopped Mustafa and I got my family back. And are you still going to fulfill your end of our bargain? Could it really be called that when I hadn't had a choice?" "Of course. Let's get you home." "No, not home," I said, shaking my head. "Amsterdam." "Oh yes, of course." He looked around the courtyard, his attention still not on me fully. "Please, someone help me find clothing for my family." Robes were procured, and soon Hamza's children and wife were covered. Once everyone was ready and Mustafa's men taken care of, put in the cells themselves, Hamza turned to me. "Miss Ashton, you have forever earned my loyalties. I will do anything you ask of me." "Anything?" I sighed, rubbing my eyes. "Just get me to Amsterdam." And don't ever kidnap me again. He smiled. I promise. I won't. I raised an eyebrow. You've lied to me a lot, you know. I don't know that I can trust you now. He shrugged. I'm sorry about that. But I know I won't ever do anything to put you in further danger. And you'll do your best to keep other crazies from trying to manipulate you into bringing me back again? Of course. Though you must understand, none of this was my idea. No, it wasn't. And I realized he had no control over others. But he'd just sworn loyalty to me, and if anything happened, you could bet I'd expect him to help. Once Hamza and his family were ready, he ordered his men to get the Hummers, and we returned to the house. It must have been at least 3 or 4 in the morning by that point. I was absolutely exhausted and starving and only wanted to be home. My adventures weren't over, though. They were barely starting. 36. Hamza returned my phone the moment we got back. I immediately called Abel. He answered before the first ring had even started. Lizzie. I'm fine, I'm safe. I'm heading to Amsterdam in the morning. Abel didn't respond for a moment. I could hear him breathing, though, and assumed he was doing his best to get his emotions under control. What happened? He finally asked, his voice shaking. I filled him in from the start, getting knocked out at my house, waking up in Iraq, fighting Mustafa and releasing Hamza's family. When I finished, Abel said, I'm going to hunt that man down and kill him. You can do that if you want, but let's focus on Lord Kenan first, then the Hounds. At that point, you can go after Hamza. But I think your energies would be better spent finding your mom. Abel didn't respond. I figured he didn't really need to. What I said made sense. Is everyone still in Amsterdam? I asked. Yes. We didn't know what to do. We couldn't attack Lord Kenan and we couldn't find you. So we waited, deciding to give it a full 24 hours before heading back to the States. You wouldn't have gone through with the plan and attacked Kenan anyway? Not without you. It would have been pointless. Oh, right. Okay, I'm heading to Amsterdam in the morning, like I said. I need to get as much sleep as possible. I haven't rested much lately. Tell me about it, Abel murmured. I half smiled. The poor man, he must have been a wreck the last several hours. See you tomorrow, I said. I love you. I love you too. 37. When the plane touched down in Amsterdam, my nerves were completely shot. I hadn't felt this much buildup of stress in a while. Abel and I found each other, and from then on, he didn't let me out of his sight. He barely took his hand off me, my shoulder or arm or wrist. I appreciated it. I liked the constant contact and the comfort his presence brought. And I knew the contact helped him too. Only 24 hours remained until my deadline was up. I hoped it was enough to defeat Lord Kenan, kill or take care of the hounds who'd been drawn to him, and return the device. Luckily, passage to Koven was much easier now that I had the amulet. Speaking of the amulet, my one bit of reassurance about Omar and Alexander was that it hadn't once warned me about them. Since I'd disappeared and reappeared, they still hadn't switched to their more evil sides. If they had no intention of killing me. Abel and I headed to the conference room in the hotel where we'd arranged for a meeting. Everyone demanded to know what had happened, and I filled them all in, then we got to business. We organized our troops, so to speak, giving everyone assignments. Professor Coolidge and Austin would work together to create a tunnel from the outside of the graveyard to the basement of the church. Once they were done, Abel, one of Eleanor's Silvers, and I would go through that tunnel and find Connor and Lord Kenan. The rest of our group would surround the chapel above ground, preventing anyone from escaping while they attacked Lord Kenan's forces. I was to stay outside the graveyard for as long as possible, until the tunnel was finished, so I could kill any hounds we came across. The meeting had nearly come to an end when we were interrupted. Someone knocked on the conference room door, swinging it open and entering. It was a teenage boy, maybe 13 or 14. Yes? I asked. The poor boy looked pale and sickly, and it took me a moment to realize he was actually a ghost. I glanced around the room. Everyone was staring at me in confusion. They hadn't even noticed the door open. "Give me a moment," I said. "We have a ghostly visitor." Low murmurs started as my friends relaxed in their chairs and conversed with each other. The teenage boy motioned me to follow him into the hallway. I did so, shutting the door behind us. He turned and looked at me, and I almost stepped back. From up close, I could tell he'd died during some sort of plague. I didn't know much about them, other than the fact they had killed hundreds of thousands of people. Boils covered his skin. Most of them were charred and black and were caked with dried blood. Pity made my heart ache for him. "Miss Ashton?" he asked quietly, shuffling his feet and not meeting my eye. His clothes were brown and dirty, homemade, probably from cotton. "How can I help you?" I felt a desire to put him at ease, though I wasn't sure how or what to say. His background and experiences were so very different from mine. What might calm down a boy in my time would probably freak him out. He shuffled again, staring down at his worn shoes, his hands behind his back. "I've been sent to deliver you a message." "Okay. Go ahead. This quest you are on is foolhardy. It is only distracting you from your objective of destroying hounds. You should leave Lord Kenan be and focus on your true mission." I tried not to let my blood boil and my anger rise. After all, he was, strictly speaking, right. Fighting Lord Kenan wasn't part of my so-called job. But I wasn't about to forget the problems I'd created. If we didn't kill Kenan now, how many people would he destroy or enslave? I can't. I have to stop him. Otherwise, he will kill everyone. We don't think you'll be successful." "You don't think?" I raised my eyebrow. That doesn't sound very certain. "Well, we can't tell the future." There was something in how he said it, a sort of tension that got my attention. "Do you know something you're not telling me?" He took a step from me, glanced at me, and then quickly looked away. "I can't say anything more. I was sent to deliver a message, and I've delivered it." Before I could react, the boy disappeared. I felt like seeking him out and throttling him. I'd never before had a ghost do that to me. They usually just walked away or simply weren't there when I got back. But disappearing without letting me ask questions? I breathed deeply, smoothing my hair and trying to calm myself before returning to the conference room. Ghosts couldn't see the future. They were probably just upset that I'd gotten distracted in my quest. What they didn't understand was that if I didn't destroy Lord Kenan while I had the chance, while he was still weakened and in his graveyard, I would probably never get the opportunity again. At least not one this good. And everyone would regret that. Finally, I returned to the conference room. Everyone looked at me expectantly. It was a ghost, a teenage boy. He had a message for me. "What did he say?" Coolidge asked. "If you feel you can relay it, that is." Abel rolled his eyes, though I had no idea why. They're disappointed in me because I'm allowing Lord Kenan to distract me. They want me to stop focusing on him and go back to fighting the hounds. Which doesn't even make sense, since the hounds are all gathering to him. How am I supposed to do one without doing the other? Several people started murmuring, obviously annoyed. I raised my hands. "I'm not going to do it," I said over the voices. "I will finish Lord Kenan now." That calmed the people down. "How can we be sure we can trust you, though?" Vincent asked. I raised my eyebrow at him. What had I said or done to make him question my sincerity? "Well, I suppose you can't," I said, not doing anything to hide my frustration. "Apart from the fact that I just paid for all of you to fly here, and I'm paying for your rental cars and your hotels and your food and everything else." I practically spat the words. Nicole had helped pay too, but that was inconsequential right then. Obviously, I had stakes in this, and I wasn't about to desert. Vincent was pacified, and it seemed everyone else was too. Still irritated, I made my closing remarks short and dropped into my seat when I was done. We finished up our plans before leaving the conference room, ready to begin our attack. The fire vampires had said the best time to attack would be right before sunset or right when the sun was just rising. Apparently, that was when Lord Kenan would be weakest. Let's get real though, he wasn't ever weak. Even when I'd very first met him, I'd sensed his powers. He just wouldn't be his strongest. For all I knew, his regular strength was like 100, and sunset and sunrise brought him down to 99. Even if that was the case, I'd take it. We'd need anything to help us at this point. We decided to attack that evening, rather than waiting for sunrise. I had no desire to wait all night when I only had a few hours left on my deadline. Everyone went their separate ways. We agreed to meet in 2 hours at the church parking lot in Austerlitz, where Abel and I had parked before. That gave us enough time to eat a good meal. I couldn't wait for the next several hours to be over. 38. Abel and I ate dinner separately from everyone else. I could tell he and Coolidge had argued again, probably while I'd been out in the hallway. They'd completely ignored each other during the rest of the meeting. I drove us to the church and parked. The lot was already filling up with cars. It made me feel so much better, knowing I wouldn't be fighting alone. We decided not to wait for everyone else before heading into the forest. We set out, neither talking, my nerves making my heart flutter rapidly in my chest. I had no idea what we would face that evening, but I hoped and prayed we would come out unscathed. Austin and Coolidge were at the graveyard when we got there. They'd already started digging their tunnel. The theory was that whatever spells were on the graveyard wouldn't be active underground. Several of those on my side, including the Ifrits and vampires, had informed me of this. And so the Arates were digging, deep enough not to collapse the ground above them. I knew it would be tricky, difficult work, and that the chances of them being able to do it in one go were very slim. I looked at the countdown on the globe. 14 hours. I prayed it would be enough. Abel and I walked around the entire graveyard, deciding where to station people, and then, as they started showing up, we sent them to their assigned areas. They were to watch for signs of Lord Kenan and his people. The goal was to avoid detection for as long as possible, hopefully until the tunnel was done so we could attack them in surprise. In the meantime, though, we wanted to have every inch of that graveyard under surveillance. It surprised us to find that might not even have been necessary. Everyone was able to see the chapel and the gravestones now. The spells and charms over the graveyard were nearly gone, and the place was completely empty. It almost seemed as if we could storm it and easily succeed. The tunnel was still a good idea though, since the chapel had so many windows. It would be difficult to sneak up on it if there were enemies inside. And I was positive there would be. Once Abel and I had made sure people were posted all the way around the graveyard, we returned to where Austin and Coolidge were digging. It was slow going. They didn't want to burn out their magical abilities too quickly and prevent themselves from making progress for a while. I glanced at the device. An hour had already gone by since Abel and I had arrived. Oh please, I whispered. Please go fast enough. Realizing it would be a good idea to conserve energy, Abel and I sat just inside the forest, leaning up against a large tree trunk, where we could see the opening to the tunnel and the chapel. I pulled some food from my purse, and we started snacking. Everyone else was eating and relaxing too, from what I could tell. This was the boring part of our plan. No one had left the chapel, so there wasn't anyone to fight. I didn't think Lord Kenan was aware of our presence just yet. Thank goodness. I noticed Omar and Alexander watching me and waved at them. They both smiled and waved back, then returned to their own food. About 10 minutes later, Austin stepped from the tunnel, looked around, spotted us, and walked over. We could use your opinion, Abel, he said. Well, I want it. Coolidge said not to ask you. He's not exactly happy that I opted to get you anyway. Abel got to his feet, his expression unreadable. He probably felt good about being needed, but didn't want to interact with Coolidge either. The moment he'd stepped into the tunnel, Omar and Alexander approached, their faces tranquil and their bodies relaxed. "We'd like to speak with you for a minute, Miss Ashton," Alexander said. I tilted my head, looking at him. "Miss Ashton?" He didn't normally call me that. I put my shields up, ready for anything. "Okay, what would you like to talk about?" Alexander took a step toward me. It wasn't menacing, but something about it made my heart double in speed. He reached out a hand for me, indicating for me to take it. "What's going on?" I asked. I turned my thoughts to the amulet. Is he turning evil? I don't know. "Here, let me help you up," Alexander said. "We'd like to speak with you in private." I looked around. No one was close enough to hear us. We'd be speaking in private right where we were. Omar stepped closer toward me, also extending his hand. The amulet still wasn't sending any warnings. What was going on? I got to my feet on my own, not wanting to be seated anymore, and definitely not wanting to touch either of them. No one was watching. I hadn't asked them to keep an eye on me too. It hadn't seemed necessary. Abel did that, but he was still in the tunnel. I've got to use the bathroom." Without waiting for a response from either of them, I turned and ran into the forest. "Hide me." I felt the tingle as the amulet did its job. I veered off to the right, not wanting to take a straight line. I didn't hear anyone pursuing, so after only a few moments, I dropped to my knees and hid under a large hollowed-out log, backing deep into it and hoping no bugs dropped on me. And then I waited for my breathing to return to normal. Why had I run into the forest? Stupid. I should have run to the tunnel. I was about to get up and head to the tunnel, taking an alternate path, when I heard steps in the forest. Omar and Alexander were barely visible, walking straight toward me. Their eyes were on me, making it obvious they could see me, regardless of what the amulet was doing to hide me. My palms started sweating, and my heart pounded against my chest as fear cascaded over me. What's going on? How can they still see me? I don't know. It must be something about Lord Kenan. What to do? What to do? I couldn't run. They were much faster than me, especially in dog shape. And they'd just proven I wouldn't be able to hide from them. Not wanting to be backed into such a small space, I stepped out of the log. I didn't have my gun with me, but even if I had, I probably wouldn't have used it. A gunshot in such a quiet and peaceful little forest would definitely alert Lord Kenan to the presence of enemies. Instead, I pulled out a couple of kitchen knives I'd strapped to my thighs. Abel had put them in his check-on baggage, along with other weapons that made it through customs. And then I readied myself, praying the amulet would help my fighting abilities. "Shield me." I didn't look down to make sure the shield was there, but I could feel it protecting me anyway. "We don't want to hurt you," Alexander said when they'd gotten close enough to converse. "He wants you," Omar said. "And he wants you now." I shook my head. "Yeah, he's not going to get me. Unless I'm dead. And before he'd even get the chance, I'd stake him through the heart." Faster than I thought possible, and without me even seeing them move, Omar and Alexander attacked. One of them yanked my feet out from underneath me while the other caught my head and upper body, preventing me from hitting the forest floor. My shield did nothing against an attack like that. 39. I swung my knives around wildly, feeling as the amulet made my movements faster and more graceful than usual. But I wasn't exactly in a position where dancing could be helped by the amulet. Even still, one of my knives struck Alexander in the arm, and the other got Omar's thigh. With a growl, Omar grabbed both of my hands and yanked the knives from me, cutting my hand in the process. I yelped in pain. "Stop," Alexander said. "You're hurting her." Omar immediately looked regretful. "I'm sorry. Can you heal her?" Yes. Alexander shifted my weight, holding me securely against his side while Omar again held my legs. I was so stunned, I didn't even struggle. Could Alexander really heal me? He started muttering, placing his hand over my wound. I felt a tingling there, and when Alexander removed his hand, the injury was gone. I looked at him in surprise. How did you do that? Lord Kenan has many powerful abilities. I should have struggled then. I should have fought and kicked and even screamed. But I was still so stunned, it didn't occur to me until Alexander had hoisted me over his shoulder. Omar grabbed my arms and held them tightly with one hand, then cupped his other over my mouth. The amulet warmed at my chest. Kill? No. Something's wrong with them, they're not themselves. What was their deal? I looked into Omar's eyes, pleading with him, trying to get him to see reason. He ignored me, so I kneed Alexander's chest repeatedly as hard as I could. Nothing I did seemed to affect him. I tried screaming, not caring anymore that Lord Kenan would hear, but Omar's hand was too tightly over my mouth, and only muffles came out. But apparently, muffles were enough. Either that, or someone had noticed I was gone. Smoke swirled in the forest around us, and Raoul and Vincent appeared. Vincent swung a club through the air, smacking the back of Omar's head at the base of the skull. The man fell unconscious. Alexander's feet swept out from under him, and we both tumbled to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, prepared to fight, but Alexander was already locked in combat with Raoul. The fight was over quickly. Even with Alexander's unusually fast movement, Raoul maintained the upper hand, and soon the hound was unconscious on the ground with Raoul standing over him, panting heavily. The vampires looked at each other, seeming to exchange thoughts. Vincent nodded, and Raoul disappeared in a puff of mist. Vincent glanced at me. Are you injured? I shook my head. Good. Raoul is alerting Abel. That man is quite handy with dispatching hounds. Yes, he was. Moments later, someone crashed through the forest, heading in our direction. I turned and saw Abel running for us, his face panicked. He took me into his arms. Are you okay? I'm fine. I cleared my throat. We need to take care of Omar and Alexander, though. He finally turned to see who had attacked me. Them? They turned bad? I shook my head. Something else happened. They weren't themselves, it was as if they were under a spell. Abel broke their necks before pulling out rope and tying them up the way he usually did. Do you want to snuff their flames? He asked me. No. There's something going on here. I think Lord Kenan is controlling them because they were trying to take me to him. I don't know how they're obeying him though, since they hadn't turned evil. It wasn't their choice. I'm positive they would have fought if they could. We took Alexander and Omar back to the edge of the forest, near the tunnel. Rather than putting them in a car, which is what Abel wanted to do, I had him tie them to a tree. We couldn't risk something else crazy happening while we were gone. Just as we finished up, I heard Austin and Professor Coolidge yelling. Abel and I glanced at each other, then hurried over to the mouth of the tunnel. I didn't go down, the voices were drawing near, so I knew they were on their way out. As soon as they stepped into view, I motioned at them to be quiet, but they ignored me. Leave me alone, Austin shrieked. You have no right to tell me what to do. You have to be quiet, Coolidge yelled. Or he'll hear you. I don't care. And again, you have no right to boss me around. Coolidge put his hand on Austin's arm. Austin. I'm Professor Coolidge. Your friend. We're working together to help Lizzie. Austin balled his fists, his chest heaving as he glared at Professor Coolidge. As I said, I don't know who Lizzie is. She's your wife's best friend, Professor Coolidge yelled. You've got to calm down. You're going to draw attention to our army. Coolidge was going to draw attention to us. I rushed to the two men, about to step between them, but Coolidge saw me and turned, relieved. Oh, thank goodness, he shouted. Tell him who you are. I looked at Austin, but knew right away that it wouldn't matter. He'd reached his magical threshold. When Austin overdid it, he lost the ability to recognize faces. The pineal gland, where Arete magic originated, borrowed from other parts of the brain to continue producing magic. If he used his powers much longer, he would suffer permanent damage. Like Eleonora. I turned to Professor Coolidge. Just ignore him. What? He yelled. I closed my eyes, calming myself down before I lost my temper. When Coolidge overdid it, his hearing went away. Apparently, both men had hit their threshold around the same time. It didn't surprise me, given how powerful they were. Instead of responding, I shook my head at him, motioning for him to take a seat on the forest floor. His eyes lit up and he nodded. He understood what had happened. I couldn't believe he hadn't recognized it earlier. None of this was new to him. Austin stormed off and leaned up against a tree about 15 feet away, doing his moody glowering thing while Coolidge slumped to the ground, looking exhausted. Both men were very dirty. Not a shock after what they'd been doing. I exhaled in relief, absent-mindedly rubbing the spot where Alexander had healed the cut on my hand. I glanced down at it, and was about to ask Abel and the vampires if they'd ever heard of anything like that happening before, when a magical wave swept over everyone. It was pleasant and tingly and disconcerting at once. It pulsed back across us again, pulling everyone's attention to the chapel. I took a step in that direction, my body doing it without asking permission. The double doors were open, and Lord Kenan stood on the front porch, arms wide. Attack me if you dare. But know that I will seek retribution against every soul who tries. He dropped his hands and remained motionless. My mouth popped open as I looked at him. He was tall, his posture erect. The wings had disappeared. I wondered if that had been part of his demonic side. He wore a regal robe thing that looked like it came from the 1500s. He had black hair that was, surprisingly, stylishly done. It was short on one side, and waved over to the other side in a way that made me want to touch and run my fingers through it. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, I wouldn't be running my fingers through his hair anytime soon. Lord Kenan looked across the graveyard at me, and the distance between us felt shortened. I took another involuntary step toward him, feeling myself drawn to him for some reason. He was so attractive. What the heck? That caught me off guard. His eyes bore into mine, and I sensed a threat and an invitation there. 40. I remembered the promise Lord Kenan had given me earlier, that he would destroy me and take back the amulet. A shiver of fear tingled down my spine, making me wonder what I was doing there and why exactly I was trying to stop him. This guy was practically invincible. I'd only bought myself and my loved ones a bit of time when I'd given him his fire back. I reached up and grabbed my amulet, feeling it warm up my sternum and give me peace and comfort. I was doing the right thing. Lord Kenan still held my gaze. A soft smile graced his face, making him even more attractive. Someone grabbed me from behind, giving me a hard shake, and my surroundings whooshed into view again. I looked back. Vincent glared at me. Don't fall for him. I scowled. I won't. You have no idea how powerful he is. Especially over women. My scowl deepened. Lord Kenan had no power over me, even as a woman. Besides, this wasn't the first time I'd been in his presence. I'd been around him 4 times. 4 times was plenty to know I wouldn't fall for any seductive power. It obviously wasn't strong if it hadn't swayed me before. Everyone was watching me carefully, and gratitude for Vincent flooded me. He'd kept me from making an idiot of myself. I could barely remember what I'd been about to do when he grabbed my shoulders. Would I have gone to Lord Kenan? Oh gosh. That would have been so stupid. I motioned for everyone to get back to what they'd been doing, which was nothing, apart from keeping an eye on the chapel and digging the tunnel. Austin's dad and Eleanor's silver continued digging while Professor Coolidge and Austin recovered their magic. Now that Lord Kenan knew we were there, our next phase of the plan would begin. I checked my clock, 4 in the morning. We weren't supposed to start the real battle until sunrise. Hopefully, our next phase wouldn't be over too quickly. We couldn't afford to attack Lord Kenan until his strength had lowered. At this point, the most important thing was to make sure he didn't recognize that we were digging a tunnel to his crypt. With that in mind, I went to find the Ifrits. It was time for them to attack. I approached their leader, Jack. He stood near the other Ifrits, keeping their attention on the chapel. "Are we ready to begin?" he asked, turning to me. "Yes. Get as many hounds as you can. Make your fight extremely noticeable." The Ifrit nodded, a wicked smile crossing his face. "We shall do exactly that." I returned to Abel's side, slightly nervous and excited to see what the Ifrits had planned. We weren't going to attack Lord Kenan directly yet. No, we needed to separate him from as many of his supporters as possible. The Ifrits shifted into their demon selves, massive horns growing from the sides of their heads and their upper bodies becoming huge. They removed their robes, revealing muscular bodies clothed only in shorts. They didn't have armor, but having fought an Ifrit myself, I knew they didn't need any. They entered the graveyard, walking across headstones, heading toward the church. It didn't take long for Lord Kenan to realize someone was trespassing on his territory. Connor stepped to the doors of the church and appraised the coming danger, then disappeared back inside. Moments later, 4 hounds and 2 humans bounded out. And then the fight began. It was glorious. The Ifrit's whips soared through the air, bright sparks flying everywhere. The sound of howling dogs nearly overpowered the cracking of the whips. Not cowing, the hounds became vicious. The 2 humans shifted into dogs, and soon bellows of pain from the Ifrits joined the noise. My eyes grew wide as I watched. The Ifrits were strong and powerful, but the hounds were fast and much more experienced. I realized that yes, Ifrits had been around for thousands of years, but hounds had been around for longer than that. The fight continued for what felt like ages. Neither gained the upper hand. I couldn't believe it. How was it possible that 6 dogs were able to keep up with 5 incredibly powerful Ifrits? Then I remembered something someone had told me earlier. Lord Kenan gave power to those who fought for him. My heart sank as I thought of that. How were we going to defeat him when we couldn't even stop the stupid dogs that defended him? Eventually, though, the hounds began tiring. I wasn't sure what the Ifrits were doing to maintain their energy, but whatever it was, it worked. They continued fighting tirelessly, while the hounds slowed and gradually stopped. Soon only 2 remained. And they were quickly finished off. I knew without looking that none of the hounds that had come out were Connor or the governor of Utah. In fact, I hadn't seen Governor Boggs at all. Where was he? The Ifrits finished their objective, dragging the hounds through the graveyard to me where I snuffed their flames. I searched the dogs for any recognizable features. Nothing. Pulling the globe from my pocket, I was dismayed to see that the number of glowing dots hadn't disappeared. Why not? Was Lord Kenan somehow able to hide how many hounds were with him? The countdown showed that we'd passed 2 hours since I last checked. We only had 10 hours to go. My palms started sweating. 10 hours to get rid of how many hounds? I steeled myself, shoving the globe back in my pocket. I would get it done in time. Austin's dad and the other Silver came out of the tunnel, dirty and exhausted. We gave them food and water, and Austin and Coolidge, now fully regenerated, entered the tunnel to continue digging. It was time for me to make my rounds again. We were nearly ready to start the next phase. With Abel carrying a large bag full of supplies, we handed out energy packets, candy, string cheese, sliced meat, and juice, whatever I could find in Amsterdam that would give people energy to continue. We were halfway around the chapel when a commotion sounded from the front. I glanced at the fire vampire nearest me. He looked at me, confused, and started walking, probably to check out the noise. "No, hold on," I called to him. "Stay at your post, make sure no one sneaks out of the chapel from here. We'll signal if we need help out front." The man nodded, and Abel and I raced along the edge of the forest to see what was going on. Demons were pouring out of the chapel. Tons of them. Ones I'd never seen before and couldn't possibly give names to. Some had tentacles instead of arms and legs, and others had massive heads, huge mouths, and sharp teeth. Still others were small and lithe like dancers. All looked dangerous enough to kill us. This was it. I had to give the signal. I pulled a whistle from my pocket and blew on it. 3 sharp short blows. Those who supported me would know what it meant. Soon, friends and allies poured through the forest, congregating around me. They turned to face the oncoming army before hopping the fence and entering the graveyard, ready to engage with the demons. The Ifrits were the last to enter the fray. I was surprised they went at all, they just barely fought. This battle was just as awesome as the previous one. The fire vampires were skilled, incredibly skilled. They ducked and twisted, turning into mist as their opponents tried to attack, then appearing behind their enemies, strangling them or slicing their throats. More than one demon was drained of blood, which strengthened and fed the vampires. Several corpses were lit on fire, and the vampires inhaled the smoke, growing in strength and ferocity. A smile tickled my face as I watched. We were going to win. I could feel it. My allies were far more powerful than Lord Kenan's. It was obvious. I hadn't even noticed when the Russells left my side. Abel was the one who pointed it out to me. Demons were being slaughtered without even knowing what was attacking them. It was then that I remembered that Croants, the type of vampire the Russells were, could turn invisible. My smile grew even more. I had powerful friends. More demons poured from the chapel, joining the fray, and the fighting intensified. The flames from the Ifrits and vampires lit up the sky almost as bright as the rising sun. I then realized something for the first time and felt stupid for not having noticed it before. The sun had set several hours earlier, and yet the landscape around us had appeared as dusk all night. As if the sun had frozen slightly below the horizon. What had done that? Was it yet another power of Lord Kenan's? I had no idea, but regardless of how nice it was to see, it still made me nervous. Soon after the fire vampires who joined Lord Kenan exited the chapel, Coolidge and Austin emerged from the tunnel. "It's done," Austin said. 41. Coolidge wiped sweat and dirt off his forehead, looking at me. "Your turn," he said a bit louder than usual. He must have been nearing his threshold again. My breathing became shallow, and my pulse sped up. "Okay. Where does it lead?" "It meanders a bit," Austin said. "We did our best to avoid graves. It ends in one of the crypts in the basement, though. We couldn't tell which one, but we left a hole large enough for a man to go through." "Do you think he noticed?" I asked. Austin shook his head. "We were very quiet." "We could sense him there," Coolidge said. "And not once did we draw his attention." "That's good." "Awesome. Thank you." I felt my mouth turn to cotton. It was time to enact my part of the plan. The part that absolutely could not fail, that everything hinged on. It was time for me to destroy Lord Kenan and the hounds who followed him. We'd arranged for all of the Artes to accompany me, to fight alongside me. I was grateful I wouldn't be alone. Sweat dripped down my back, and my internal temperature rose. Okay, I was seriously afraid. Abel gave me a quick kiss on the lips. "I'll be right there with you," he said, resting his forehead against mine. "Things will be fine." I nodded. I trusted and believed him. He would do everything he could to protect me. We started toward the tunnel. Coolidge and Austin were behind me because they were magically drained. Austin's dad and the other Silver led the way. Abel stayed as close to me as possible, but once we got into the tunnel, we saw that he wouldn't be able to walk next to me. The tunnel was too tight and narrow. Instead, he kept a hand on my shoulder. I don't know what I'd been expecting. Coffins perhaps, but not skeletons packed in the dirt. Austin, Coolidge, and the others had formed the tunnel around graves as carefully as possible, trying not to disturb them, but it had obviously been impossible. I did my best not to squirm or freak out or show any signs of distress. I didn't want my team to think this bothered me. Not when what was coming was bound to be so much worse. The skeletons were thankfully all that remained of the bodies. I could see clothing occasionally, and maybe a blanket or two that had been wrapped around them. The gaping dirt-filled skulls creeped me out. At one point, both sides of the tunnel were full of bones, and a foot or hand here and there protruded into the tunnel. I tried not to brush up against them, cringing whenever I inadvertently touched one. I'd never touched a human bone before, and I hoped I'd never have to do it again. Revulsion swelled up inside me, making me want to puke, but I held it back. We got maybe halfway when I realized that Austin and Coolidge had stopped following us. I called out to Austin's dad and the Silver to stop, and we gathered in the tunnel, trying to decide what to do. "Why aren't they following?" I asked. "I feel a resistance," Austin's dad said. "Something doesn't want me to continue." Abel and the woman nodded. "Something is trying to prevent us from approaching," the woman said. "Given what happened to you in the hotel earlier, I suspect it's the ghosts of these skeletons, but it could also be Lord Kenan. I won't be able to continue much longer." Her words filled me with fear. Why couldn't I sense anything? I was supposed to be the resident ghost expert. "Why am I allowed to continue?" I said. "I don't feel anything trying to stop me." "Perhaps the targets are Silvers," Abel said. "And anyone else would be let through." Austin's dad and the woman nodded, and I even agreed with that. If it was Lord Kenan, he would want to stop the more powerful people from getting to him. But why could my friends dig and complete the tunnel? Lord Kenan hadn't been aware of their efforts. I reached out magically, and could feel the source of his powers near the doors of the chapel. He wasn't even in the basement. He was distracted, as we'd planned him to be. Another question surfaced in my brain. Didn't Kenan want powerful Silvers on his side? Wouldn't he be trying to draw them in, as he had all the other powerful creatures he could reach? Why had Alexander and Omar fallen under his spell, but not my friends here in the tunnel with me? This line of thinking led me to believe that something or someone else was stopping them, and not Lord Kenan. But who? The ghosts had been warning me not to attack. It was doubtful they'd allow me passage now, and stop those who protected me. Regardless, even if I ended up going alone, our plans had to continue. I had a duty to fulfill, and a job to finish. "Let's keep going," I said. "Stay with me as long as you can." My companions nodded, and we started walking again. It surprised me that Abel lasted the longest. I'd expected Austin's dad to get the farthest, since he was the most powerful Silver there, but maybe that proved one of our theories correct. Maybe Lord Kenan was keeping the most powerful Arates away. I bristled inside, knowing that if Abel and Lord Kenan ever went up against each other, Lord Kenan would definitely rearrange his thoughts of powerful. Abel was one of the most powerful men I'd ever known. But soon even Abel couldn't follow. I didn't know how close I was to the end of the tunnel, but the expression on his face struck me to the heart. It killed him not to come with me. Honestly, it hurt and freaked me out too. I gave him a hug and promised I'd go as quickly as I could. We were supposed to attack and kill Connor and Governor Boggs, if he was there. I'd extinguish their flames, then we'd take on Lord Kenan, staking him through the heart and snuffing his flame permanently. "How are you going to stop them on your own?" Abel asked, voicing my question. I shook my head. I had no idea. "I've got the amulet. I'll sneak around in the dark and get them that way. I've stopped hounds before. But none as powerful as Connor." I felt like teasing Abel for not being more supportive, but I pushed my words away. I didn't want to discourage him or make him feel bad. He already felt awful enough. Regardless, our plans weren't going the way they were supposed to, and we needed to improvise. An idea hit me. Get the others. Attack from above. Continue drawing his supporters out and keeping him distracted. The more we kill above, the better my chances will be of reaching Connor undetected. Abel agreed. Now that we had a plan, he turned back, heading toward the entrance. For the first time in hours, I was alone. Completely alone. The darkness after Abel left nearly swallowed me. I had a flashlight, yes, but without Abel's light, it seemed small and insignificant. I had to force the feelings of panic and claustrophobia away as I turned toward the chapel again. I'd only taken a few steps when I felt something brush my arm. I shrieked, shining my light down. A small girl stood there, her eyes wide as she stared up at me. "Do not continue," she said in a little voice. "He will destroy you." What was with ghosts trying to keep me from doing what I should? They used to do everything they could to help me find him, and now they were trying to stop me? And why were they sending children to do it? I have to continue. I can't let him destroy everything. I continued forward, my senses at their highest, feeling eyes on me and wondering where these ghosts had been for the last several hundred years when Lord Kenan had been consuming souls. How had they managed to escape? A couple more ghosts stopped me, adults this time, begging me not to continue. I again repeated to them what I'd told the little girl. Finally, I neared the end of the tunnel. I switched off my flashlight, not wanting the light to make my presence known. My phone was already tucked into a zippered pocket where I wouldn't lose it. I had snacks in my back pockets, still intact. And then I waited near the hole in the foundation for my eyes to adjust. It didn't take long, a small amount of light shone through the hole. Once my eyes adjusted, I stepped toward the hole. It was a little below waist high, so I crouched in front of it to look in. No one was visible. The hole was small, as Coolidge and Austin had said it would be, but large enough for someone about Abel's size to slither through. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and this time I was proud of myself for not even jumping. I'd expected a ghost to try to stop me again. I turned. The man who stood by me was barely visible in the faint light that came through the hole. His skin was leathery and wet-looking. "Miss Ashton, please go back," he said. "You will not survive this encounter." "What is with you guys?" I whispered. "Do you have so little faith in me?" He shook his head. "It is not faith we lack, but an understanding we have of who Lord Kenan is. Many people have fallen under his powers and become captivated. We fear you will as well." Why the heck did people choose me to stop demons if they didn't think I could actually stop demons? The ghost shrugged. "I didn't choose you." "Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence." I rolled my eyes. "Can you see the future? Do any of you know exactly what will happen if I continue?" The ghost shook his head. "No. We rely solely on memory and past experiences." "So how do you know I won't win? How do you know I won't defeat him?" "History tells us. One woman against a powerful demon, especially when that demon has allies that are nearly as powerful as he. It is not possible." I grumbled to myself. "I have an idea. Instead of trying to discourage me, why don't you see what's in the basement? Tell me what's down there so I can enter with as much information as possible?" The ghost hesitated, then nodded. I breathed a sigh of relief as he disappeared. Thank goodness. He returned only seconds later. "There's only one hound in the basement. He appears to be waiting for something." "Where's Lord Kenan?" "I do not dare go near him. But I felt his presence upstairs." "Good. Right where I also could feel him. My magical senses weren't off." "Are you sure there's just one hound?" The man gave a curt nod. "All the others have gone upstairs." I thanked him, then asked him to disappear. I didn't want him distracting me, especially if he was going to be naysaying. Besides, I didn't think he could help anymore. Especially if he was afraid to be around Lord Kenan. Which was understandable. I mean, the guy didn't exactly have a good history when it came to ghosts. Which hound was in the basement then? Connor or the governor? I guess I was about to find out. I wriggled my way through the hole onto the floor of the crypt and got to my feet, dusting myself off. How close is the hound to me? Just outside the door. Thank you. I almost chickened out at that moment. The governor seemed to prefer having others fight for him, but something told me if it was Connor, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. The weaselly, disgusting, teenage-looking hound would probably even be good at fighting. Of course he would. He had all knowledge and had been alive for thousands of years. He obviously wouldn't have spent all that time womanizing. He would have needed to learn to fight as well. I pulled out my knives, grateful Vincent had returned them to me, and readied myself for whatever was about to come. And then I stepped through the open door. 42. A handful of torches were lit on the sides of the room, and I immediately saw Connor. He was waiting for me. I should have had the amulet hide me. Dang it. But then it occurred to me that I would have had to ask the amulet to do it a while ago. Because Connor was also a dog. He'd probably smelled me coming. Duh. His lip curled as he glared at me, and I couldn't believe I'd ever found him attractive. You can't stop us, he said. I sure can try. And then we sprang at each other. The amulet helped me, and I was grateful I hadn't engaged in much fighting that day. Alexander had already healed the wound from what little I had done. A weird gratitude for him flooded my system momentarily before I pushed it away, not wanting to be distracted. I practically danced around Connor, my knives flashing as I snaked in and out, trying to injure him. He seemed to be toying with me. It was as if he wasn't truly worried I could do any real damage. Why aren't you fighting me? I asked. Are you worried I might destroy you? Or are you worried you'll hurt me? You defeat me? He laughed. No, not likely. And injure you in some way? Yes, definitely. Lord Kenan requested that you be brought to him whole. I rolled my eyes. Why do you care what he thinks? In case you haven't noticed, he's helping me as much as I'm helping him. How? You don't seem to be any more awesome now than the first time I fought you. You didn't fight me last time, Connor said, dodging my lunge. As I recall, you flailed around me, trying to snuff my flame, while I kept easily out of range. Not exactly the best way to challenge someone, right? I growled at him, lunging again, this time nicking his arm. He yelped in surprise, staring down at the blood that dripped. Had he thought he was invincible? I took advantage of his surprise and jumped at him again. By some miraculous power, mostly the help of the amulet, I slammed him to the ground, banging his head against the cement, knocking him out cold. Not waiting a moment longer, I reached for the flame behind his sternum. Kill? Kill. Nothing happened. The fire didn't go out. Connor didn't die. What the crap? I heard someone chuckle behind me. You'll find that those who are under my control will not be so easy to destroy. I jumped to my feet, whirling. Lord Kenan stood at the base of the stairs, shrouded in darkness where the torches couldn't reach him. Despite the fact that his face was barely visible, the admiration there was obvious. I'm quite impressed by the tenacity you've shown. Not only just now in fighting him, but this entire attack itself. My followers assured me you wouldn't dare come where I was the strongest. Wait, what? The strongest? Of course. Why do you think I've stayed here so long? But I thought this was your prison. In a matter of speaking, it is. I haven't been allowed to leave. But my power is stronger within the walls than it would be outside. I've strengthened my surroundings beyond what they thought possible. I won't be able to break their bands until the regeneration is complete, but I'm afraid you will find it quite impossible to defeat me within the walls of this building. I glared at him. It's a church. You're a vampire. Shouldn't you be bursting into flames right now? Lord Kenan smiled at me. He didn't answer my question though, and as we gazed at each other, I felt a familiar wave of magic run over me. He took a step toward me, raising a hand. It is time we stop fighting, my dear. I wish for peace as much as you do. My lips and face went slack with relaxation. No, you don't. I struggled to get the words out. What was wrong with my mouth? Yes, I do. I promise. Another wave of that weird magic flooded over me, and I felt my knees weaken. What was he doing? I looked around, trying to find the source of his powers. I knew he controlled the wave, but it didn't feel like it came from him. I heard him take another step toward me, and I glanced back. The light from the torches finally reached his face, and I gasped. This man was the most beautiful I'd ever seen. Words couldn't possibly describe him. What I'd thought was handsomeness while looking at him across the graveyard had been way off. His power practically flowed from him. And yes, women are attracted to power, but it was more than that. He had perfect bone structure, perfect eyes, perfect full lips, a strong jawline and broad shoulders. His hair was excellently styled, and I found myself yet again yearning to run my fingers through it. Lord Kenan stepped closer, and a voice in the back of my mind told me I should leave. But he wasn't coming to hurt me, and I had questions I needed to ask and valuable info to get. It shouldn't be hard to coax anything out of him. I could tell from his eyes that he'd be willing to share whatever I needed. I stepped away from Connor, who had come back to life. He watched us, but I didn't look at him. I knew he wouldn't attack without Kenan commanding it. Why do you want the amulet? I asked. It was a struggle even to think of that much. The overwhelming desire to join him flooded my system, and I really had to work hard to push it away. Because it is mine. It was created for me. Something about that struck me as wrong. He stepped toward me again, and warmth flooded my body as anticipation rolled over me in huge waves. This guy was good at kissing. I knew he would be. Lord Kenan glanced at my legs, then his gaze returned to my eyes. Lizzie, come. The words were soft, full of authority, but also yearning. He wanted me. And of course I obeyed. I stepped across the room to him, stopping just a foot away. He reached out tentatively, hesitatingly, as if afraid he would scare me off, and picked up a wayward curl that had come out of my ponytail. He tucked it behind my ear, and I turned my face to his hand, increasing the contact between us, and enjoying the chills his touch gave me. Lord Kenan cupped my face, rubbing his thumb across my cheekbone. More chills raced outward from his fingers, and a strong yearning overwhelmed me. I stepped toward him again, closing the distance between us. He gently placed his other hand on my wrist, trailing it up my arm to my shoulder, drawing me even closer. I couldn't keep my eyes off his mouth and those beautiful full lips. Oh, I wanted him so badly. I'd never wanted anyone this much before. A voice at the back of my mind murmured about a spell of intoxication, but I shut it down quickly. There was nothing wrong with a little flirting before I couldn't remember what I was supposed to do, other than kiss him. Lord Kenan dropped his arms and put them around my waist, drawing me in tight. Oh, he had nice muscles. I could feel them through his clothes. I raised my hands, putting them around his neck, and stared into his eyes. Eyes that beautiful belonged to me. And I belonged to him. He was mine. 43. Lord Kenan looked at my lips before meeting my gaze. He lifted an eyebrow, a question on his face, and I nodded. He smiled, putting a hand on the side of my jaw, raising my chin until our lips met. I'd never felt so intoxicated before. Lord Kenan's kiss was the most powerful, most amazing, sexiest kiss I'd ever had. He beat every single guy I'd ever dated. I moaned, pulling his head down hard as his kiss grew in intensity and urgency. I melted against him, feeling his hand slide up the back of my shirt, his touch causing little fires to rush along my skin. Please, yes, I breathed. He dropped his lips to my neck, kissing my collarbone before trailing up to my ear. He moaned quietly. This is the power I've missed most of all, he murmured. Something about what he said made me blink. I tried to think through the hormones that flooded my system. Never, ever in my entire life had I wanted a man as much as I wanted this one. But why? A little voice nagged at me. I grew aware of someone shouting in the background. The amulet warmed at my throat, burning me. I did my best to ignore it, instead putting my hands in his hair and pulling his face back to mine so he would kiss me again, pressing myself against him as much as I could, enjoying the feel of his muscular body. We kissed for several moments, my breath coming in gasps now. I felt his hand on the skin of my back inching upward, and again I felt like crying at him to hurry. Why the urgency? The question hit me hard. Where had it come from? And why was I doubting this perfect moment? I felt the amulet burning at my sternum again and pulled away, seeing Lord Kenan look down at it. I put my hand over it, taking a step away and gazing into his eyes. Mine, I whispered. I raised a hand to his chest, ready to push him away if needed. I felt a rumble of laughter there, and he enveloped me in his arms again, pulling me tight. Very well. You shall keep it. Lizzie, stop. I ignored the warning voice. I would be Lord Kenan's. I would go everywhere he went. We would conquer lands during the day and spend our nights in passion. His lips on mine again were just as fervent as mine were on his. He would never abandon me. He doesn't love you, the voice said to me. Of course he does. It's magic. This is what he does with women. I know, I lived with him for years. I heard another voice shouting at me. I looked to the right, toward the room I'd come from, and saw Vincent and Raoul there. They were screaming at me, their faces red. I could barely hear them. Lord Kenan put his hand on my cheek and drew my gaze back to him, gently kissing me again. Shall we? He asked, gesturing to his crypt. Yes, I said, breathless. I couldn't wait. I glanced over at the two fire vampires again, wondering why I couldn't hear them. Coolidge, Austin, and Austin's dad were there too, all of them shouting. Why weren't their voices reaching me? They want to save you. They're crying for your safety. I glanced at Lord Kenan, but something told me not to meet his eyes again. Instead, I looked at his collarbone, fiddling with the edge of his shirt. What happens now? I whispered. I think you know. He gestured again to his crypt. I bit my lip, feeling as the warmth and passion that had flooded my system slowly started to leak away. I glanced at my friends again, still unable to hear what they were screaming. Why could I only hear Lord Kenan? And then I saw another person there. Abel. He was injured. Blood streamed down the side of his face. That caused a deep ache to hit me in the chest. What hurt even more, though, was his stricken expression as he stared at me in the arms of another man. Something stirred in my heart. Something solid and strong and good. That man loves you. I know he does. Do you love him? Of course I do. Then why are you in the arms of another man, about to succumb to his powers? That was a very good question. I still felt a strong desire for Lord Kenan, but it was fading. And then I remembered something about fire vampires. They could control people through their eyes. None had attempted it on me before, but Lord Kenan was unscrupulous. He wouldn't hesitate to control me. And he was powerful. Powerful enough to make me want him. My heart thumped heavily in my chest. Not from desire, but from fear. What had I been about to do? My ears began ringing loudly. The voices were finally reaching me. I could hear my friends again. Stab him with your stake. Coolidge was yelling. What on earth are you doing? Austin shouted. Vincent was screaming, you must resist. Lizzie, you must resist. Abel wasn't saying anything, he merely stared at me. Even though I heard what the others said, it was Abel who made me pause the most. I hesitated, remembering why I was there and what we were supposed to do. I gave a little shake of my head, then focused on the fire behind Lord Kenan's sternum. Without warning, I was flying through the air and slammed against the wall opposite. My head bounced off the stone and cracked loudly against the floor. I blacked out. 44. I was being thrust through the hole when I awakened. The walls vibrated around me, and heavy stone fell to the ground with a crash. Someone on the other side pulled me through. "What's going on?" I asked. My voice was raspy, quiet. Whoever it was that now carried me couldn't hear it. I cleared my throat and asked my question again, this time louder. "They turned on us," Abel said. "As soon as he threw you, they turned on us." I felt the ground underneath us rumble, and dirt started falling on us. "Put me down. We can go faster if you're not carrying me." "You're injured," he said. "So are you. Put me down." Abel did so, and we ran through the makeshift tunnel. It continued collapsing. Dust billowed around us, making it impossible to see where we were going, even with flashlights. I kept my arms above my head, protecting it from anything heavy that might fall. We finally reached the end, barely getting out in time. With a rumble, the tunnel collapsed completely. I looked back and wasn't surprised to see the chapel crumbling to the ground. "Who turned on us?" I asked, yelling above the roar. Ifrits and fire vampires poured out of the graveyard, rushing away from the chapel. Coolidge, Austin, and his dad stood next to us, panting. They must have been running through the tunnel as well. Vincent and Raoul weren't in sight. They probably turned into mist and disappeared. "Keep going," Abel called. "We're obviously not safe here." He was right. I turned and, clutching his hand, entered the forest at a run. Abel hadn't forgotten my question. He answered it as we raced around trees, heading toward the parking lot. Eleanor's people. They fell for Lord Kenan. All he had to do was wave a hand in their direction. I started, biting my lip. About what happened back there. "Don't worry about it." I felt the power. I almost succumbed myself. That relieved me a little, but guilt still ate me up inside. I'd pretty much cheated on Abel, and in front of him. We fell silent as we ran, barely making it to the cars before hounds and demons erupted from the trees, chasing us. Abel revved the engine, spinning the tires as he raced from the parking lot and drove straight to the airport. Once there, I demanded an explanation from Vincent, who I was surprised to see had followed us. I'd figured he'd just float across the ocean. I didn't know exactly how his powers worked, but apparently they weren't strong enough to fly him overseas. People who haven't made the choice to turn away from Lord Kenan almost always fall under his power. In order for them to break free permanently, they have to resist his charms. But what about my friends? I asked. Why didn't they fall under his power? They did to an extent, especially Austin's dad. But their devotion to you was greater than their obsession with the possibilities Lord Kenan presented them. I tilted my head. What do you mean? Anyone who wasn't fully committed to protecting and helping you would inevitably give in to Lord Kenan. And anyone who had already turned from him would be immune to his power. I thought that over. So, because the Ifrits and fire vampires have turned their backs on Lord Kenan, they were able to resist? Vincent nodded. Yes, exactly. I frowned. But Austin's dad? He'd only met me a couple of times before and had no reason to help, other than Austin asking him. Why didn't he succumb? Because Austin was there and swayed him. Vincent fell silent for a moment. We were lucky your boyfriend had a feeling to check on you. How'd you guys reach me? Lord Kenan's powers had stopped anyone from approaching. They lifted at some point, Vincent said. Probably because he wanted an audience. By the time we realized what was going on, it was almost too late. He glanced at me. You were nearly taken. I glanced at Abel, feeling the heat rise to my face, then dropped my eyes to our interlocked hands. How much did you guys see? A whole lot of making out, Austin said. He's pretty smooth for a guy who's several hundred years old. Revulsion swelled up in me and I almost puked. I couldn't believe I'd kissed that leathery demon. Of course, he'd regenerated enough to where he, well, didn't look nearly as disgusting as before. I felt my cheeks flush even more as I remembered exactly how attractive he'd been. Then I remembered something he'd said. He told me his graveyard was the worst place for us to attack him, that his powers were even stronger there than they would be outside his graveyard. Was he telling the truth? Vincent and my friends glanced at each other before he turned back to me. We made a mistake. Yes, the graveyard held him in. But he was able to fortify it, making his powers nearly triple what they should have been. He sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. I apologize, Lizzie, but it would have been better for us to wait for him to attack first. It would have leveled the playing field. So I almost got us all killed by pushing so hard for that attack? I asked quietly. No one responded. You guys realize what this means? Abel asked. We thought we had to fight him with a large army. But that's not the case, especially if he'll just pull everyone to him. We're going to have to keep our numbers small. Only those who are devoted to Lizzie will be able to help. Vincent nodded. Or those who have turned against him. It wasn't always this way. He looked up at the ceiling. It's not going to be easy. But if his powers were magnified greatly in the graveyard, I said, doesn't that mean things will be easier than they were tonight, or this morning? Vincent looked at me. I hope so. He'll be able to gather even more supporters, however. We fell silent for a moment, and I was okay with that. I had a lot to think about. A couple of moments later, Abel nudged me. How much time is left for your deadline? Oh crap! I'd forgotten about the globe. I pulled it from my pocket, dismayed to see that only a minute remained. I'm not ready to give it back, I wailed. I turned to Abel. Even after I snuffed the fires of those 6 hounds, it still showed 20 glowing dots. I don't even know how many hounds are left. That's not good. No, it isn't. I bit my lip, thinking. I'm obviously not going to meet my deadline. Even if I found a ghost right now, it always takes several minutes for them to locate a way to Koven, sometimes even up to 20. And there's only, I checked the countdown, 20 seconds to go. You might as well keep it until you find the rest of the hounds. I mean, you've missed the deadline anyway. I nodded. Exactly. My thoughts raced to the threat the man had given me. Was I ready for the backlash breaking my promise would bring? Abel's thoughts had followed mine. There's a chance he wasn't serious about the 10 plagues of Egypt, he said. That's something I've learned. These people who loan out magical devices are always serious. I watched as the seconds counted down to 0, feeling my dread grow as the numbers ticked by. A voice boomed in my head. You have failed the requirements of our agreement. The 10 plagues of Egypt shall now befall thee and the countryside surrounding thee. I groaned, leaning back in my seat. Lord Kenan was about to exit his graveyard. People were betraying us, and the 10 plagues of Egypt were about to happen again. We were in for some very exciting times. Would you like to find out how a hound permanently kills a hound? During the time when Lizzie is asleep healing, a hound attacks. Defending Lizzie is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description to learn more.